Very good morning from a very cold and blustery Paramveer Sports Complex here for the Atlanta Open 2025. Today is the playoffs day, and the first game coming your way is Stallions X and Central Cardinal. A knockout game, the winner takes all, and the team that loses this will go home. Sunny but cold this morning. But how's the pitch looking like for this all-important clash? Brian Walters was earlier on in the middle. Let's see how he found conditions.
Let's take a look at the pitch and the conditions ahead of what I would refer to as the business end of this tournament. The ground staff and the curators, I think, have done a spectacular job with this specific pitch. Played on a lot of pitches here. This is to me, most hard and most true. Slight amount of grass, but it is rolled in. You will get some turn, but the pace bowlers will love the bounce that they get on the surface. The team batting first yesterday on this pitch scored 130, but at one point they were 82 for 2. So that's less a reflection on the pitch and more that specific team. As far as the conditions are concerned, 6 to 8 yards north and south. To the east, about 65 yards. To the west, 71. Something else to keep in mind. It's a bit of a blustery morning here in Georgia. Strong wind coming from the north. I'd estimate about 10, 15 miles an hour. So watch for the batters from the southern end. If you go in that direction, the wind will stop the ball. Going this direction, it will be hit all the way over to field 1. So whether the team that bats or that wins the toss wants to bat or bowl is less about the pitch and more to their preference. A spectacular game coming up.
Well, you heard all about conditions from Brian Walters. He was busy with the captains as well. Let's see what happened at the toss.
The all-important toss here in this eliminator match. Have the captains with me, Sharon Jahangir and Raymond Reefer with the Central Cardinals and the Stallions X. Umpire is Ehsan Moulay. Shay, you are the home team. You will toss. Remy, you will call.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
It's a head.
It is a heads. Mr. Jahangir, what do you want to do?
We'd like to bowl first.
Talk me through the reasoning.
Not much. It's early morning start. There's a little bit of chills around in the air. Just try to extract a little bit of support from the wicket and take wickets and build on that.
So you've seen on this ground, the last match that was played yesterday, the team that batted first only scored 130, but they were 82 for 2 at one point. So do you think that the pitch is taken out of the equation? It's just a matter of how they bat?
I think out of all the wickets that we played on, this is the best one to play cricket on. And but again, for the new guy to come in, it's a bit tough to rotate and look for those boundary options. So whoever is in takes responsibility and play through the inning, and people's bat around them is what our plan is and what teams who have been successful have been doing on this wicket. So we're going to try to do the same thing.
Best of luck. Mr. Reefer, the weather feels a little bit different from when I was at Austin's 3 months ago. Talk me through your plan for batting first.
Yeah, the weather is a bit different, a little bit colder. Yeah, I think batting first, we saw that once someone from the top 4 generally bats deep in the innings, we were able to put up a very good total. So we definitely going to work with that format where we're looking for someone from the top 4 to bat deep into the innings, and obviously then we could finish the innings strong and hopefully get a really good total, probably 160, 170 on this. Definitely is a winning score.
160, 170 in an eliminator match might feel like 200 to the team batting second, right?
Yeah, definitely. Scoreboard pressure in these types of games is very important for the team batting first to obviously set the tone and give the bowlers a decent target to bowl at.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Stallions X winning the toss. They'll be bowling first.
There you have it. Pretty much expected their decision. Teams have made it to the middle. The umpires are ready. The 2 opening batters are ready as well. Hassan Adil has got the ball in his hand, and Lenny Achabar is settled in with the mic and is ready to call this wonderful game. Good morning, Lenny Achabar.
Thank you, Shaw Faisal. Day number 4, the elimination has begun from yesterday. A couple of teams already off the group. And here's the first ball. Saideep Ganesh down the leg side. And so things are on the way here for the Cardinals. And we saw them yesterday, Shah Faisal. They went down to the Kingsmen, but still a well put together squad.
Yeah, everything is starting afresh this morning. Whatever has happened in the tournament. And all the 6 teams that have come through this far have equal chance of lifting this trophy. All they need to do is bring out their best game and execute their skills to perfection. Makes for exciting viewing.
Yeah, plays sort of like a slower ball from Isa Nadil. And they're going to scamper through. The throw comes in. And it's a good time to tell our listeners and our viewers that some of these line decisions could be reviewed by the umpire. Only the umpire's call. And players will have no effect on what calls to look at. So that's one of the innovations today, and certainly the technology that will be used. All courtesy of our big production team today, Shah Faisal, the 360 squad.
Yeah, like we just mentioned yesterday, it will be an enhanced level of production today for these playoffs and beyond. So run-outs, catches, boundary checks, front foot no balls, umpire reviews. Umpire can call for assistance for those line decisions and close boundary checks as well.
So Tarun,
pretty sure that viewers will enjoy that. Sitting at home and watching this, probably the best place to watch at the moment is your living room, because it will be nice and warm and cozy. Paramveer Sports Complex, it is chilly this morning.
yeah, Shah Faisal, when you're in your living room, another wide. So we've seen a couple of wides from Isa and Adil. And in fact, you looked at the scorecard and it's 3 for no loss, all because of extras. And you talked about your living room. Anytime you can take a refrigerator break or a bathroom break, you can go at any time you feel like.
Well, with the sun out, the weather forecast is great, and this is supposed to be a great weekend of cricket starting right now. So do recommend that come down here to Paramveer as the day warms up. There is plenty of entertainment here as well, and hospitality, plenty of food available as well for you guys if you want to come in and have a great day at cricket. Plays and misses, goes past the outside edge. Ehsan Adil. Yeah, definitely watching cricket at the venue. There's no experience like that. And this beautiful facility and this excellent tournament provides a great opportunity to anyone who lives around here to come here and have a fantastic weekend of top-class cricket, because the tournament in terms of quality has been nothing short of top class, and that is a consensus that everyone has come up with after seeing the action in the first 3 days.
So Isa Nadil, 3 extras in this over. Tarun Adada. We talked about Shah Faisal. We talked about the growth of the Atlanta Open. We saw in the earlier years over at the Atlanta playing field.
And Bounce being very tall. He's hit the deck kind of bowler, and he likes the pitches that give him that response where when he hits the seam, the ball climbs on the batters, moving sideways. That last delivery, Shayan Jahangir took it above his waist.
And when you look at the Cardinals, Shah Faisal, we've only seen one time they've chased, so they've batted first quite a bit, in fact 3 times. Yeah, big play and a miss, and Adada can't make contact. Ball goes through to Shayan. So apart from the extras, this has really been a good start from Ihsan Adil.
You can expect the big fast bowler to just take a little bit of time to warm up because it's very cold. I saw the warm-ups were low-key because these cricketers have been playing a game every day, so you can understand that too. So the coaches and the trainers, they went light with their warm-ups. Grant Bradburn, the coach for Stallion X, helped by Amir Siddiqui.
Yeah, Yeah, we've seen Shivnarayan Chandapal, part of the Cardinals. Still no run off the bat, and this has been a really good start. A very good over here from Isan Adel. It comes to an end, and it's 3 for no loss.
Mid wicket लेना है.
So good start from Stallions X, having won the toss, led by Shahan Jahangir, winning the toss, opting to bowl first. We've seen a very good over from Isan Adil. And so left arm spin to start. Good delivery here, Saideep Ganesh, from a ball that keeps a tad low. We haven't seen any run from the bat yet. We've seen a very good over from Isan Adil. We've seen a good start here from the left arm spinner. And Saidi playing across the line of a delivery that turned across him. And we've seen a good start here from, it looks like Usman, who's been given the ball here.
Oh yes.
Ball into the offside, so Shah Faisal, we've seen very good bowling here from the Stallions X.
It's Kashipatti and Lenny, experienced campaigner, experience of 126 first-class games, 80-odd T20 games too. 2 shot and put away, and that outfield was cut short today for these playoffs, and the first boundary off the bat of Saideep Ganesh. Slightly shorter, it just sat up, was in the air, but away from the fielder, and the sweeper couldn't come around as well. Rocks back. That must have been an absolute teaser on this cold morning, as this one's tried to cut it away, couldn't find the gap, finds Ghulam Mudassir instead. Fielding at a backward point, Kashipatti will realize very soon what he needs to come up with. Oh, how close was that? That big hoik, and it went perilously close to that leg stump.
Yeah, in trouble here is Saideep Ganesh, bogged down by some very good bowling we saw from Isan Adil, and now Kashif Bhatti. It comes to an end, 5 for no loss. So good start here from the Stallions. Opting to bowl first, and Shah Faisal, as we have seen so much in this tournament, left arm spin has really been the pick of the spinners that we have seen. And if you're looking for pace, well, the man with ball in hand, Isan Adil, has given you that in the first over.
Yeah, we all know what Isan Adil is capable of, but talking about left arm spinners, they have been phenomenal throughout this tournament. A wide slip in place.
Shot into the offside, Tarun Adada.
That would have been out. He was struggling. A direct hit was needed.
That is off stump.
So Saideep Ganesh, we saw in the last over, was in a tangle with the left arm spinner. And look at that, beats the edge outside the off stump and through to Cheyenne.
How do you play that? An absolute peach of a leg cutter from Ihsan Adil. Got the smile on his face. Who would not like that? Big, tall, fast bowler in the back of the commentary box. Brian Walters brought a smile to his face. That was a terrific delivery.
Yeah, ripper of a ball. And we talked about the first over from Ihsan Adil. Gone for 3 extras, so he's yet to concede a run that has come off the bat of either Tarun or Saideep. Oh, top edge. It doesn't matter how they come. They will welcome this shot. Productive one off the bat of Saideep Ganesh. And gone for 4.
Yeah, not quite where he intended, but he'll take the result. Ihsan Adil, not quite short enough for this kind of shot, but Saideep wants to make a statement, wants to be aggressive and put the pressure back on the bowler. Making Ihsan Adil think twice and changing his plans.
Yeah, you gotta love the bravery of Saideep Ganesh. He's taken on Ihsan Adil. And they go up to double figures. We talked about whenever the Cardinals have batted first, Shah Faisal, they've posted good scores. Now down the leg side, we'll wait and see. May have come off something. And leg bye is the call. So 4 more leg byes added to the 4 off the bat of Saideep Ganesh.
Although Ihsan didn't do a lot wrong with the previous delivery, he still wanted to tighten up on the line and pay the price for bowling 2 straight. That's 2 boundaries, and credit to Saideep Ganesh for being proactive, looking to put the pressure back on and earned a couple of boundaries.
And Shah Faisal, we talked about the times when Central Cardinals batted first. They really put on scores. Tucked away, lovely shot again from Saideep Ganesh, hands the strike over to Tarun Adada. And let's look at what has happened during the course of this tournament when Central Cardinals batted first. In fact, in their opening game, we thought it was a bit of an upset when they got past a powerful put-together Clarion Eagles lineup. They made 172 in that game. And then in the Atlanta Lightning game, got up to 202. We saw a big knock from Raymond Reefer. And then yesterday, replying to 195, 148. So they're not a team that has been scarce on runs. And they come into the elimination series, the elimination day, and they'll be hoping that they can get among their average. Yeah, play and a miss, and Tarun Adada has all been tied up here by the bowling of Ihsan Adil. The third over comes to a close. There's 15 for no loss. So 3 overs gone, 17 for no loss. And Kashif Bhatti will continue. Shah Faisal, he's been good in his previous over. And he comes in here to bowl to Saideep Ganesh. Play and a miss. Several times we've seen Ganesh looking to go into the onside from the left arm spinner. Hasn't gone pretty well. And so now a word with Tarun and Saideep. And you get the feeling that Tarun Adada might have been a good fall to the plan. This one lofted into the offside. Look at that, straight down the throat of the fielder. And the first wicket falls. Ganesh goes tamely. Is 17 for the loss of 1.
Well, Saideep Ganesh had showed signs that he would be aggressive in this power play. Just stroked the ball. Didn't quite go through with the full flourish. Shayan Jayasuriya with the catch. Look how wide he is. And he wanted to go even wider, Sadeep Ganesh, but couldn't manage it. And straight into the hands of Shayanjay Surya. First wicket done. The Cardinals 17 for 1.
So 17 for 1, Ganesh gone. We've seen an early strike here from Kashif Bhatti.
Looks like it's Nitish Kumar. All the players are wearing their uppers, so the shirt numbers are not visible. I can recognize him from his helmet from that far. I think it's Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, he gets a good delivery. We've seen good bunks and turn from time to time. And so Nitish Kumar, he comes out here. Shah Faisal, highest this series. He's got it up to a 46. And a couple of 30s for him along the way, but he comes in here with a long way to go.
छोटा सिंगल नहीं देना boys. आसिफा. No run there.
Yeah, Kashif Bhatti has really bowled well. We saw him a couple of days ago, Shah Faisal, on field number 5. You get the feeling that he was always going to spearhead this Stallions X spin attack.
No run.
Yeah, into the offside. Well stopped by the fielder. Looks like Sharad number. That might be Tajinder Singh. He's done well.
Yeah, talk about Kashif Bhatti, like I said, the experience, 121st class games, 83 T20 games, and plenty more List A games.
Oh yes, buddy.
At a higher level. Definitely means that he knows his craft. He's very wily. Closes out over number 4. It's 17 for 1.
Deep point or square? ठीक है एक ही चीज है दोनों टेंशन नहीं
17 for 1.
New bowler.
Sadeep Ganesh, the man dismissed. Wicket maiden from Kashif Bhatti, the last one. Excellent stuff from the wily left-arm spinner.
So it looks like Ghulam Mudassar has been given the ball here, Shah Faisal. And so Isan Adil gets a relief, 2 overs, no made, none for 8 from him. And we'll come in to bowl to Tarun Adada. He's been there for some time. He's failed to connect on a couple of times. We'll have to wait and see if that fortune change now as Ghulam Mudassar. Ball into the onside and they scamper through, and so he is a chance for him to get better fortunes on the other end, as now for the first time he's run across. It's 18 for the loss of 1.
Tajinder Singh really disappointed. I think he had the opportunity. Just turn around and a shy, just 15 yards out. Seaside on angle to see if the batter was short. Would have been pretty close.
Yes, leg stump.
If that had hit direct.
So this game is a couple of the teams. One from Group B, and of course one from Group A. Shah Faisal. We talked about coming to this elimination day with a clean slate, and it's now the knockout stage. Already we've seen a couple of teams from both groups. exited the tournament. And it all comes down to a very important day. Semi-finals tomorrow and of course the grand final on Sunday. But so much to play for. That's a good shot into the hands of the fielder Isan Adil. And another tame dismissal. Nitish Kumar is gone. It's 18 for 2 now.
Well, that's a big wicket. Nitish Kumar is one of the form men, looking to give himself some room and hoik it over that fielder at mid-off. Ball got big on him and couldn't control it. Went straight to Ehsan Adil, who wasn't going to make a mistake. Ghulam Mudassar makes immediate impact. And it is the big man Nitish Kumar in the big game. Walks out for a duck. And the Cardinals now 18 for 2.
So Bishnoi comes to the middle. 18 for the loss of 2. We've seen one from Ghulam, and we've seen a wicket from Kashif Bhatti. And you get the feeling, Shaw Faisal, early pressure here on the Cardinals. They're 2 down with 18 on the board.
That is left stump, sir.
And we talked about they've never struggled to get among the runs when they've batted first, but they're 2 down with just 18 on the board. We've seen the departure of Saideep Ganesh. We've seen the departure of Nitish Kumar, 2 quality batters. And now it's down to the likes of Bishnoi, Tarun Adada, and the others to come. Raymond Reefer is still a big factor. Into the offside. We'll get a run and straightly off the way. In fact, Ankur Kassal is the batter. I was wondering, Bishnoi usually batted at 4, but he's left-hander, so Kassal comes out here. Shaw Faisal is 19 for 2.
You've seen these morning games. Today the pitch is quite good. These morning games have demanded for batters to take their time early doors, and then they can express themselves and use the conditions. With wickets in hand, you can really go big towards the back end of the innings. But trying to go too hard in the power play have resulted in early wickets.
Yeah, you're right on that, Shaw Faisal. The wicket has really gotten better as we come down to the last few days of this tournament. And when you look at the Stallions side, Shaw Faisal, we saw a rest day for Ghulam Mudassar yesterday. Isan Adil took a day off. And so you get the feeling that these pacers are all ready, recharged. And it's no wonder we've seen some balls really with good pace. Into the offside, and that will complete the 5th over. So 5 gone. It's 20 for the loss of 2.
So 19 for 2. Brian Walters here with you to start over number 6, last over of the power play coming up. And you have a lefty and a righty at the crease. Ankur Kassal is 1 from 1. Tarun Adada 3 from 10. And speaking of lefties, I can think of no better lefty to have in the commentary booth next to me than the rock of the West Indies batting side for several years. The great Shiv Narayan Chandapal joins me here. Shiv, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine.
So Shiv, I will say this. I was shocked to see you when I got here this morning. Didn't even know you were here with the setup. You're here managing, or coaching rather, with these youngsters from the Cardinal. I want to hear a little bit about your experience with them, what brought you to them, and then what do you expect to happen the rest of the way?
Obviously, I'm here to doing some coaching with these boys. We look from what I'm seeing so far from this tournament and even from minor league cricket. I mean, it's massive. There's a lot of development out here. There's a lot of talent, and the standards is pretty much good. And you know, I haven't seen this in a long time.
Talk about the standards. You would have been around the setup here in the U.S. for a while. You were the coach, if I remember correctly, of the U19, no, the women's team for a while, right? And so you go all the way back to when you used to come up and play the six-a-side tournaments in Sarasota over the Thanksgiving holidays. So you've been in and around the U.S. setup for a while. I want your sense of where things have been for the last several years and what do you think is going to happen going forward?
Well, the good thing about what I'm seeing from back then to now is that a lot of young fellas now are involved in the cricket. So once you have young players are playing, the development is heading in the right direction. And you can see it out there. There's a lot of young players out there now. Back then, you have a lot of older guys playing, but now you
So
have
true.
now you have a lot of young players, and they're not just young players. They're talented young players, and they are able to smack the ball around the place, bowl with decent skills, and some good pace for some of the young pacers. And not pace alone, they still have some skills to go with it. And the cricket look really good. It's looking really good from from outside, starting up watching it. It looks really good.
By the way, and they didn't announce it, Tejinder Singh is the new bowler, off-spinner bowling the last over of the power play, 22 for 2 on the board. It's interesting that you mention about the youngsters because obviously from a developmental standpoint, we'll get back to that in a second. That goes right across the line. Wicket number 3, I want Shiv Chandapal's opinion on that shot for that ball.
It's a bit. It was a big heap on leg there. I think you should have covered the line a little better. Probably trying to hit it a little more in front of square, trying to pick the gap, and did not cover the line properly. And it was a straighter ball that came right through. Yeah, so you see from that video there, you see he's already gone across, and I find when the ball keeps a bit lower on the wickets out here, it's a little more difficult for them to bat. And when it bounces a bit more, it's a lot easier. And I think that all come down to playing more on matting wickets or artificial wickets where when the ball bounces more, it's easier for the guys to score and bat better on it.
That's such an important point, and I want you to talk about that a little bit more because historically in this country, most of our cricket is played on artificial surfaces, whether it be matting or whether it be, concrete with AstroTurf on top of it. But the difference between, let's call it recreational level cricket and proper high level cricket has to be the surface that you're playing on.
Well, look, turf cricket, the ball always going to keep a bit lower. That's why we said you assess the conditions. And when you go to a ground and you see the wicket is been a bit lower, obviously you cannot be so upright looking to play the ball on the bounce and stand up straight and looking to play the ball. You have to be bending forward and leaning into your shot a little more. This is one of the things we knew from way back then. Like even when I played for Guyana, US would send a team to the Caribbean. We know they're playing on turf pitches. We're trying to make sure that we do not make too many ball bounce too much, keep them as low as possible, maybe hitting the top of the stumps mainly. And it worked for us back then. And, now that you have more turf pitches out here, these guys are going to learn to play on turf pitches a little more, which is going to help them when they go on different conditions to play on different turf pitches around the world to play on international games, or whatever games they play in overseas. It's going to help them more because you have more turf wickets out here now.
Words of wisdom. End of over number 6, 22 for 3. The power play is up. Losing 3 wickets inside the power play is probably not something that you want as a coach.
Well, definitely not. You want a better start, but I'm guessing it's a bit difficult out there. It's not as easy we might think from out here. Yes, yet again they will have to be able to assess and see what's we'll talk about what's gonna be a good score out there and try and make sure we could achieve that and go out there and try and defend it.
So we talked about the pitch. From this end, the southern end of the ground, this is Ghulam Madasta coming into bowl. Left arm pace. You saw Ehsan Adil, the tall Pakistani right-handed fast bowler earlier. Looks to be a decent amount of pace and carry, at least from this end.
Yeah, look, even though the wind is coming down and he's running into the wind, he's still able to generate a decent amount of pace. That's what I'm saying. The talent out there, they have a lot of talent out there, good talents, and the cricket look really good from outside. The cricket look really, really good. You have good left-arm seamers, right-arm seamers, good spinners, and they bowl very well. They know how to vary the ball, how to vary the pace, how to, what line and length to bowl. And bowl into the field most of the time, and it looks really, really good.
You mentioned left-arm seamers. I'm going to ask you to go back in memory. The very first name in terms of a left-arm seamer I would think would come to mind for you in terms of your opponents would have been Wasim Akram. But apart from him, tell me some other left-arm seamers who you had found challenging as you played in your career.
Well, look, I think Ryan Sidebottom also would have been one of them. In English conditions is a bit difficult to deal with. And so much others you play around the globe. Trent Bolt. I'm trying to remember a few more.
Okay, let's not qualify it as left-arm pace bowlers, just bowlers in general. What bowlers over the years? And yes, you scored over, from memory, 11,000 test runs and a whole heap of other runs, but you've had success more than failure. But give me some bowlers who at least have made you work for your runs.
Well, they got guys who probably make you sweat like Wasim and them when these guys coming on to bowl. I remember one incident in Pakistan. We played in Pakistan in Karachi, and Carl Hooper was batting, and he was on 85.
Yeah.
And Inzi was waving to Wasim to warm up, and Hooper was saying to me, "He's coming on to bowl now." And apparently he wanted to bowl and Sacklin was bowling, so they brought Azhar Mahmood.
Yeah.
They told him to bowl the one over there, and Hoops was saying to me, "Okay, well, before Wasim come on, I'll get 100." And he did. Azhar came on to bowl the one over. Hooper hit him over extra cover, I think, for 6, or back over his head for 4, and then he got a single, got to the next one.
Outstanding.
And then he got another boundary, which he got 100 from that, and then Wasim came on to bowl, and the same over Wasim bowl came on to bowl, got him out, and it was unbelievable. He bowled 2 balls from over the wicket, went across Carl.
Yeah.
And Carl was just playing bat and pad, but he was leaving a little gap. And then he decided he didn't go around the wicket. He bowled another couple of balls going away and still do the same thing. Carl did the same thing, leave the little gap there again, and he bowled 1 ball, came back.
Wow.
1 ball that came back and went through that gap and hit the stumps. And then, when you have bowler at that level, that skills, you know that he can get you out at any time. I remember myself batting in Antigua too. I was on 89, and he bowled me a full toss outside off stump.
Yep.
And I said, I'm not going to hit it hard. I'm going to just squeeze it for 4. And man, that ball swings so late and came back and hit that off stump. And I was like, damn, this guy's have some skill.
Skied, is this catchable? A long run, it will fall in no man's land, I think. So that is fascinating, and I think a measure of the man. In fact, it's the end of over number 7. I think we're going to go for a quick commercial break. 25 for 3 is your score after 7.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball. Shivnarine Chandapal. And so 7 gone. Brian Walters is 27 for 3. We've seen very good bowling here from Stallions X. And you get the feeling Central Cardinals will have to stitch some innings together here. 7 gone, 27 for 3.
Well, that was a treat. It's a little early in the morning to talk about treats, desserts, and so on, but talking to Shivner and Chandapal and being able to hear stories of... It's always interesting to me, Lenny, when you hear somebody who's retired from international cricket over a decade ago and can tell with specificity how many runs was Carl Hooper on when Wasim Akram was going to come back into the attack and what was the conversation like between the two. That is fascinating stuff to me. But we do have a match to cover here, don't we? 28 for 3, 1 delivery into over number 8.
So Tajinder Singh comes in here. And so far we've really seen a strong bowling performance from the X. Oh, that's a lovely strike from Bishnoi, and it goes away for a much needed boundary here for the Cardinals.
Haven't had very many of them. That's a lovely strike from Chaitanya Bishnoi. The way or the reason why you bring the off spinner Tejinder Singh into the attack probably is to try to neutralize Chaitanya Bishnoi. But he's very strong through the offside, particularly over extra cover. That's a shot that he likes to play, playing with the turn toward extra cover. Great strike for 4.
And Brian, we saw the top of the order, Saidip Ganesh, very soft dismissal. Nitish Kumar was another one, didn't stick around too long. And now we come down to the likes of Bishnoi and Castle. They'll have to stitch together a big partnership here. Still a long way to go.
Truly a big partnership needed. Only scoring right now, Lenny, at the rate of 4.36 and over. That's not nearly good enough. We looked at the pitch earlier. I know you saw the bounce and pace from Ehsan Adil. Ghulam Adasar is getting a serious amount of bounce and pace himself. To me, Lenny, this feels like a wicket that you need to be able to score at least 150, 140, somewhere in that range to be competitive. If you don't get anything along those lines, then you're going to have trouble keeping a rampant Kingsmen Stallions X side from winning this match.
And what we've seen, Brian, from this Stallion X bowling lineup, the variety is pretty much there. We saw Ehsan Adil, we saw Ghulam Mudassar, the left arm seamer. We've seen Kashif Bhatti, left arm spinner. Now Tajinder Singh, the off spinner.
Only reason why, as I said, you bring Tajinder Singh in to try to neutralize the attack from Chaitanya Bishnoi. But for me, Lenny, the biggest issue is going to be the pace itself and how it comes onto the bat. Well, it's end of over number 8, 35 for 3.
He's next to you. That's our new bowler. Coming right on round.
So it looks like Asif Mahmood has been given the ball. Brian Walters.
Again, Lenny, we really do look exactly alike. I can see why you keep calling me Shah Faisal.
And when you look at the leading wicket takers of the tournament, this man with ball in hand, Asif Mahmood, 12 wickets so far. And he's looking for more, still more cricket to be played for this team. So he comes in here into the 9th over. And we'll come into bowl to Bishnoi. A play in the miss, and the ball goes through to the captain, Shayan Jahangir.
From my memory, Lenny, all the overs that have been bowled from the northern end of the ground have been spin. And it appears as though you have a strategy of bowling the spinners from the north end where the wind is coming from. The wind is pretty strong today, somewhere around 15, 20 miles an hour. And then the Pacers running into the wind, which is always difficult. But you've seen good bounce and pace from all the Pacers who've bowled so far.
So ball pulled into the onside, finds the gap, Bishnoi, and it goes away for a much needed boundary here for the Cardinals.
Well, you need a lot of these. Bounce and pace is there, but Chaitanya Bishnoi was so ready for that ball. And the ball is bouncing, but it's getting up that one around stomach heights, which to a batter like Chaitanya Bishnoi will not present that much of a problem. Look how well in front of square he played that ball, toward mid-wicket, which tells me he's seeing it early, and even though the ball is coming onto the bat, he's equal to the task, Chaitanya Bishnoi.
So Brian, I talked about Asif Mahmood with 12 wickets, top of the table so far. You look back at 2024 and 2023, those numbers quite prominent at the top of the table for the most wickets, one by Harmeet Singh and one by Hassan Khan. So essentially, you get the feeling that we're going to pass 12 this year.
Well, you would think. And Asif Mahmood, tremendous bowler, coming off of an injury, has been out for a while. So I would estimate that his pace right now is about 75 to 80% of what it can be at top level, but still plenty pace to trouble the batters.
Yeah, good delivery again. And you talked about what we've seen from this end. We've seen Isa Adil bowl pretty quickly, and we saw Ghulam Mudassar. Now it's Asif Mahmood on the other end. You talked about Kashif Bhatti. He's been so good today. 3 overs, 1 minute, 2 for 4.
So as I said, you like the strategy of bringing the spinners in from the northern end because that's where the wind is coming from. And anything struck, you saw the dismissal, the first dismissal of the opening batter who went down the ground, pretty much nailed or middled it, but hit it into the wind. And a pretty simple catch by Shehan Jayasuriya. He's not going to drop those. So I like the strategy. It's a two-pronged strategy. Bring the pacers in from the south and the spinners from the north.
Yeah, ball pulled into the onside. Not timed well. And Brian, I made a point that Central Cardinals never struggled for runs when they batted first. 172 in their opening games. And they got 202 against the Lightning in their third match of the series. So 41 for 3 here, going just over 4.5 runs and over. They've found probably a sterner opponent in Stallion X, but still some ways to go. Asif Mahmood will complete his first over here. And we've known the class of Bishnoi. And look at that, still a very good over here from Mahmood. So this one comes to an end. 9 gone, it's 41 for 3. So the action will continue. Brian Walters, it's elimination day. Couple of games on tap today. And that's the Cardinals. We talked about soft dismissals of Saidib Ganesh and in particular Nitish Kumar. Other than that, we've seen a very good bowling performance here from the X.
Speaking of X, I think the X factor the rest of this innings is going to be the captain, Raymond Reefer. Tremendous left arm spin from, you saw the bowling from the northern end of the ground, but Raymond Reefer, even into the wind, is a powerfully built man and can clear the boundaries straight. And it feels like if this pair can put together a partnership, and it might be less about how many runs the partnership can score, even though you want them around 6 runs and over. But when the platform is set for Raymond Reefer to come in maybe in the 14th over and then be aggressive toward the back end of the innings, that feels to me like the formula to getting something in the range of 140, 150.
So Usman comes into the attack, more left arm spin, Brian. And straight away a single off the bat of Casal. Still some ways to go. We talked about their run rate at it for the time being just under 5. This is good bowling from Stallions X.
Really good bowling indeed, and you're going to want to find a way to accelerate. Currently, the run rate is around 4.56. That doesn't trouble many teams. A projected score there being 92. And if we're talking about 140, 150, like we were mentioning early, you're going to have to start going somewhere around the rate of 9 and over. 9 and over from here gets you to 140, and I think you'd want to go north of that.
So second left arm spin we're seeing here. We saw Kashif, and now we're seeing Khalid. Oh, into the offside. Doesn't get more simpler than that. And we talked about too soft dismissal. Well, this one is even softer. And Bishnoi gone 42 for 4.
Lenny, before the game started, coach of the Stallions ex Amir Siddiqui was hitting some catching practice to me, and I could have taken that catch. It was that soft. It looped up about 20 miles an hour, waist height. That is a catch that anybody on this ground, and including youth cricketers when they come here, would have been able to take that. So Chetende Bishnoi will be very disappointed. You see him walking off there in ultimately dejected fashion. That is something that you would want to have been able to capitalize on. The ball was there. If you extend and not play such a defensive shot, go over the man that shot of that man at mid-wicket, you probably get runs for that. And now, Lenny, here is the man I referred to just now, Raymond Reefer. For me, coming in a little bit earlier than he should have, because you want him coming in being aggressive, but now he's going to need to come in to try to rescue his side as opposed to being able to capitalize on a partnership.
So Raymond Reefer, the captain, comes to the middle. Trouble here for the Cardinals. And you're right, Brian. Raymond Reefer would have been better suited to come in probably 12, 13, 14 over, but with something to work with. Maybe if you come in at 12, 13 or 14 over and you've gotten like 90 for 3, 90 for 4, still something to work with. But we saw him bat it extremely well yesterday. He got 46. And he comes in here with a very good, strong bowling performance from Stallions X.
Boy, so much depends on Raymond Reefer. Wide going down the leg side, so a bonus run to start with, but my goodness, he is, to me, the key to putting a big score on the board. And Tajinder Singh, the left, or the, no, apologies, it's going to be Usman Khalid, rather, who is going to be key. The left armor bowling to the left-handed batting Raymond Reefer. Watch out for deep mid-wicket. For me, that's the area that he can score in heavily off of the left-arm spinners.
Big shot into the onside. Gone a long way. Gone high. And it has the distance. Gone for 6.
That is exactly the area I was referring to, Lenny. He can score easily in that area because the ball is turning into him. And even though there is pressure, you put the ball on his pads at your peril, and he's playing with the turn. That's a pretty clean strike for a left-handed power hitter.
And Brian, you talked about the Reefer family, certainly a big name in Barbados. And they've always been in the first class international scene. The name Reefer. You see Raymond Reefer here. We've seen Floyd Reefer at the international level, who's being part of the West Indies team in India now, part of the coaching staff. And earlier on, we would have seen George Reefer. And here's another Reefer for you, Leslie Reefer.
Umpire Leslie Reefer. Brilliant umpire. Brilliant young umpire.
Yeah, part of the big panel at international cricket these days. So final ball to end the 10:50 comes up, by the way. And Kasal is the man on strike. Usman Khalid has gone for 9 in this over. The ball tugged into the onside. Doesn't time it well. And with 51 on the board, that completes 10. And so 10 gone is 51 for 4.
Playing a miss. Asif Mahmood. Big tall lad. Strong shoulders. 51 for 4 at the halfway stage. Cardinals got themselves into a bit of a pickle. Brian Walters?
A bit of a pickle indeed. I think the theme going through the rest of this innings is going to be Raymond Reefer against the left-arm spinners. That, to me, is going... How that goes will represent probably a 30 or 40-run swing potential in this match.
It's a big shot. No signal. Well, a belated signal there from umpire Nuruddin. As Asif Mahmood was suggesting, it did clip the shirt on the way through to wicketkeeper Shayan Jahangir. Yeah, you're done in the middle before the start of the game. The pitch looks very good. It's just 10 o'clock start. Seems pretty early, very cold. Cardinals probably missed a trick by going too hard too soon, in my opinion. He's launched into that. But the jig and the celebration from Asif Mahmood. Usman Khalid with the catch. Strong wind, and that blow was not strong enough to pierce through this wind and go over. Nice sliding take from Usman Khalid. Half the side back in the hut.
Half the side back in the hut indeed. That's not a particularly large boundary. It's 70, make that 65 yards from the center of the pitch. And he took that catch probably 5 yards in. So that's about a 60-yard hit. Not a whole lot of energy or effort behind that shot. Maybe slightly beaten for pace, Shah Faisal. But you mentioned the fact that Asif Mahmood is such a good bowler. And even to me, looking at him bowl here, as you see that dance, he's still dancing out there. He is, to me, bowling at around the 70 to 80% of his full potential pace. But it's still plenty of pace to rush onto the batter, and no real answer on that occasion.
That seems like you, Brian Walters.
Like me. Where did that come from? It has been hours since I've danced that much, Shah Faisal.
Is that happy-go-lucky kind of attitude that Asif Mahmood is expressing? And good fun to watch. Brian Walters. This contest, though, we wanted it a tight contest with teams coming into knockout stages, but no partnerships of note, and that is the Achilles heel so far for the Cardinals.
You mentioned no partnerships of note. That's exactly right. 17 for the first wicket, 1 for the second wicket. I'll go through the rest of them after this ball. Wide again, but third wicket partnership was 20, fourth wicket partnership 10, and just really not really, the fifth wicket partnership 11, not really being able to build anything of substance. I mentioned Raymond Reefer. I don't want to put it all on the captain's shoulders, but it's feeling like he has to somehow take over and dominate. And remember, this is an elimination match, so no time to have second chances here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just asking way too much of your skipper. Although he's capable, no denying his talent and his ability and his form as well coming into this game. He's really found this Paramveer Sports Complex to his liking. He's scored on every surface that he's played. The one behind us, field 2, the best of the lot in terms of the quality of the pitches for batting. That's where he scored runs. But yesterday as well, in a losing cause, he looked very good. Remain unbeaten on 47. Ball. Oh, I thought it went through. I honestly thought it went through. He's been bowling short and then slips through that Yorker, almost getting through the defenses.
The old fast bowler's trick. Look at this Yorker. Look where this ball pitches. On the popping crease, Shah Faisal. That is, you cannot bowl a better Yorker than that. Somehow they converted that into a single, but that's what you get with a fast bowler who has pace. Keep him on the back foot, back foot, back foot, back foot, full ball. And those are the ones that typically get through. Full credit to Maruthi for being able to keep that one away from the furniture.
Yeah, absolutely. They need a partnership. Even at this stage, if Maruthi is able to stay in with Reefer and Reefer finds his best form, there is still time available. 9.2 overs. Can get to a score of around 150. You never know in knockout games. They're playing a miss. I see they get up to 150. It will be hard work from here, but you got to put in the hard yards if you want to beat the quality side that Stallion X is.
You're absolutely right. The one qualifier would be that 140 in an elimination match for the team batting second might feel like about 160, 170. So you do have that scoreboard pressure element that comes to the fore when you know that the team that's batting second is attempting to stave off elimination.
Riding the bounce very nicely. Will come back for the second. Tesure choosing to go to the non-striker end. But nicely done by Raymond Reefer. Generally, this Cardinals side does include quite a few youngsters as well. Good experience for them, and that's where the importance of Raymond Reefer. He might not have showed them how it's done, but through the camp, he would have explained to the youngsters the process as well. 11 done, 56 for 5.
सिंगल में तेरा पूरा खिलाना है इसको आउट हो जाएगा 5 बॉले खेलेगा तो ये एक पीछे जाओ स्लिप छोड़ दे लेग एम्पायर ओके काशी भाई इनु में कह रहे हैं थोड़ा इधर दो लेन दे ये सिंगल नहीं ले वो यहां पे एक करते हैं हां ठीक है इधर आ जा इधर आओ घूमो
Shooting range on the ball, and the think tank of the Cardinals looking a bit worried, looking a bit cold as well. Losing the toss is a big disadvantage under the circumstances. You'll have to keep that in mind all the time. Inside edge onto the pad. Kashif Bhatti into the action again.
Left arm spin. If I am Maruti Reddy, I'm looking to tap the ball into the gigantic gap on the leg side and get Raymond Reefer on strike. There is nobody in the same zip code as Maruti Reddy on the leg side. So if possible, step over, work the ball into the leg side. That is perfect. That is all you need to do. And get the man with the ball turning into him on strike.
Yeah, that was too straight and allowed Maruti that opportunity to rotate strike. Bhatti is really rushing through his overs, not allowing too much time in between the deliveries. Got through with 2 dots and a single. But now he's got Raymond Reefer. Although clever that they're making Reefer hit into that very strong breeze onto his own side. It has to be a real good hit to go over the line. And is this good? Not quite, because of the wind. Almost landing in the lap of Tajinder Singh, it looks like it. He got a hand, but couldn't prevent the boundary.
The wind is the only thing that prevents that ball from ending up in those pine trees at deep mid-wicket. Raymond Reefer is a tremendous striker of the ball. The wind is coming directly from that direction. And so the fact that he got it just over the top of Tajinder Singh, I think speaks to his strength. But if you are the bowler, Kashif Bhatti, you don't mind that shot. Just anything less than a perfect hit in that direction is the end of the captain.
Exactly. That's what I said. It's a clever move by the skipper to bowl the left-arm spinner from that end and making Reefer hit onto the onside with a lot of help from the wind. It's really picked up in the last couple of minutes too.
Yes.
As Kashif Bhatti fires it in outside the off-stump on that occasion. He will be wanting Reefer to drag it from across and lose control. The line should be around off-stump. He has done that, Reefer, but this time bouncing away to the sweeper. 8 of the over, not bad result at all for Cardinals, as Reefer will keep the strike. 12 done, 64 for 5.
64 runs, 12 overs. Shah Faisal, 9 and over from here gets you to 136. 136 to me feels like the minimum amount that you'd want on this pitch, particularly trying to defend that number for the team batting second, where conditions should be better in the second half of this game.
Yeah, you're right. But give them something, at least to challenge, and you never know with a couple of early wickets, you know, that total of 130 can look 150.
Yep. Oh.
It's gone past Shayan Jahangir. Won't go to the fence. I have to wait for the umpire's signal if Reefer did get anything on it. Nothing at all, actually. White ball. So even a better result. 3 runs of that delivery.
Boy, in a game of this magnitude, you cannot afford a lot of extras. Talk about the fact that 130 might seem like 150. Well, you have 14 bonus runs already. 14 extras in this game. 14 represents 20% of the runs that have been conceded in this game so far. You cannot have that as a bowling unit.
You can't. This is another good contest. Raymond Reefer from the Caribbean would love pace on the ball. Ghulam Mudassir is probably the quickest bowler, at least in this game on show. Asif Mahmood might be challenging that, but Ghulam Mudassir is pretty rapid too.
Yes.
So that is a fiery contest.
Strength against strength.
5 wickets down though, Raymond Reefer. That is his challenge. Nicely played. Go fetch that. Wrong line from Ghulam Mudassir. Was penalized with a couple of wides earlier. This time it went one better for the Cardinals. Boundary for Reefer.
2 things that you cannot do from this end is, number 1, bowl that line. Anything going down the leg side will be easily helped away by Raymond Reefer. Loves the ball coming onto the bat. Number 2 from this end is to bowl full. If you bowl, unless it's Yorker length, anything that is drivable, if you get it up in the air, it will be helped by the wind. It will carry over onto the next field. So Ghulam Mudassir has a bit of a small margin for error here.
And he has to be spot on with his line and length. That was pretty much close to that, because you cannot bowl slot, like he said, with the wind. Someone like Raymond Reefer, where he had to produce a perfect hit to get the boundary. On the other hand, even a miss hit will carry over on this end because of the wind.
With pace, a perfect hit from this end ends up on Highway 411.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, not quite 411. It ends up in the parking lot getting ready to pull out onto Highway 411.
No, we're talking about Raymond Reefer perfect hit.
This is true. This is true.
I don't know if you can have a quick glance to that side of the ground where we've seen few deliveries hit in that direction, and there is a little slope leading up to that highway. Quite a few balls went up the slope, not quite to 411, but almost. So that won't be the case here with Maruti hitting towards the offside. He may not produce such a big hit. Chance to catch it. Oh, perilously close to that fielder. But Maruti took a chance and came good with it. The runs continue to flow in this over.
Continue to flow indeed. Asif Mahmood at short mid-off, just out of his reach. Just maybe another 2 feet. If he's able to get over another 2 feet, he might pull off a spectacular catch there. But you need all these runs absolutely flowing for you here.
This is up and over. Chase is on, but it will be in vain. Almost clattering into the combo. Asif Mahmood. Another boundary though. This is good for Cardinals.
Oh my goodness. So I thought that Ghulam Mudassir, or that Asif Mahmood was going to end up on this table in front of both of us here, Shah Faisal. But that's what you need. Again, overpitched on this ball, going straight down the ground. 4 runs to close out the over.
This is where Asif Mahmood is running into Brian Walters. I know who would have come second best.
You leave it right there, sir. My apologies, by the way. I said the end of the over. This is the last ball coming up, but a really productive over nonetheless. 76 runs already, so you're getting more along the lines of what you're looking for if you're pushing toward that 140 mark.
It's 80 now after that boundary, after 13, as we are watching Tejinder start a fresh over.
So yeah, my apologies again. So I was right the first time, but yes, 80. Now, this presents a different challenge with the right arm spin of Tajinder Singh, because now the ball is turning away from Raymond Reefer, and that really will induce a wicket if he hits it toward mid-wicket. So he's going to have to be careful here.
Intriguing, this game of so many different variables.
Yes.
Back and into the hands almost of Sharad Lamba. Diving forward, never easy. It was tipping down on him. 10 out of 10 for the effort. Lamba would be thinking he's better than that.
You hate to be critical, and the most difficult catches to take are the ones flat at you in the outfield. But it just did carry, not able to get his hand underneath it.
All of a sudden, this game has kicked into some action. They were just waiting for me and you to get in partnership in Combox.
Is that all it took? Well, this game is kicked into action because of this partnership. Now we're 31.
And now the singles are coming.
So
very few dot balls in between, and that also is a sign of the innings gaining rhythm and momentum.
If you go 6 and over, 7 and over through, let's say, over number 15, and then from there on, let the dogs loose.
No run. Nice.
You have somebody like Raymond Reefer. By the way, this entire week, every time I've started to say Raymond Reefer, I've said Floyd Reefer. It happens every single time. But if you have him cut loose in the last 4 or so overs, then you certainly can get a much more competitive score on the board.
Yeah, partnership. Again, we mentioned that, and you see a little partnership, and then we see flurry of 4, singles keep coming. And the innings are looking a lot better at 6 and over after 14. It's 84 for 5.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
$84 for 5, 6 to go. Cardinals looking to fight back. Now Hassan Adil from this end. Tall seamer ball, 2 good overs with the new ball. Again, lacked for a little bit of control in the first over. Everyone was so cold at the time.
Right.
It has definitely warmed up with the sun shining brightly now. Still strong breeze, which makes things a bit cooler. But definitely warmer than when we first came at the ground at around 9. Easy single. Fielders sitting back at the edge of the 30-yard, so there are singles available. And to their credit, they've been able to pick them up quite regularly.
So the last 5 overs, Shafa, saw 43 runs scored. So that might not sound very impressive, but it represents 8.6 and over from an overall innings right now that the economy rate is, or the run rate is 6. So you're certainly accelerating at the right time of the innings. You bring Hassan Adil back in for the reason that the captain senses that that acceleration is taking place.
Cramping him for space, but again, soft hands, watching the ball onto the bat and getting a single. Yeah, just a while ago you said 9 and over would have taken them to 136. I think from here on in the last 6, 9 and over will take them to 139. I make it, which is still slight improvement. And with wickets intact, the partnership going, the deeper they go into the innings, that 9 and over can be converted into 10, 11, even 12 if Reefer gets a good day. So they're still hanging in there. This partnership needs to carry on though for a little longer. Our chance, Ehsan Adil misses from 10 yards out. He had all the 3 stumps to aim at.
He looked. He took his time. He had all the time in the world, and he probably could have read a book in that time. Look at this here. Look at this. When that throw passes, he is not even in the shot. That was one that you wanted to have. Ehsan Adil is a brilliant fielder for a man his size. He will want to have hit there. As you mentioned, he had 3 stumps to aim at. And from that angle, boy, you'd like to fancy the big fast bowler's chances of being able to make that hit.
Well, he'd be regretting the fact that in his younger days he didn't play those marbles. If you're good at that, you could easily find those 3 stumps a lot bigger target than a marble. Edgy runs away down the hill. Jayasuriya gives up the chase nice and early. A boundary to Reefer. And the innings continue to propel for the Cardinals.
So Ehsan Adil, you don't expect him to pitch up to Raymond Reefer because Reefer can go back over his head. But look at the big man here, just opening the face, intentionally playing that late, opening the face just to get it far enough the man inside the ring at backward point, and it races away down the hill. A bit of a, maybe a thick outfield, but nothing stops that ball from going all the way to the boundary.
That shows the versatility of the man.
Yes.
He's got the power. He showed us he's got the touch as well. Oh, that's a flashing blade. Sweeper wouldn't get to it. It went flat and hard and over the fence. Raymond Reefer at his very best.
Again, trying to not pitch up to him, but the mistake that you make here, Ehsan Adil, is going too wide. And he does not need room to play that shot. You cannot allow Raymond Reefer to free his arms like that. Flashing it away, and again, the wind is coming from that direction, but the ball still carries over the ropes at deep point for 6. And you mentioned it, flat and hard, all the way over point for 6.
This is looking good. Looking very good last few overs. It's gone again. This time to the left of that sweeper and a long way over. Not as flat, but it went very, very far. Back-to-back 6s to close out over number 15.
Stop me if I've said this before. You cannot bowl that length from this end. From this end, the ball is being helped by the wind. 6 over extra cover. A charge is on the way. 100 is up. 50 partnership. All of those things happening all at once, Shah Faisal. You and Lenny have a really exciting 5 overs remaining.
Asif. Asif जाएं. आसिफ यहाँ आ जाएगा जो इम्पैक्ट आ गया सर शाबाश बॉयज लगे रहो हाँ लगे रहो शाबाश
into the hitting arc of Raymond Reefer. He's just bowling it darts and bowling wide outside the off stump, not allowing Reefer to get underneath. Margin for error will be very small for Kashif Bhatti against the likes of Raymond Reefer.
And Shah Faisal is beginning to make the point of how many sixes, 279 so far. But how many sixes personally were batters in this series? Well, we saw Mukhtar Ahmed with 14 sixes. We saw Jariwala with 12. And Raymond Reefer came into today's play with 13 sixes. He has struck 4 already, so he's at the top of the table with 17.
He's been the form man throughout the tournament. Other players will have a say about it because they will have games as well, but especially Mukhtar from the Eagles. But Raymond Reefer, what a knock.
And the fact is, he's not done yet, and we saw some cheap scores from the top order, but Raymond Reefer and Maruti Reddy. They've posted a 58-run partnership now, Shah Faisal. And this over's gone for 7 so far from Kashif Bhatti.
To apologize for the little bit of lagging behind in the scoring at the bottom of your screen. I'm sure they'll catch up pretty soon, but Lenny is up to speed with everything.
So 111 now for 5. The 16th over comes to a close, Shah Faisal. 111 for 5.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is globbed into the onside. A slow, short ball. So welcome back, 16 gone, 111 for 5. And we're down to the last 4 overs. Asif Mahmood comes back into the bowling attack, Shah Faisal.
Let's go.
And we talked about Asif Mahmood came into the attack. In fact, we'll wait and see. He's from the other end. But it's 111 for 5. We apologize for the little lag in what has happened here.
Wicketkeeper standing up, so it looks like it's spin. Kashif Bhatti's got the ball in his hand.
Let's go, man.
Kashif.
One more extra ball.
Let's go.
Over gone out.
It's a little bit of hold up in play. Umpire Ishan. And I think everybody's gone back to their positions because it has been figured out that Kashif Bhatti still has 1 ball to go, which will be bowled now. Couldn't find the gap. Raymond Reefer, hold that, wait and hold up for a dot ball. But now 16 completed. And it's 111 for 5.
काशी भाई ऊपर रे काशी भाई बैटर काशी भाई ऊपर काशी भाई
over number 17 about to start, and it is Asif Mahmood who will continue or will come back from this. And generally fast bowlers have been trusted from this combox and by the skipper Shayan Jahangir. Maruti 17 has played a good hand helping his skipper. Really looking at a good charge towards the finish. Asif Mahmood starts off with the slow delivery. So what, 23 deliveries left, 10 and over at the start of the over. Could take him to that fancied 150. Still apologize for those this scoring tab at the bottom of the screen. They are working on it to get it fixed for you. But I make it 110 with 23 deliveries to go.
So Mahmood will continue. Oh, guided straight into the hands of the fielder, and the big partnership of 58 comes to a close. Maruti gone, very soft dismissal again, and Mahmood picks up another wicket.
Yeah, Hassan Mohsin with the catch. He really got cramped for space, and Stallions needed that breakthrough because the momentum had gone on with the Cardinals for the last 4 overs. Have a look at that slow delivery. Not much pace to work with. He still was looking to use the pace, and in the end just found Hassan Mohsin. Maruthi's knock has come to an end. Played well. It's part of a very good partnership as well. Now 6 down for the Cardinals. 111 on the board.
So we come down. We come down to the latter stages here. Shah Faisal, we saw a big partnership between Reddy and Raymond Reefer. The good news, Raymond Reefer is still out in the middle. He's really batted well. New batter comes to the middle.
Important that the momentum stays with Cardinals if they want to get up to that 150.
How many are 4, right?
Partnerships are key. Another little partnership, and we see Arnab Iyer, new man, joining his skipper in the middle.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Arnab Iyer, the youngster, joining the skipper now. Sliding down on the first instance. And umpire Rudin makes a signal. It is a leg by, but good from the youngster. He got his skipper back. He's in red hot form, Raymond Reefer, so you don't want to keep him off strike for too long with only, 21 deliveries left.
Yeah, Mahmood continues to take wickets. Shah Faisal, Raymond Reefer. You get the feeling if he bats through, they could. It's 112 now, and you talked about 21 balls remaining. If they could get on a ball, probably push this up to 135 around that area. But you get the feeling that if Raymond Reefer can strike a few more lusty blows here. But he has really batted well, not only in this game, Shah Faisal. He's given them some very good scores in this series.
Excellent Yorker. Great delivery from Asif Mahmood. To bowl something special to keep Reefer quiet at this stage, and that is exactly what it was from Asif Mahmood.
Yeah, we saw Reefer a couple of days ago, got a 70, got a big score. Iyer is the man on strike, and a run through here for Asif Mahmood. And folks, if you're watching from home, today is elimination day. A couple of games on tap. Stallions X take on Central Cardinals. And then, of course, we've got another eliminator at 2 o'clock. And tomorrow are the big semis, Shah Faisal, and, of course, the grand final on Sunday. And the other eliminator will feature Kingsmen and Seattle Thunderbolts. Sort of like a different format this year, Shaw Faisal, allowing 3 teams to go through on each group to the playoff.
Well, this has been a very good over from Asif Mahmood. Took the wicket, broke the partnership, and kept the run scoring down.
So the 17th over comes to a close. A short ball from Asif Mahmood. It's 113 for 6.
Short ball. Very, very well directed. Very well directed. And a good call from the umpire as well. He's calling it 1 for the over. And it was the last ball and over call. 17 gone, 113 for 6.
So we come down to the last 3 overs here, Shaw Faisal. A lot of tall trees in the background, and those trees might have been here for many, many years, Shaw Faisal.
Beautiful setting to this gorgeous venue here, the Paramveer Sports Complex. Very picturesque in nature. 6 beautifully manicured cricket fields, all with turf wickets, and this is obviously the showground, the field number 1. Watching Ghulam Mudassir, we haven't seen pace from that far end for quite some time. Now Ghulam Mudassir has been given the ball.
Yeah, picked up 1 so far, got a wicket of Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, crucial wicket of Nitish Kumar because he was one of the key men in the top of the order. And once he was dismissed, those 5 wickets fell pretty cheaply until this man on your screens, Raymond Reefer, joined the action. And now, with the last over being a quiet one, pressure is right back on Reefer to find the boundary in this over.
So again, taking on the pad, big appeal. They're going to go through for a leg by.
Very difficult to do anything with such brilliant deliveries. We saw a great Yorker in the previous over from Asif, and now it's Ghulam Mudassir. Look at where it landed, right on the popping crease. Just a single resulted to the total. Now youngster Arnav will really be tested against the pace of Ghulam Mudassir. Atlanta Fire in the home franchise from this part of the world for Mana League and also in this tournament. Arnab, they're going for a run. The throw is wild. Sharad Lamba got the ball away quickly, but it wasn't accurate. And the youngster doing the right thing by getting the skipper back on strike.
Yeah, driven into the offside. Good looking shot. And now we come down to Raymond Reefer. He's really batted well. We saw him getting a 46 yesterday, Shaw Faisal, in a losing cause. Oh, good bowling. Brilliant ball from Mudassar Nazar. In fact, from Ghulam Mudassir.
Oh, Lania Chawar. Look at that, where that ball pitched. Right beneath the popping crease, and even with Raymond Reefer in the kind of form that he's in, he couldn't do much with it. That is sensational piece of bowling from Ghulam Mudassir. Yeah, and at pace too.
It just goes to show, Shaw Faisal, where on the wicket you can get a single right on the crease. But don't try it too often. Yeah, full toss into the offside. And you get the feeling, you look at Arnav Iyer, Shaw Faisal, seems to be playing straight.
Yeah, he's doing the job what he's required to do. That is to his credit. Raymond Reefer 4 away from a half century. Now with balls running out, this has been the second over in a row that has really been delivered nicely. And that has put the pressure back right on Raymond Reefer.
Oh, cut away. That's a lovely shot. He finds the gap and it goes away for 4 and brings up a half century for Raymond Reefer.
He raises the bat. A much deserved applause, and he's keeping his side in the game. A boundary that was much needed on the last ball of over number 18. Stepping away, giving himself some room to counter for that Yorker that Ghulam Mudassir was looking to bowl. Squeezes it away. And that is a classy shot to bring up his 50. Have a look at that. Not looking to go hard and bludgeon, just squeezes it away. Timing to perfection. And boundary to end over number 18. It's 121 for 6.
So match day, and you're looking at Eliminator 1. Central Cardinals and Stallion X coming up later on at 2 o'clock. In fact, 2:15, Kingsmen will take on the Thunderbolts. And so a couple of overs remaining here. Asif Mahmood will bowl 1. Shaw Faisal, you get the feeling, here we go. Brian Walters and Chelsea Douglas on your screen. So the partnership of 10, Raymond Reefer, another half century, and I say another half century, got a 70 in one of the league games, Shaw Faisal. And we come down here with a couple of overs remaining. Iyer will be on strike. And they've really recovered well to post 121, as you can see on your board, but they were batting at one time, Shaw Faisal 53 for 5. And we saw a big partnership of 58 between Raymond Reefer and Maruti. And so ongoing work still on the outer skirt of the playing facility here at the Atlanta Paramveers playing field.
The umpires are keeping a close tab on the proceedings. The flow of the games have been terrific in this tournament. This innings, though, I think I've heard through the stumps, Mike, a couple of times the umpires had to remind Shayan Jahangir that they were running behind. And you know what's the consequence if you do fall behind? You have to bring an extra man inside the ring for that time that you overrun. Is that the case right now? I don't think so, but probably maybe for the 20th over.
So flicked away, couple of runs on tap. Raymond Reefer says no. And so he is the man on strike, as see a lot of staff working the event. Of course, you talked about the man who's keeping time. And that's the panel, the third umpire, so to speak. Just making sure that we've got a timely move on things here at pitch at ground number 1. Raymond Reefer, a half century for him, and we talked about several sixes today for him, 4 sixes, and he tops the table in how many sixes has been struck in this tournament.
Yeah, so Mahmood has very little margin for error with Reefer hitting with the wind onto the onside. He did bowl that delivery outside the off stump and got him off strike. This is what the Stallions would want to do. Ball at the youngster.
Yeah, short ball. Play and a miss, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper Cheyenne Jahangir.
Slower bouncer. It died on the way. You could see him rolling the fingers over it. Good line for the bouncer though. Over the right shoulder of the batter. An excellent height. Just between the shoulder and head height. Will be called one for the over. So Asif may not explore that short pitch option in the remainder of the over, as he's not allowed to.
Into the offside. Will only get one. And so no harm done so far, as if Mahmood has gone for 3 and 4 balls, Shaw Faisal. So this has been a very good one, considering we only have one more over after this.
Yeah, keeping Raymond Reefer away from strike for as long as they can in the remaining 8 deliveries, that will be their success. But now Reefer is on strike and that onside boundary is in danger.
Playing a miss, and the ball goes through to the keeper. So still a very good over here from Asif.
Yeah, that's the plan. Just keep the ball away from Reefer. Although we've seen him hit 2 sixes on the offside as well, when given too much room. But Asif cleverly is taking the pace off and the ball gripping in the surface. This older ball now. One delivery to go. Raymond Reefer wants to go big or wants to take a single and keep the strike for the last over. Big decision to make for the skipper.
Yeah, good delivery. No elevation. Gets a single. Closes out over number 19. It's 125 for 6.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
As expected, Shaw Faisal has been given the final over. Raymond Reefer will be on strike. Cardinals, 125 for 6.
Asif Mahmood finished with 2 for 15, I think, in his 4 overs. Excellent performance. Especially that last couple of overs were really brilliantly delivered.
Got bring one in?
Third man up in the ring. Fine leg up in the ring as well. Reefer looking around.
Oh, straight. And that's a lovely shot. Bisecting the gap. Gone for 4.
Not a bad delivery. Didn't allow Reefer to get underneath it, but he's so strong. Went right back in his crease. Though it came off the bottom part of the bat, but still, because it was placed so nicely, it went over the fence. And a good start to the over for the Cardinals. They got that boundary away early in the over to put Ehsan Adil back under pressure.
So 4 4s and 4 6s of the bat of Raymond Reefer. And Shaw Faisal came in at a time in which they were struggling at 53 for the loss of 5. And you look on your scorecard there, he's up to 56. So what a knock we've seen from him. A fight in 1. And still 5 balls to go in this over. Doug in the leg side will have to be rebowled. And so more runs here for the Cardinals.
Yes, Adil feeling the pressure that I just mentioned after being hit for a boundary in the first delivery. Seems a long over to go through with five runs off the first ball. Reefer just staying still on that occasion. He's earlier been moving around his crease to put the bowler off. It's a game of cat and mouse. Watch at Reefer's feet and what Ehsan Adil can come up with. Goes deep in the crease, goes straight, but couldn't get under. Excellent stuff from Ehsan Adil. Reefer has decided not to take the run. So that is a good move in my opinion.
Yeah, Shaw Faisal realizing that. Only a few more balls in this over, 4 to be exact. And he wants to retain as much strike as he possibly can. We talked about earlier on when I was with Brian Walters. Raymond Reefer certainly comes from a cricketing family. A lot of family members have played for Barbados and certainly in the West Indies. And oh, could be a run out here. So a case of friendly fire. Iyer was out of his crease. The ball deflects from the boot of Isan Adil and a wicket falls.
Unfortunate way to go. Reefer would have been looking for a couple of runs down the ground. It was smashed and got the boot. Umpire didn't need any assistance from the technology. Ishan and Iyer was stranded. And that is the wicket, but in all reality, no damage done as Reefer is still on strike with 3 to go. 130 for 7 now.
And Shaw Faisal, I was making the point, a cricketing family for Raymond Reefer. Family member Floyd Reefer played at the international level. May have captained the West Indies at one time. We'll check that at the halftime stage. But I know Floyd Reefer is in India with the support staff for the West Indies team. Can't score. This has been a good set of deliveries here. We saw Raymond Reefer refusing to take a single, and we've seen 2 dot balls, we've seen a wicket.
Yeah, that all can be made up for if Reefer is able to hit a couple of sixes on those last 2 deliveries to get him up above that 140. You can't blame him. This is the right strategy. Reefer had to take the entire last over to maximize whatever Cardinals can get.
Into the offside, a slashing shot, gone for another maximum. And that's maximum number 5 of the bat of Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, the minute Ahsan Adil erred in length, moved away from that Yorker length, Reefer was ready, cleared the front leg, and free swing of the arms. That is one of those maximums that he was eyeing after the last 2 deliveries. Now 1 to go. And I don't think Reefer will have anything other than hitting a 6 on his mind.
So 11 off this over. We've seen a run out in this over. Here is the final ball. 136 on the board. Good delivery. They'll come back for 2 for sure. And that could be it. 138 Shaw Faisal for 7 off their 120 balls.
Well, even that looked unlikely after they were 54 for 5. But thanks to a magnificent knock from the skipper, 62 unbeaten of just 35 deliveries, really came good in this pressure game and has given his team a sniff. They've got runs on the board in the knockout game, and it will be up to the Stallions X to come up and chase it down to book a spot in the semi-final. Interesting game. First 10 overs completely belonging to the Stallions X, but Cardinals, through their skipper, made a fighting comeback. And coach Shiv Narain Chandapal will be giving a pep talk to his charges, telling that how important it is to give it your all in the knockout game when they go out in the field and leave nothing behind. And don't expect anything but from a team led by Shiv Narain Chandapal.
Yeah, we've seen a fine knock from Raymond Reefer. And you talked about Shaw Faisal. There were quite a few wickets down. Not a very interesting power play for them. Just got 20 plus in that 6 over phase. But we saw a very good knock from Raymond Reefer. 62 not out. And it's 136 for 7 at the end of their 20 overs. Yeah, Saideep Ganesh and the top order was essentially very lukewarm at the top. But look at Raymond Rifa's 62 off 35 balls, and we talked about a big partnership with Maruti Reddy, 50 plus run partnership between the pair, and Shaw Faisal with Raymond Rifa towards the end. He really gave them a few more runs, and it's 136 for the loss of 7.
The bowling effort was pretty good from the Stallion X. It conceded 18 extras, a bit of a help to boost that total, but Ehsan Adil wicketless today. Kashif Bhatti, Ghulam Mudassir and Tejinder with 1 wicket apiece alongside Usman Khalid. But I think once again Asif Mahmood was the pick of the bowlers. 4 overs, 2 for 15. Bowled quick, bowled with great accuracy and control. The execution of his skill set was outstanding today once again for the tall all-rounder.
Yeah, so match summary so far. There be more to come. This is just the first innings. Rifa, certainly a standout batter today. And of course, we talked about already being good, 17, and Bishnoi, 13. So we talked about 2 eliminators today. Later on, we'll see the Seattle Thunderbolts. They will come up against the Kingsmen. For Shaw Faisal, we have seen a big fight here from the Cardinals to get up to 136, as you can see on the board. And we've got Ehsan Adil along with Brian Walters for a quick chat.
Well, it's good bowling effort, and I think Ehsan Adil, being the most experienced of the lot, will have to say something that how did he find the conditions and all, but he's getting it ready. So is Brian Walters. I think it's just about time to head over to Brian Walters. Over to you, Brian.
Ehsan Adil, decent start with the ball. I think fell apart a little bit in the middle overs, but closed strongly with the ball, including a good over from you in the last over. How do you think the innings went for you?
Yeah, first start is a good bowling, like little bit seam. My focus just only hit the good area. But last time he hit good 6s in a middle over. You can't imagine, like in the extra cover, one is the point. And I will come back.
So your team, I think before the game, if I said to you, you will concede 136 runs, would you have been satisfied with that?
Yes, I'm satisfied. But good total for the batting unit. I have too much batsmen. That's why this is an easy chase for us. Inshallah.
Did I just hear you say, inshallah, an easy chase?
Yes, inshallah.
So an easy chase. All right, I'll ask you. So you've assumed that you're going to win. Which over will this game be finished in?
Oh, I don't know, bro. What are you saying? But still, we hope, inshallah, we win.
Best of luck to you the rest of the way. Great talking to you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Brian Walters. Ehsan Adil pretty confident, but not sure how long it will take them to get over the line, but he was pretty certain that they have done the job with the ball, and it's up to the batters. Showing great deal of confidence in his batting lineup to get to that. Some innings highlight there. It started off in a very slow fashion. It was very cold in the morning, and so did all the batters felt, because despite a 17-run opening start, Sadeep Ganesh, who was looking to be aggressive from the get-go, I think didn't wait it long enough to get settled. There were a few chances in the field as well. That was the moment when he lost his wicket, looking to go into out. Jayasuriya got in the way. There's another run-out opportunity. Tejinder missing out on that one, and that is the big moment when Nitish Kumar went.
Yeah, it was 3 for 23 around that point. Power play gone pretty cheaply. Taruna Dada, a big shot for him into the offside. Bishnoi came out and he played a couple of big blows along his way. But wickets always continue to fall. At one point, they were batting a 4 for 52. And of course, later on they came batting at 53 for 5. So they lost a lot of wicket along the way, Shah Faisal, but a good fight back from Maruti. And this one, a big partnership that came to an end, a 58-run partnership.
Yeah, that's after they were 54 for 5. Skipper Raymond Reefer opened his shoulders, and that one just barely went over because of the breeze, but then he took on the bowlers with ease. He found a good partner in Maruti, and that partnership that Lenny was talking about was pretty influential. Couple of boundaries of Ghulam Mudassir for Maruti. Ehsan Adil bowled a decent spell. Yet again, there's multiple run-out opportunities missed by Stallion X. As Reefer shows his class with that classy touch. And then the power from the big man. Back-to-back sixes in that direction.
Yeah, he brought up his half century with a lovely 4. And had it not been for him, Shah Faisal, it would have been trouble here for the Cardinals. We saw a good knock also from Arnav Iyer, who looked he looked the part to rotate the strike along with Raymond Reefer. And he was unfortunately run out from a ball that he was struck back, but we saw some fighting set of runs. And Reefer continued to bat along all through the innings. And we came down to the latter stages here, and still Raymond Reefer, quite a production rate from him. And in the end, Shah Faisal posting, look at that, the run out of Arnav Iyer, who was supporting Raymond Reefer pretty well. And so at the end, it's 138. So 138 posted by the Cardinals. We'll take a short break and return back with cricket in about 10 or 15 minutes from now with the Stallion X needing 139 to win.
Let's take a few minutes to chat with one of a handful of men who's played international cricket for 2 different countries. Nitish Kumar, former Canadian player. Let's call him current USA player. This match is going interestingly. You didn't contribute much with the bat today, but some acceleration is happening right now. What are your thoughts on where your team is poised?
I think it's I think we're batting pretty well right now. I generally in the mornings here is going to be pretty tough. It's pretty sticky, and it was holding a bit, so it wasn't an ideal start from us, but we knew it was going to be tough going in first 6, first 7 overs. But as long as we get another partnership and these two keep batting for maybe 2-3 more overs, I think we're doing pretty well. We're hoping that the wicket doesn't change too much, so we have a little bit in it for when we bowl, but we definitely knew coming in if we're going to bat first, it's going to be a bit of moisture. It's just a bit tougher to bat in the mornings.
You talk about the bowling. Most of the bowlers from the southern end have been pace bowlers and have seen good bounce and good pace. I see somebody like a Raymond Reefer. He's occupied otherwise right now, but I could think of him bending his back and getting some good bounce and pace out of this. Apart from him, what other bowlers do you think might be key in the second innings?
We got Zaza back today, which he's been doing well for us. He didn't play yesterday, so he'll be key. I think the spinners would be key today from the one side. There's a longer boundary today, so that'll be key. I'm not sure. I think the wicket looks a little bit better now, so we might not get as much as they did in the first 6, 7 overs. But I definitely think as long as we keep taking wickets, I think we'll be in the game. It just depends how we do here in the last 4 overs or so.
You mentioned the spinners. I personally have seen you bowl more this year than in previous years. Is that a calculated effort on your part?
Not really. I just when the team needs me, I'm ready to bowl. So I think it's been the type of wickets that we've been playing on. They're a bit guys that bowl a little bit slower and into the wicket. It's sort of harder to get away. Generally, just like how their left arm spinner was bowling early on, he was bowling into the wicket and letting the natural variation from the pitch help him out. So that's been the key. But for us, it doesn't matter what we get here. We have to take a couple wickets in the power play to definitely get a good start going there.
And then the last question, I'll ask you to widen the lens a little bit and talk about the bigger picture, cricket in this country. You've seen cricket obviously playing in Canada, and you've been down here for a few years now. What are your thoughts about the development of cricket in this country?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty good, right? I think 3 years ago here we were playing on matting. Now we're playing on grass. So just things like that. And if you see the competition here and the type of players, I think like every team's been pretty decent throughout the tournament. So it's been great to see. As a player, we'd hope there'll be a few more tournaments. There's a few gaps that go on after the summer, so you're hoping that you get a few more tournaments to play, especially if you're not playing for the U.S. or playing other leagues. You keep ticking over in good competitions like this. So I think it's been good, but it has to keep sort of progressing. It can't just stalemate from there, right? So, but it's been good. It's been good to see.
Okay, I'll ask you one more question. With the fall of that wicket, if I were to gauge the Nitish Kumar win predictor, where does it stand right now?
What are we at?
Maybe 117 for 6, something like that.
50-50.
Great talking to you as always.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Nanny deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is locked into the onside, a slow, short ball. So, welcome back to the reply. 139 needed in 20 overs. And we come down to Brian Walters alongside me. Brian, 139 from 120 balls.
In theory, Lenny, a pretty straightforward chase. You heard Nadil at the mid-innings break that he thinks his batters have the ability to take things over. Opening the batting here with captain Shahan Jahangir as well as Tajinder Singh. So interesting, starting with a little bit of left arm orthodox. It's going to be really interesting to see how this pair goes, as it's going to be, again, Shahan Jahangir immediately leading off, finding space over the mid-wicket area. 1 ball, 4 runs, Lenny.
Yeah, another good start from Cameron Hotak. First ball, bowling to one of the best around here. And quickly into the onside. He makes it look so easy, Brian Walters, and gone away for 4.
Shahan Jahangir scored heavily in the recently completed minor league season. I don't have a dog in the fight other than to be somebody who managed to see several of his innings up close. Saw 2 centuries in Grand Prairie. Strikes the ball cleanly, Shahan Jahangir. And with the pressure of this moment, you don't think he's somebody who can feel that type of pressure. Really, really strong player at the top of the order. Interesting choice to open the batting with both Tajinder Singh and Shahan Jahangir. Shahan Jahangir is a normal opener, you know that. But if you are Nadil, you think that the choices of winning are pretty much guaranteed. If you are the Stallions X, I will ask you, Lenny Achabar, who do you give the nose to at this stage?
Well, we've seen Brian Walters, 130 plus, hasn't held up well on this ground. Whether or not it was morning or evening, that's a little bit more minute, but for the time being, not really a big score, but we'll have to wait and see, as looks like Tajinda has gotten off the mark with one.
Certainly working one. Certainly working one down the leg side. And so 3 deliveries in. You're looking for another 133 runs, Lenny, in 117 balls. In modern day cricket, that's not necessarily a very big ask. And it's going to be a much smaller ask if Shayan Jahangir keeps doing this. Finding room over the top of extra cover to go big. The only question now, did it go over the rope?
And Brian, there are very few bowlers in this country who could keep this man quiet. He's piled on the runs, certainly at the domestic level in this country, from year after year. And we're just waiting on a confirmation whether he went for a 4 or he went for a 6, where he went for 6.
Lenny, this is as close as you can get. This next replay here, the bounce, this right here should show you. It's very hard to catch, of course. But there is the confirmation. Goes all the way for 6. So Shayan Jahangir has come in meaning business. You would think he wants this to be a short chase, Lenny.
Yeah, this over has gone for a couple of boundaries. In fact, it's gone for a 4 and then a 6. So 10 and 1, 12. Is gone for 12 already. So not a good start from Hotak.
End of over number, no, one more ball remaining in over number 1. A really fast start. You might have heard Nitish Kumar say you need a few wickets in the power play. Not really starting out doing that here because this is a ball struck straight down the ground. Let's see confirmation whether or not this went over the ropes. But either way, a very fast start from Shayan Jahangir and the Stallions X. And there is your signal coming from umpire Esan Mole. That is the end of a very expensive first over. 16 runs come from it. 16 without loss after 1.
After, bowler is coming right arm over. Yes, next time.
Well, Lenny, if you have a score that is under par, and given that we were talking about the score in the 140-150 range, I think it's fair to say 138 is under par. If you have that sort of a start, you are going to want to take wickets up front and you're going to want to limit runs. Don't think either happened on that first over.
Brian, the fact is, as long as Shayan Jahangir is out in the middle there, you know runs will come quickly. He's not a type of player that will stick around. If he sticks around, he's going to play shots. And we saw an over that gone for 16 from Cameron Hotak. Certainly not a good start for them. Raymond Reefer warming up already. And we saw yesterday in Shaw Faisal and I, every time Raymond Reefer took the ball, he was able to pick up a wicket.
Yusuf Zazai will be opening the bowling from the southern end of the ground. The end of the ground that we thought was more appropriate for pace in the first innings. Let's see how the youngster U21 player Yusuf Zazai does here. Lenny, that had some gas.
Yeah, Zazai comes back into the side in front of Aziz. 2 seamers and already a ball that has gone for a dot ball. Very important in this format. And so he's gotten one of possibly, if he bowls a full spell of 24 balls, he's got 23 now to worry about. Tajinder Singh, he's another free-flowing batter, but we've seen a quick start from Shayan Jahangir.
Well, that's what you need when you're chasing or when you're trying to defend a relatively low par score. You want help from your fielders. Good piece of fielding there at backward point. So you've gotten your one short ball out of the over with early, if that makes sense. Yusuf Zazai has a tremendous amount of pace, Lenny. would you recommend bowling the very first ball of your spell as a bouncer that goes over the top where you can't bowl anymore in the over without conceding a no ball?
Yeah, bowlers are peculiar beings, Brian. Oh, look at that. Easy as you like, and that's 4 runs.
Well, that's why you don't want to bowl the first ball short, Lenny, because everything else after this has to be pitched up. And with the wind coming from the north, you know that a ball that is pitched up to Cheyenne Jahangir will go for runs. So you're absolutely going to not want to not bowl that length. And by the way, my apologies. That's not Cheyenne Jahangir who played the shot. It was Tejinder Singh. But the principle is still the same. If you over pitch anything from this end, it will go for runs. That's why you always want to have the short ball in your back pocket to put in the minds of the batter.
And what we have seen, Brian Walters from the Stallions X, they've used four batters at the top, whether opening or batting a three. Sharad Lumba is another top order batsman, and then we have seen Kananta.
Boy, it's a strong batting lineup. You don't think that there is a lot that could potentially upset the apple cart, so to speak. You mentioned Ari Kananta. He'd probably be in the top 4. We haven't said the name Shayan Jayasuri yet. Just the batting alone in that top 4, top 5 would seem to be enough to be able to carry them all the way down. Somebody like a Sharad Lumba, you mentioned him. Boy, the resources with the bat are so vast that you absolutely need to bowl a tight opening spell here to at least put them under some type of pressure. Right in front and gone, Lenny. Well, that's how you take pressure on, knocking back or getting the batter trapped on the crease, and umpire Nuruddin with no doubt whatsoever. 20-for-1.
Yeah, you never know what surprise could be sprung from these 130 scores. And Brian, so many times we talked about, look at that. Yeah, good call from the umpire. And Yusuf Zazai is quite elated. Tajinder Singh, not many today. The first one goes, is 20 on the board.
20 on the board, so my goodness. You need to get into the middle order. So you want to break that opening partnership. You've done that here. Only another 119 runs, Lenny, and 109 balls. So the required rate just a tick over 6.5 and over. With this team, 6.5 and over, they can ordinarily do in their sleep. So you've gotten essentially into the wickets column. It's going to be important now to keep the run rate down. Still scoring at the rate of 10.91 despite the loss of that wicket.
And you look at Zazai, Brian Walters. He's picked up wickets in this tournament. 2 for 29, 4 for 30 in one game. And we talked about he's coming here replacing Aziz. And he's picked up 1 so far. Kananta comes to the middle. We talked about the top order, what it will look like. And so far, we've been spot on target. We're only now waiting for Lumba to come at 4. And then we talked about it.
But, hey, look. Maybe they're listening to us, Lenny. So, interesting matchup. 2 youngsters. Ari Kananta out of Houston. Father Sadir Kananta is watching on with absolute interest from wherever he is at the moment. The first ball. Flashing. Is this gone? It is gone. Oh, my goodness. 2 and 2 for the quick young man. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from Yusuf Zazai. The last 2 balls of the over, 2 wickets taken, 20 for 2 Stallions X.
So hat-trick when Zazai continues his other over. Look at that, the celebration.
That says, this is my pitch.
This is my turf. I belong here, you don't.
It is interesting. Look at this again. The absolute brilliance of this youngster. And so, yes, you got off to a real fast start. 16 runs from the first over. But look at that second over. 4 runs scored and 2 wickets taken. Watch this again. Just saw all the effort from this youngster. Really brilliant with the ball. And it is now going to be the veteran lefty Shehan Jayasuriya who's coming to the crease. Look at this celebration. Oh, we just saw it there for a second. Okay, we'll catch it there in a minute. But it's that celebration. It's the passion that you like to see. And he did his job. Number one, pull things back. And then number two, taking those two top order wickets, a critical component of being able to defend this total.
So in the meantime, Shehan Jayasuriya comes to the middle. So we didn't see that coming. We thought maybe Sharad Lumba would have walked. And all of a sudden, Brian, with a couple of wickets here, Raymond Rifa takes the ball. And he comes in here as their leading wicket taker, 9 in the series so far. So he comes in here with some bit of pedigree.
Boy, strength against strength here. Oh, is that going to carry? Just landing short of mid-on. How big a wicket would that have been, Lenny?
Yeah, it looks like Arnav Iyer, tall man. And whether or not the boys were quite elated, we saw a ball hanging in the air for some time of Shayan Jahangir and fell just short of Arnav Iyer. It's all happening here.
Up and over. He loves that area, Shahan Jahangir. You saw the strike in that direction earlier. And we're confirming that that does, in fact, go for 6. Lenny, this is good stuff. It's almost like a heavyweight match. One blow after another being landed.
Brian Walters expect nothing less from Jahangir. We talked about he's one of the best around here. And look at that, into the offside. He picks up a maximum.
Carved away over the top for 4 more.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries in successive balls. So not a good start from the captain, Raymond Rifa. A 6 and a 4, both on the offside. But look at this one, just guiding foot slice. And that has gone away for another boundary.
Very intentional. The width is what is undoing here. Look how wide this ball is. Shahan Jahangir just needing to help it over the circle behind point. And it goes away for 4. So again, a couple of good strikes here for Shahan Jahangir.
Oh, no.
Looks to slash it through the offside. So when you are Raymond Rifa, you bring yourself on because you have 4 overs of high pace. You have the ability to test the middle of the pitch. But the last ball that was so wide, was flashed away wide and full. I don't think that's the type of delivery that you're looking from the captain.
Yeah, we saw them play yesterday, Brian, and I thought our observations were that their bowling lacked probably one other specialist bowler. And of course, I'm pretty sure we will see Nitish Kumar. Hotak has been given one. We've seen a little bit of Zazai. Aziz is not in the lineup today, so we'll have to wait and see who will form the bowling attack. And bearing in mind, Brian Walters, and for all our audience watching, Zazai, when he bowls again, he'll be on a hat-trick.
So a different challenge here. The left-handed Shahan Jayasuriya. Almost said Sanath Jayasuriya.
Yeah, Brian, we're always tempted to mix the international players up. 3 gone is 31 for 2.
In the books, Lenny, to extend my boxing analogy, how do you score the first 3 rounds?
Well, I talked about the Shayan Jahangir factor. But other than that, Brian, we've seen a couple of strikes from Zazai. He will continue, and he is on a hat-trick, folks. Last 2 balls in the previous over. Got the wicket of Tajinder Singh, and also got the wicket of Kananta in successive balls. So here we go, hat-trick ball.
Watch deep backward square leg. Watch the short ball. It's always going to be on the cards. Hat-trick ball. Oh, relatively anticlimactic. Shahan Jahangir just tapping it into the offside for a single. Hat-trick averted. 32 for 2. 107 needed in 101 balls, Lenny.
And Brian Walters, you can tell classy batter when Shahan Jahangir is on strike. Nothing troubles him. In fact, it's the other way around. he puts the bowling under pressure. A man who's played 28 one international, 19 T20 international. So he's had some bit of experience at the international level and has been part of the U.S. setup for the last 3 or 4 years. And you have seen a lot of him, Brian. He plays in your region in the minor league circuit.
Well, long before there were minor leagues, there was the Houston Cricket League. He's been playing in the Houston Cricket League now for probably, I would guess, 10 or 12 years. Probably longer than that. I've known him for a very long time. Interesting here. You're going around the wicket to Shahan Jayasuriya. I've spoken all week about the fact that particularly to a new batter, you like the angle that is created when the right-hander goes over the wicket to the left-hander. And one unintended consequence of bowling around the wicket is that you tend to threaten the danger area more often, running down the pitch. And I think that's what Yusuf Zazai just did, and he was being lectured here by umpire Nuruddin. So something else to keep in mind as you get through this, his second over.
So a couple of good balls in this over, single and a dot.
That was quick. This is going to be a bye, I would think. Burst through the gloves of the wicketkeeper. But my goodness, that was a quick ball. Bye signaled, and let's see if this is the one for the over. Not signaled as one for the over, so he still has that short ball up his sleeve.
So Saideep Ganesh, the wicketkeeper. We've seen some top-class wicketkeeper on show. We saw Matthew Cross, Scottish international. On the opposing side, we saw Shahan Jahangir, the man on strike. He has made batting look easy today. And we've seen 3 4s and a couple of 6s off his blade.
Wrapped him on the pad. Umpire Nuruddin is not interested.
Yeah, another leg by. And you get the feeling, Brian Walters, we've seen a good over here from Zazai. Every passing ball that goes by, and you can concede even a leg by, or even if you can concede a by once, it's not going over or across the ropes, and they're not going for big boundaries. Then I'm pretty sure that you're holding things down.
Yusuf Zazai in particular is holding things down. Look at those figures. 1.4 overs bowled, 2 for 5. So he's not being in any way easy to score off of. He still has a short ball up his sleeve in this over if he chooses. Shahan Jayasuriya, the man on strike. Now over the wicket. To me, Lenny, that's a better angle. Get too easily here, but the young man is showing a really high level of skill with his bowling ability.
Yeah, we saw, took the wicket of Tajinder Singh and outwalked Arya Kananta, the young player. And Brian, that innings was so brief. My pen fell down, and by the time I picked up my pen, his innings was done.
So there, you can go onto my Facebook page, find Lenny Achayabar, message him yourself. That was a roundhouse out of nowhere for no reason. The young man, unfortunately for him, Arikanantha, not finding success today. His team, I think, still a nose ahead here despite those 2 quick wickets. Last ball of over number 4. That is a shot of class. Will it get to the boundary? How quickly did that ball race to the boundary? End of the over, 40 for 2.
Yeah, another good-looking shot from Shahan Jayasuriya. We talked about the high-caliber players at the Atlanta Open. Look at that, all across the turf. 40 for 2 at the end of 4.
यार हर ओवर में चेंज कर दो यार हर ओवर में चेंज कर दो it's gone, huh?
So Lenny, if all the overs were bowled from the southern end of the ground, you'd be in much better shape as the Central Cardinals. But the top end of the ground, appeal for a catch here. Talking about it, the umpires are going to have a look. For me, Lenny, this might be out because the standing umpire, it is going to be Ishan Mole, is going to go and chat with the production team. I'm thinking he knows or thinks that this comes off of the body or the glove rather, and he wants to see whether or not it carried. This is going to be interesting. First, we're going to check the no ball. You would think no problem there. In fact, let's just be silent and watch them work their way through this.
How's it now? हाँ लग गया ना नीचे
Yeah, from what I saw, Brian, is that yeah, my observation is that Jahangir quickly pointed out the catch did not carry, so if it hadn't touched anything, I'm just wondering why he would have done that.
I heard it. I fucking heard it fall on the ground. You motherfucker. Bro, but like if it hits your glove, it sounds the same, bro. हरामीपन और ये पोकर पे देख ले. पोकर पे है. हरामीपन क्या है bro? मुझे पता है कि कैमरा में तो आने नहीं वाला लोड़े के कैमरे हैं. मुझे लगा मैंने पकड़ा है bro. नोट देख रहा है. आ गया भाई. ये हरामीपन तूने किया है. हरामीपन नहीं. Let's go guys, let's go. यार क्या है दोज़ख से जन्नत की बात है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह जी but that's good take आप लोगों के लिए तो 200 भी कम था यार नहीं लाला क्या कर यार बोल मार good take I thought it bounced I don't know why ये बड़ा मुश्किल बॉलर है बहन चुद मार रख के मारते फंस रही है हमारे बॉलर ज्यादा मुश्किल थे तुम लोग सुबह
So Lenny, technology doing what it does, and you have maybe not full confirmation, but let's just say there was not overwhelming evidence to state that that was out. So Shine Jahangir lives to fight another day after some nervous moments. Raymond Reefer thought it was out, but the technology, I guess, does not agree with him. Great delivery going across him here.
Yeah, we saw Shine Jahangir probably not doubting the fact that it came off something, but he was making the point more of it didn't carry.
Yeah.
So my take on that is that if he hasn't touched anything, why does it matter whether it was carried or not? But I will probably get the word later on, but a big appeal.
Well, my take on it is that if umpire Ishan Mule did not think that it hit either the glove or the bat, that there would not be that whole delay in the first place. So clearly the umpire thinks that it came off of the glove or the bat, and looking at that side angle replay, it appeared as though it came off the bat. No issue whatsoever whether or not it came off the bat. The only issue would be whether or not it carried. And I think let's just say that there was not enough evidence to rule definitively that it did carry. I think a good decision overall. It's not written officially in the rules of the game that the doubt always goes to the batter, but that's generally the way that these things play themselves out.
So the action continues. Still a couple of dot balls and a single from Raymond Reefer.
Shane Jayasuriya going over extra cover. This will be clear for a year rather, running back from outside or inside the circle. A couple of runs. Don't think he hit it as cleanly as he can, Shane Jayasuriya, but 2 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, we talked about the batting order here. Solid one. Usman Khan is another player who's gotten among the runs, and then we haven't seen Sharad Lumber, so it's a strong batting lineup. Raymond Reefer has gone for 3. This one has been good so far.
Short ball hammered into the deep. That might have the legs to get to mid-wicket. And it does. So a bit of a fight back here after the nervous start to the over. 1 ball remaining, but you're at 47 for 2.
Yeah, another good-looking shot from a man who's previously played at the international level for Sri Lanka. And look at that, short ball pulled into the onside, picks up another boundary. And we were talking about not too long ago, it had been a very good over from Raymond Reefer, but with that 4, and we saw a couple previous to that ball, this over's now gone for 7 with 1 more ball to come.
Down the ground, he drills this. Lenny, the expensive overs are the ones from the north. Over number 2 went for, make that over 1 went for 16. Over 3 went for 11. 51 for 2 after 5. Ebbs and flows. If all of the overs in this innings were to be bowled from the southern end of the ground, this would be a very different game. But unfortunately, you need to use both. 2 overs bowled from the south. Over number 2 went for 4 runs. Over number 4 went for 9 runs. Overs 1, 3, and 5 went for 16, 11, and 11 respectively. So that's where your game is right now.
Poses a challenge to skipper Raymond Reefer because, as they say, it's a game of partnerships, batting and bowling. So if you can build pressure from both ends, it may result in wickets, and it hasn't been the case, which has allowed this innings to propel to 51 in the first 5 overs despite the loss of 2 wickets. Both similar namesakes, Cheyenne and Shehan. Commentator's nightmare at times.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Good job that they look different, and their right hand, left hand.
So it's going to be Cameron Hotak, I believe, who's bowling here in over number 6. Last over of the power play, single down the ground. Shahan Jahangir looking very dangerous. 28 from 16. Shehan Jayasuriya. Make that Shahan Jahangir 29 from 17. Shehan Jayasuriya 16 from 8.
But what an impressive spell that was from Yusuf Zazai. Watching from the sidelines, he was really letting it go.
Let me interrupt you to ask for you to give me the correct pronunciation of his last name.
Zazai.
Zazai. That works for me. I trust you more than I do me. But however you pronounce his name, absolutely brilliant. Good pace, good hostility. You love his passion. And those 2 strikes to end over number 2, I think, made the Stallions X, if not be in a difficult spot, at least wobble a little bit. Knocked him over. How big is that? Shine Jahangir looking to put that over the fence at mid-wicket. Cameron Hotak has other ideas. 53 for 3.
Well, wickets will keep them in the hunt, the Cardinals, and that is a big wicket here. Shayan Jahangir looking to bring out the big pull shot. Little bit of an edge as well, I think, onto the stumps, and animated celebrations from Kamran Hotak sends the skipper back.
Boy, do you think that was a short enough ball for that shot, Shah Faisal?
Just rushed on to him, not short enough. Probably not only misjudged the length, but also the trajectory and the pace on the ball. And he'll have to pay the ultimate price, Shayan Jahangir.
So things have just gotten that much more difficult. Yeah, big picture, you're far ahead of the game. End of over number 5. The Central Cardinals had 20 runs. You currently have 53. But losing 3 overs inside the power play is never a good thing.
Yeah, wickets, like I said, will keep them in the hunt. The Cardinals, a partnership is required.
Gets it through. Don't think it will go all the way to the rope, but a good positive start. Come back for the second. Took a way longer time than I thought they should coming back for that second run, but 2 runs nonetheless.
Usman Khan, the new man in, the Pakistan international, the current Pakistan international. He's a very good player of spin, coming off the back of a wonderful 94 yesterday. Oh, he's got him. How about that?
Well, in some ways, at least in basketball, this would be called an assist. The wicket was taken by Cameron Hotak, but I think the assist goes to Shah Faisal on this one. To me, Shah Faisal, this is a ball that is too close to cut. He's playing that off the back foot. The ball is essentially on off stump. That, to me, is a ball that you play with a straight bat.
Got really too close to him. Look at that. Back foot was planted. He needed to get it out of the way to create that room for the hands to go through. Got cramped. And look at that look of surprise. But that is an art of deception that the spinners thrive on. And credit to Kamran Hotak. Double strike in the over. 55 for 4 at the end of power play.
Well, wickets taken all from the southern end of the ground. 2 wickets taken for Yusuf Zazai. 1 wicket taken from Cameron Hotak. And 1 wicket taken by Shah Faisal. Seated next to me, Shah Faisal. Good spell on the way, both for you and for the man on the field.
Well, this game on, and it brings out the best in everyone, I guess, when the game is as competitive and tight. We were all a bit cold in the morning.
Oh, it's warming up now.
When the Cardinals started their innings, yeah.
And this, to me, is a brilliant move. Heard from Nitish Kumar. We'll find eventually hear from Nitish Kumar. But he's an off spinner, bowling here to the left-handed Shehan Jayasuri. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, absolutely. Before that dismissal of Usman Khan, I brought out the team list to go through that how long their batting lineup is. But no matter how long your batting lineup is, if you keep losing wickets like this, the dressing room, the dugout will feel tension. No stability. The procession of batters walking in and out of that dugout, it really sends panic. And who will steady this? Hassan Mohsin generally is an innovative player. He will bring out the unconventional strokes. But is it time for that? Is it occasion for that?
The advantage that you have if you're the Stallions X is that you've built yourself a little bit of a cushion. With that dot ball, You have another 83 runs to get, 82 balls in which to get them, but you've started out very fast. Your scoring rate is 9.08 before that last ball, now 8.84, but you're still ahead of the scoring rate. So something that looks like correct cricket shots, playing with a straight bat, taking the ones and twos and punishing the bad balls. That would feel to me to be the objective in the next several overs. Quick single taken here, and that's another big element of the next several deliveries. Shah Faisal is running between the wickets.
Yeah, it has to be precise.
Come on, boys.
These are the moments when the batting innings is on that kind of a slide with wickets falling. Generally, that tension comes into the running between the wicket and a run-out results.
Yep.
Something that Stallions would not want it to happen to them.
Batting it.
It's interesting. Now, Shehan Jayasuriya wanted a single there. I don't know that there was a single there, Shah Faisal.
That is exactly what I was talking about, because now they're feeling the pressure. They need, and they know that strike rotation is important, but so is the calling and communication.
What I've found to be important or interesting in this over, at least the last two balls here from Nitish Kumar, he's teasing him, tossing it up. Please hit the ball into the wind, all you want, please. Tossed up again. In fact, there he takes the bait this time, goes over extra cover though, and gets it in the gap for 4.
That is a classy shot from Shehan Jayasuriya. Got under it. Quicker delivery from Nitish. And he just brought that bottom hand into play to lift it over that infield and found the gap. There were 2 sweepers, but it landed right between them. Good way to finish the over. You see those use of the wrist and the bottom hand coming through. It's 61 for 4.
Let's go, guys.
61 for 4, Kamin Hotak. That last over that he bowled, over number 6, the last over of the power play. 4 runs conceded, and the 2 big wickets of Shehan Jahangir, we mixed those up again, of Shehan Jahangir and of Usman Khan. 2 gigantic wickets in any context, but particularly when you're looking to get through and get over the finish line in this eliminator.
Hassan Mohsin played a fantastic knock in one of the games earlier at field 5 on a very challenging pitch. He brought out those switch hits to good effect to break the rhythm of the bowlers.
This doesn't feel like switch hit territory to me just yet, Shah.
Sometimes these players, they really have a settled game plan, and they think, for us, maybe at times we're guilty of calling it unconventional. For this generation, probably
it's what they know.
Yeah, exactly. So the way he played, because they were in a spot of bother then too, but he just brought them out with that kind of approach. Like you're right. Today it feels different though. For some reason, I think he's going through and thinking to go conventional. What a comeback from Kamran. 16 in the first over, but then came back and 2 strikes in his second.
My goodness, yes. Oh no, look at this. You have got to be kidding. You have got to take advantage of those opportunities. They don't present themselves. That gift had a bow wrapped on it, Shah Faisal.
It did, and that confusion, the pressure of the situation, the pressure of a knockout game, the decision-making was not good, and Hassan Mohsin will have to thank his stars, because Kamran, if he held on to that ball, he would have been out of his ground. He had to bring out the big dive, but we don't know as Kamran dropped the ball.
They're coming back for the second. They'll get 2 here. Boy, going back to that run-out opportunity again, that is one that, first of all, the communication between the two batters, I think, shows the nervousness or the sort of sense of urgency that you referred to earlier, Shaf Faisal, with them running between the wickets. That creates the environment where they have to sort of push for runs, and that almost resulted in a run-out. Not sure exactly where Hassan Mohsin saw that there was an opportunity for a run there. I didn't see it.
Just an easy single on that occasion. Yeah, earlier in the over, if you remember, the ball went in the similar direction and Cheyenne took off and
Yes.
Hassan sent him back. So on that occasion, Hassan assumed that Cheyenne wants that run and Cheyenne said no. That is the confusion and the confused minds. The muddled thinking makes for wrong decision making. And that is the pressure of nothing but pressure. Not that these boys, they don't know how to communicate or how to judge runs. It's just the pressure of the occasion.
It really is that simple. Well, that ball closes things out in over number 8. Pressure is building. The required rate is increasing. The run rate is coming down. And all on the heels of a really fast start. So the eliminator is building several different storylines here, Shah Faisal. End of over number 8. The score is 65 for 4. Back to live action here. Might have just missed that live. Shane Jayasuriya running down the track, maybe trying to change the conversation just a little bit. Results in the dot ball, though.
How ambitious was that shot, though? He was yards out.
Well, he was almost closer to the bowler than he was the keeper on that delivery. So, yes, very much an ambitious appeal.
And that adventure resulted in a leg side wide.
That sounds like an inside edge to me, so nothing going for that appeal either. Some nervous times here, but for now, Shehan Jayasuriya is still there. 25 from 19. How much depends on his shoulders.
Yeah, one ball is turning, the one sliding through. Nitish Kumar is spinning a web. Almost on the walk. Shehan Jayasuriya and comes back, pick up the second run. That's good running.
That looks like more assured running to me.
Because the ball was in the gap and softly played. That's the run out in the last over. Look.
Oh. I will say this. Looking at the replay, it ended up not being, it ended up being closer than I thought it would have been. I thought it would have been out by a mile. By the way, look at that delivery. Bounce, grip, and turn from Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, to go with the slider that comes back in to the left-hander. Cheyenne would want to keep those pads away as well. That length is relatively easy to manage. And the running more assured on that occasion.
So he's shown an ability, Shehan Jayasuriya, to just tap the ball around the corner. Just tuck it off his hips and pick those singles up. So you want to be outside the line of off stump to him, but not too far outside the line of off stump because he loves that lofted extra cover drive. So he tends to be a batter who scores freely. Strike rate above 100 tells you that. But my goodness, you have a relatively small window of opportunity. It feels like if you don't break this partnership that is now starting to build, if you don't break this partnership sometime in the next 3 or 4 overs, then you may be in trouble here. That's the reverse sweep we were talking about earlier, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, with those strings or strings of singles and twos, you have a feeling, I just feel in the com box that modern day batters are just not used to it and they cannot sustain it for any length of time before they bring out the big shots. 69 for 4 after 9. How beautiful a day it's turning out to be.
Worm tells the story there with the beautiful sky in the background, ladies and gentlemen. It's pleasant now. It's a little chill earlier. Today is pleasant. If you have the ability to come out to Rydal, Georgia, Paramvere Cricket Field or Sports Ground, it is absolutely free for you to attend to see some high-level cricket as we go into over number 10 here. Cameron Hotak. There's the running that you're looking for. Pressure is being released.
Even there was a little hesitation. Hassan Mohsin just had a glance up to make sure that Shayan Jayasuriya was coming before committing.
Shah Faisal, I have a friend who you and I both know, but who for now, at least for purposes of this comment, will remain nameless. He just texted me and said, have not heard yours or Shah Faisal's result prediction as yet. And I'll ignore the rest of that statement. Are you in the prediction game, Shah Faisal? And if you are, what is your guess as to how this game goes the rest of the way?
Generally, I'm not in prediction game. But I still got that list that I brought out with the amount of batting still to come for the Stallions. I think they will get over the line here.
Well, that solid forward defensive shot from Hassan Mohsin says that I have all the time in the world, and even though I only have 2 runs scored from 8 balls faced, we're probably in good shape. You go all the way down to the man who you heard at the innings break, Ehsan Adil. He has long arms. He can hit the ball over extra cover, which is not normal for a big fast bowler. So if it comes down to that, you can still expect a few runs from him at the end. It is going to be an interesting finish to this match. You're almost at the halfway stage. 10 overs bowled, 70 runs on the board, 69 more needed. Could that be any closer than that? 70 for 4 after 10.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball. So halfway stage, 70 for 4. Seen a good knock so far from Shahan. And Shah Faisal, we talked about batters in this tournament. Lack of foot movements at time. There's an appeal as they came back for a sharp 2.
Now, I think technology will be used. Shayan Jayasuriya looks very confident. The shake of the head towards Hassan Mohsin, reassuring him that he's made it. The throw came a bit wide, and it had to be flicked back towards the stumps. Obviously, that takes extra time. And Jayasuriya has moved back to his position as we watch. Nicely worked into the gap. Fielding was good, though. Hassan Mohsin hesitated a little bit, but the throw came to Jayasuriya's end. How wide is the throw? Look at that. And he is still short. I think if we roll it back, when the stumps were broken.
Bro, you should walk, bro.
Yep. Almost a foot out. Shayan Jayasuriya. And that will be a big blow. I think the message will be communicated. And it has now been relayed to Jayasuriya. Look at the celebrations from the Cardinals. How big a moment in the game is this?
So another wicket falls. Shahan Jayasuri is gone. Batted well for 29. It's 70 for 5. And so match hanging in the balance here. Shaw Faisal still some ways to go. As it looks like new batter walks to the middle. Shahan is gone. But he batted well while he was out in the middle.
Sharad Lamba, the new man in. And 71 for 5, 68 needed. The pressure's building. And that is what knockout games do to you. Conditions are good. Wicket is playing pretty good. There's been some good bowling. Some reckless decision making as well from Stallion X.
Yeah, we saw when Cardinals batted Shaw Faisal, they were batting 5 down at 50 plus on the board, so it's 71 here. New batter comes to the middle. Sharad Lamba has come in at number 7 today. We were talking about earlier on, he would have been part of the top order, but he's come in at 7. Still time left.
Nice to teach, boy.
Yeah, generally I've seen him bat at the top of the order as well, Sharad Lamba. He's a very good player, had a very good minor league. But the part of minor league that was played here at Paramveer, he didn't have a happy time of it.
Now what we've seen in the last couple of overs, the run rate has gone up
Just one, push
past 7.
Nice set, good moving.
And that's a big boost for the bowling team. The Cardinals, we've seen a good bowling performance from Zaza. He picked up 2 for 11 so far. He's got a couple of overs remaining. 2 for 25 from Cameron Hotak.
Come on, boys.
Aided by,
That's the right option, yeah.
by the big run out of Shahan Jayasuriya. And we've seen a good stay so far from Hassan Mohsin. We saw him might have been a couple of days ago. Shaw Faisal got a few, and we know he can bat.
On the boundary, bro. On the boundary.
He's batted at number 6 in this lineup, which is studded with big name players. So, and he's potentially a very good player.
Big shot from Sharad Lamba, finds the gap and goes away for a maximum.
Well, that is a statement of intent from Sharad Lamba. New to the crease, but takes on the favorable matchup of an off spinner and deposits Nitish Kumar over the fence. That is a glorious stroke. Key to that is the footwork. Look at that. 1-2 bang. In complete control. 11 gone, 79 for 5.
Left arm round, new bowler.
Ball.
Let's go guys, let's go. We need to make up this time guys, let's go.
So the action continues.
I'm trying my best to push.
Looks like we'll have a new bowler here, Shaw Faisal. We've seen spin from Cameron Hotak, but he's done. And it looks like Bishnoi has been given the ball, so more left arm spin in the form of Chaitanya Bishnoi. Ball into the offside and can't score. You get the feeling, Shaw Faisal, this is going to be an important phase. We talked about in the previous over, because of what we have seen, the run rate had gone up just beyond 7.
Yeah, but that Sharad Lamba strike was just in time. Hassan Mohsin, though, needs to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, you're right on that. What a difference a 6 makes. Now, what a difference a couple of dot balls will make. Hovering at about 6.9, which is about 7. If he bowls a cheap ball here, it will go up over 7. Still so much to bowl at, so much to play for. Yeah, a good start here from Bishnoi. 3 dot balls.
Yeah, I think Hassan Mohsin is in two minds. You could tell there's no clarity in his batting at the moment. He's taking his time, but building dots is not ideal. And played 14 deliveries so far.
Oh, good shot. It's running up towards the offside boundary and may go across the rope. It does. And that's a lovely shot from Hassan Mohsin for 4.
That is where Hassan Mohsin is at his very best. And he has that clarity of mind to go through and express himself with these shots. He's good at it. These probably are not unconventional to him. You got to stick to your strengths no matter what conditions. Got down in position very early and then switches around, makes good contact.
And Shah Faisal, I'm pretty sure the bowlers, when batters are playing switches, you don't mind at all? Isn't it a risky option still?
I think the bowlers these days get put off because now he has to worry about a sweeper on the offside, whereas if Hassan Mohsin goes conventional, where does he want to find that sweeper from? So open up another gap for the batter.
So ball into the onside. The server's gone for 5. Bishnoi, one of 5 bowlers to be used so far. We saw a fiery spell from Yusuf Zazai, bowled with some bit of steam.
He did. That was very impressive spell. And that is an option for skipper Reefer as well. When do you want to bring him back? Because we saw in one of those games he bowled terrific Yorkers towards the end. In fact, the opening game where he cleaned up the tail to secure victory, a narrow victory on that opening day against the Eagles.
Yeah, we saw Zazai coming back into the side because of Abdul Aziz. Abdul Aziz has been left out. In came Zazai, but Bishnoi has gone for 5 in this over. Wrapped on the pad, always gonna be in trouble. I talked about when you're not stretching out, you give yourself a bad option.
And that was beautifully bowled. The arm ball kept coming in and Lamba was pinned right in front, way back in his crease. That'll be the evidence. Have a look at that. That ball skidded along and feet rooted to the crease. The umpire took his time and gave the decision. That is a big wicket now. Lamba is an excellent player of spin. He's now departed and Stallions sinking 6 down rather. And plenty to go still.
So 84 for the loss of 6. Looks like Usman Khalid has come to the middle. And we've just seen the departure of Sharad Lamba, leg before of the bowling of Bishnoi. So it's all happening here, still 55 to win. And you get the feeling, Shah Faisal, we've seen good spin bowling from Nitesh Kumar, 3 overs, no made, none for 19. But Bishnoi, 1 for 5 in an over that had so much drama. So Yusuf Zazai, we talked about how impressive he has been, Shah Faisal, and you were wondering when he would come back, but here he is. They heard you.
Yeah, they think that this is the moment that need to be seized. Skipper Raymond Reefer, obviously very experienced, and he thinks this is the moment to go for the kill with his speedster. Hassan Mohsin will be on strike. Fine leg is back for Hassan, who generally likes to skip inside the fast bowlers and employ that scoop.
So Zazai runs in. Mohsin gets a good ball into the offside. And Shah Faisal, one of the things you will notice with Hassan Mohsin, he loves running those quick singles.
Yeah, quick single with a dead bat. He hasn't really pushed out in front in search of that single. So either it's attempt of a big shot or a block, and that is not ideal.
Yeah, how many times we've seen you go into a shell, then that's not good also. And so far we've seen a couple of wickets. We talked about how good Zazai has been. In fact, those 2 wickets were consecutive wickets.
That's a sharp bumper. Very good bouncer. Well, a lot of folks here from the Caribbean and from Pakistan, traditionally we love our fast bowling. There's never a bad time to see a bouncer like this.
Yes, speaking of the West Indian and West Indies, Shah Faisal, Sir Clive Lloyd is coming here. And he'll be on hand for the latter stages of the tournament. And so a chance to meet and greet Sir Clive Lloyd as he is heading to the Atlanta Open in 2025. Ball driven down the ground. Arnav Ayar comes into play, and we've seen a good over again from Yusuf Zazai.
Once that one for the over is out of the way, the batters can be a little assured of the length that they can expect. Kashif Bhatti, next man in. He's seen these crises many a times in his career. He's a very good man to be coming in at number 9 in this lineup. Then Asif Mahmood, we saw what he can do with the bat. So they're still batting to come.
So Nova has gone pretty well for Zazai. A couple of dots on one single. Usman Khalid gets quickly off the mark. And folks, if you're watching on the screen there, we see Usman Khan is another batter who lost his wicket off the bowling of Kamran Hotak for 2. So this is Usman Khalid.
Yeah, the left arm spinner. He's done the job with the ball now. He's been asked to do it with the bat as well. A nervy finish to this game. Who would have thought that after that blitz with 50 odd runs in the first 5 overs. But then the wickets have fallen consistently.
Into the onside, another single here for Mohsin. And he's gone up to 10, Shah Faisal, but he's used up quite a few balls to get there.
Yeah, he has, but in this scenario, good thing he's still here. And with the pace on offer, these two have been able to rotate strike in this over 3 singles. Just need a little bit of stability. Once they get over the 100 mark with no further damage, they will be able to see the finishing line, and that will fill them with some sort of confidence. This is a tricky phase though, the next couple of overs.
So 2 for 14 from Zazai. And this over's gone pretty well for him. Let's see if he can finish strong. Yeah, he does. Quality delivery. Defensive is Usman Khalid. And so 13 gone, it's 87 for the loss of 6. back with the action. Bishnoi will continue. And we talked about the required rate. Shaw Faisal going over 7 is gone to 7.4.
Well, if you look at the options available to the skipper, Raymond Reefer, Bishnoi only into his second over. It's gone away from the wicketkeeper, Sadeep Ganesh. Couple of runs to start off over number 14. So Bishnoi's got 3, but Kamran Hotak is bowled out. And Zazai's got 1 over left. 1 for Nitish Kumar and 2 for Raymond Reefer himself. You have to juggle it, all these bowlers around in the remaining 7 overs or 6 after this. See he can come up with the best combination and take the required number of those 4 wickets, because if Stallions were able to bat their 20 overs, I think they will get over the line. So wickets, the order of the day for Cardinals.
And Shaw Faisal, you get a feeling that but they've only used 5 bowlers. And if things really go pretty well, we could see these same 5 taking us through the remaining 6 over after this one. You talked about a couple of overs remaining for Raymond Reefer. He's gone for quite a few today. Big shot into the leg side from Usman Khalid, and has gone for a maximum.
Yeah, that will ease some nerves in the dugout for the Stallions X. Was right in the slot for Usman Khalid. Got a good connection. Brian Walters trying to retrieve the ball. Don't worry about it, Brian. It's gone too far. That is the strike that Stallions needed. After they thwarted Yusuf Zazai, which didn't go for many runs that over, but at least they didn't give him the wicket that Raymond Reefer was after.
Yeah, punched away into the offside. And Shaw Faisal, we are talking about this required rate. If a boundary is not scored off the over, it goes beyond 7. But look what happens when one of those big shots come out. So a big shot from Khalid, and it has gone beyond or under 7. So essentially means somewhere along the line that the Stallions X will have to at least keep in touch with the required rate by scoring one of those big shots here and there. Ball defended here by Hassan Mohsin. He's played a good hand. He's been around long enough. And we've seen 9 of this over so far from Bishnoi. Yeah, going down the leg side. Called a wide. Will have to be rebowled.
3 wides and a single and a 6. What? 10 off the over. That has met the requirement for the Stallions, for this over at least.
Yeah, you look at Hassan Mohsin. He has a good head on what is required, and he knows that with 6 down, the last thing they want is for them to lose another wicket. Stallions X. Into the offside, lofted shot. Fielder will come around, will not get there on time. And look at that, gone away for 4. The 100 comes up. And it's a good shot off the bat of Hassan Mohsin.
Beautifully played. He's got the good stride out while defending. This time he took the stride but cleared that front pad and lifted it over that fielder at extra cover. Didn't try to hit it hard, just stroked it away. Beautiful piece of timing and placement. Have a look at that flourish. There is none. Just the solid punch to lift the ball over. And the placement was top class. Over number 14 done. 101 for 6.
So Raymond Reefer, the captain, comes back into the attack. We talked about a couple of overs remaining from him. Bashar Faisal, he's gone for 11. 2 for 22 in his 2 overs. We saw him yesterday. Almost every time he picked up the ball, he picked up a wicket.
Well, like every time he picked up the bat, he made a meaningful contribution. So now is the time, I think. The captain has decided it's time for me to lead from the front. And if that is the case, that would be an awesome move because they definitely need a wicket at this stage.
Starts well, ball defended. Usman Khalid and Hassan Mohsin. We saw a lovely shot in the last over off the bat of Hassan Mohsin. Shot of class. We talked about he has really held up things here against the Central Cardinals. Still 38 to win. Eased into the offside. And Shah Faisal still knocking the ball into open spaces, and the singles and the twos can still work for them. They need 37 to win.
Especially off the back of the previous over, which went for plenty. 14, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lenny. But then, if you have an over like this, where run rate is not challenging, that gives you that breathing space to just knock it around and wait for the opportunity. But make sure you don't lose a wicket, because a wicket here will really bring Cardinals back in the game. Run rate, the required run rate is not an issue here.
Yeah, we saw 14 in the last over, 3 wides. And we saw a lovely 4, which we talked about. And so Raymond Reefer and Shah Faisal, very brave to down the leg side. We've seen several wides in the last couple of overs, and this is another one.
Yeah, they received 18 extras themselves. And now their contribution, they've given away 7. In a tight game like this, every run is vitally important.
Yeah, for Central Cardinal is to put some pressure on Stallions X. They will have to pick up a wicket and make it interesting. Into the offside, good running here. We talked about how good or how keen Hassan Mohsin has been to run these sharp singles. Although it may have accounted for 1 run out that we saw that we had to go to the tape. That of Shahan Jayasuriya.
Yeah, that was really pressure moment, and there was plenty of confusion before that run out occurred. But since Usman Khalid has come in, he had 1 big strike and steadied the ship.
So ball steered away, call of 2. Look at that, good running, putting pressure on the fielder. And a couple of runs there for Usman Khalid.
Bit of a cheeky flick from between his legs by Sadeep Ganesh. We may still need to go upstairs and check that one. That is what the umpire has signaled. Want to have another look. That was clever piece of work from wicketkeeper Sadeep Ganesh. A bit of a MS Dhoni-esque flick. But Usman was running full tilt, so I don't think he took it easy at any stage. But these little moments could be interesting. Nicely stayed away. Good use of the wrist, and probably wicketkeeper will be out of your picture. That's the first run. Hassan Mohsin. Have a look at that flick. Oh, he got there just in time. But it was way closer than what we thought initially. A lot of dust coming off as he dragged the bat into his crease. He's in before the stumps or the bails can be dislodged, but the umpire will have a decision. And that is a close-in look for him with the zoomer. Great innovation to this broadcast today. Umpire though wants to be absolutely certain because whatever we say won't count. Whatever he says will count.
So if he says not out, it will be a couple of runs off the bat of Usman Khalid.
That's the frame where the bails are dislodged, but the bat was in. Probably would want to roll it back a couple of frames. And it has been declared not out. Good decision from the umpire, but it was so close. Great piece of work from Saideep Ganesh.
Yeah, they pick up a couple of runs. Usman Khalid. And this over's gone for 5. Still a couple of balls remaining, Shaw Faisal, and it comes down to almost run a ball. And these days of T20 cricket, run a ball is a walk in the park for many teams.
How close was that, Lenny? Oh, that was a close shave. The inside edge could easily have gone onto the stumps.
Yeah, Usman Khalid getting a bit of an inside edge. Saideep Ganesh did well to keep the stroke to only 1. Take a look at that. And in the end, we have seen an over gone for 6. Still a ball remaining. Raymond Rifa. Ball again into the offside. Hassan Mohsin is keen on running. No, says Usman Khalid. And that will complete 15. So 15 gone. It's 107 for 6. They need 32 to win.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T-Sport.
So 107 for 6. Nitish Kumar comes back into the attack. Brian Walters, welcome back. 5 bowlers being used. And it looks like the Cardinals will go ahead by not introducing another bowler. Nitish Kumar, who's bowled before, he comes back into the attack. 32 to win.
It's going to be close, Lenny. It's coming down to the wire. In modern day cricket, a runner ball is not that difficult, but the pressure of the eliminator, I think, has something to do with what you do here. But you do have a very experienced pair at the crease, Usman Khan and Hassan Mohsin. Both of them, you would think, have the pedigree to be able to take them over the line.
Yeah, we saw a big knock from Usman. And we have seen Hassan Mohsin hold up things here for the Stallion next for some time. And you get the feeling it's just probably a runner ball. 31 to win from 29. So, as you made mention, shouldn't be so complicated and difficult as Nitish Kumar will finish up here. Brian Walters. And they have stuck with their 5 bowlers so far. Yeah, paddle into the offside. And they go through for another single, and you can hear the applause from the Stallions X, and they know how much 1-1 can do.
I could say sometimes in some parts of the Caribbean, 1-1 cocoa fill basket. In this case, 1-1 cocoa, 1-1 single at a time will take you over the line. 6.43 and over is the exact required rate, but this type of activity, picking up ones, and you get the loose ball every once in a while, you get a wide every once in a while, that would be the formula for winning from here.
So we've seen Cameron Hotak, he's done. So Yusuf Zazai, he has 1. Raymond Rifa has 1. Nitish Kumar will finish here, and that leaves Bishnoi with 2 overs. Brian, as a captain, is it a good thing to introduce maybe the sixth bowler at this juncture of the game?
Essentially, you've painted yourself into a corner by only having 5 bowlers so far. I completely, the premise of your question is that it's risky to introduce a 6th bowler right now. I agree completely. But the flip side of that coin is that you're going into the last 4 overs, 2 of which will be bowled by a spinner. And so that, for me, has all kinds of difficulty. You would think that the spinner would be bowling from the northern end of the ground, from where the wind is coming, and that means Raymond Reefer and Yusuf Zazai, in theory, would bowl these last 2 overs from the southern end.
So the required rate 6.7, very close to 7. This has gone pretty well for Nitish Kumar. He will finish up here. Lofted over the offside and gone for a big maximum.
Does that take the pressure off? That's what happens when you keep hitting the singles. You rotating the strike, you have a lefty and a righty together, the bowler keeps having to switch his line and his length, and then you leave one in the slot and it is drilled by Usman Khalid over the top of long off for a gigantic 6.
So 16 gone, it's 117 for 6, 22 to win.
Let's take a look at this again. And I said in the slot, oh, in fact, we're looking at the wrong one there, but for the most part, that last shot there, up and over the top there. That is the one that is in the slot, and that's just simply an elevated off drive going all the way over the ropes for 6. Brilliant strike.
So Zazai has been throwing the ball. And you get the feeling, Brian Walters, not a bad plan. You want to bring your strike bowler as we come down to 22 to win. Time running out.
Well, your strike bowler is going to have to bowl. Look, it's easy to sit here in the commentators area and give an opinion. I would have thought that the spinners would be bowling from that end, the top end. So Chaitanya Bishnoi with 2 overs remaining, assuming that he's not going to introduce another bowler, it would mean Chaitanya Bishnoi will be bowling 18 and 20. That feels like a risk to me.
So paddle away into the onside. They come back for 2 valuable runs here for the Stallions X. Bring them closer home. They're 20 away.
And maybe the bet that you're making if you're Raymond Reefer is this game may not go to the 20th over. So what we need to do is bowl, see if we can strike now. Let's bring a strike bowler in now with Yusuf Zazai bowling his last over. And then I'll bring myself on, meaning Raymond Reefer, in over number 19. That might be the... over number 18. That might be the strategy, because if it goes all the way down to 22 of those overs being bowled by a spinner, that feels very risky to me.
So what a shot. Was looking to take evasive action, and we will have to wait and see on the replay if it was deliberate.
Absolutely deliberate. No deliberate action or evasive action about this. Intentionally going over the top of the keeper. It is a great piece of work. He is bowling with plenty of gas, Yusuf Zazai, but that's what you do if you're Hassan Mohsin. Use that pace to your advantage. Just intentionally lifting it over the keeper. Couple of bounces straight behind the keeper for 4.
Yeah, lovely uppercut off the bat of Hassan Mohsin. And so 16 to win. This over's gone pretty expensive for Zazai. Look at that. Into the offside. More runs here for Hassan Mohsin. And it goes away for another boundary. 8, in fact 10 off 3 balls in this over.
Well, pace can sometimes be your detriment if you're not exactly accurate. And not a lot of room for error there. Just marginally outside the line of off stump. But Hassan Mohsin staying leg side intentionally here. Staying on the leg side and making sure that that ball is elevated over the offside for yet another boundary. So this has taken all of the momentum out of the defense for the Central Cardinals. Last 3 balls coming up here in the over.
Oh, more runs here. Fielder will come around. Has a lot of work to do. Does well. And 2 more runs. 12 in 4 balls in this over. And it comes down to 10 to win.
Yeah, you bring a strike bowler back in to take wickets. Not only has he not yet taken a wicket, He has conceded a few runs here, and it is important to note that this partnership is an important one. If you get through here, you maybe have a bowler or two who can throw his bat around. I mentioned Essa Nadil, believe it or not, is a good hitter down the order, but I think you want this pair to finish the chase.
So we talked about 12 in this over, a couple of fours. Slower ball, hammered into the onside. Could go for 6. It has gone for another maximum off the bat of Hassan Mohsin and brings that equation down to 4 to win.
Oh my. I said pace can be to your disadvantage sometimes. So he goes with the slower ball here, Yusuf Zazai, but he picks it early, Hassan Mohsin, and absolutely drills it over mid-wicket. 18 from 5 balls. This is not what you had in mind when you brought back your strike bowler. And the Stallions X are on the verge of ultimately what will be a pretty emphatic victory.
Yeah, the over started with them needing 22. And now a short ball. Hassan Mohsin goes under, 17 gone, 4 to win. It's 135 for 6.
How many to win? 4?
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball. So 135 for 6 here, Brian Walters, 4 to win. Raymond Reefer, last row of the dice.
This does, in fact, feel like the last roll of the dice. I thought you're painting yourself into a corner, as I said earlier, with two of the last four overs rather being bowled by a spinner. And Raymond Reefer taking the gamble that bringing his strike bowler in from the northern end would have resulted in a wicket taken in that over number 17. Not only did he not take a wicket, Yusuf Zazai, but he went for 18 runs. So just on the verge of victory here.
So playing a miss here from Usman Khalid. And we talked about a big partnership between Hassan Mohsin and Usman that's gone beyond the half-century mark, 51. And a critical partnership that seemingly brings them in touching distance of a semi-final berth. 135 for 6, 4 runs to win. Ball into the offside, and the runs continue to come between these pair out in the middle.
Well, the 51 partnership was a big one. No real partnerships of note, except for maybe the third wicket partnership went for 33. But a lot of consistent wickets fell in the middle overs. But at the right time, this partnership, Hassan Mohsin 35 from 33, Usman Khalid 21 from 15. They've put together 51 runs. And that is exactly what made that 52 after that last single. So that's exactly what is needed at this stage. And just a couple of runs, 3 runs specifically, to go for victory here.
And Brian Walters, let's look at the crossover as we look towards number 3 in the semi-final slot. This one lofted over the infield. And a single more to Hassan Mohsin.
Okay. Oh. 2 runs remaining for victory here. And I will tell you that after some nervous moments, the Stallions X are going to, it appears, go on through to the next match. And I think you, Lenny, have some information on who that opponent would be.
Yeah, ball worked into the onside. This could be the game. And they'll come back for a couple of runs, exactly what they need. And essentially, they march into the semi-final, the Stallions X. And it looks like they'll take on the Clarion Eagles.
Boy, heavyweight clash right here on this ground tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The Stallions X and the Clarion Eagles. But let's talk about this game. The Stallion X, even though they had some nervous moments, lost a few more wickets than they would have probably expected and had to grit and claw for a while. But ultimately, the class of the batting lineup proves to be the most effective component of this victory, making it a relatively straightforward victory in the end, victory by 4 wickets. We'll look at the scorecard when it comes up, but my goodness, I think that partnership, the very last partnership, unbroken for the 7th wicket between Usman Khalid and Hassan Mohsin, put together 55 runs, and there you see the scorecard, Lenny. Shahan Jahangir off with a good start, 29 from 18. Tejinder Singh and Arya Kanantha didn't do much, neither did Usman Khan or Sharad Lumba. Shahan Jayasuriya contributed valuable runs in the middle overs, and then that big partnership at the end dragged them over the line with 14 balls to go.
Yeah, we'll look at the bowling card. So, promising start when Zazai took the ball. Also, Cameron Hotak was pretty good. Look at that, 2 for 25 from Cameron Hotak. The left-arm spinner, Yusuf Zazai, consecutive wickets at one time. He was on a hat-trick. Other than that, probably 138 looked to be a little too underwhelming. And at the end, we have seen a victory here for the Stallions X.
Certainly a victory for Stallions X, so we'll have probably a little bit of time. There's your summary. The Reefer, I think, batted beautifully to drag his team to that 138 rather. 64 from 37, brilliant innings from the captain, leading from the front, dragging his team from a really tricky situation earlier. But ultimately, Eleni, I don't think they had enough runs. I think we talked all along that it needed to be somewhere around the 150 mark. 150 makes this a completely different game. And ultimately, when you're asked to do that type of effort, a well-bowled game from the Central Cardinals, just 6 extras, and 4 of which were wide. So for the most part, they got the balls in the right areas. But the class of the batting for the Stallions X is essentially what made the difference in this game.
Yeah, happy faces, and that is because Stallions X have made it into the last 4. We talked about the clash with Clarion Eagles tomorrow. We've got another game coming up, Brian Walters, but this one has really been a good one here as Raymond Rifa has certainly played a good hand. He got 64 along the way, and you talked about 138, maybe another 15 or 20 runs. It would have been such an interesting scenario. But they win by 4 wickets, the Stallions X, certainly led by Shahan Jahangir. We've got Shaw Faisal with the losing captain. And Shaw Faisal, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Well, it wasn't meant to be for the Cardinals. I've got their skipper, Raymond Reefer. Raymond, in the middle part of that run chase, when you got them 4 down, they looked a bit nervous. You might have felt in with a good chance then.
Yeah, I've been seeing you here too much first, innit? Yeah, I thought we had them I thought the game was in our possession, the game was ours for the taking, but I thought that we didn't stick to the plan as long as possible. I think that we floated up too many balls in that middle phase, especially spinners. Probably should have stayed a little more patient and let them make the mistake by building pressure.
Toss is obviously not in your hand if I take you back to the start of the game, but that certainly was an advantage to them bowling first on those conditions.
I thought we didn't play the power play particularly well, to be honest. You know, guys going a little too hard. They should look to drop and run, or just try to rotate straight and build a little momentum, so that we could obviously stay in the game. I think we got probably 18 in the power play game today, 18 for 2 or 3. You can't win cricket games like that, to be honest.
Absolutely, but you yourself, you looked good again with the bat, and that was the rescue job that you did, that little partnership as well in the middle, but you look good with the bat throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I've been feeling in good rhythm of late. Unfortunately, I didn't get my team across the line, so I don't know how to feel about that.
Bit bittersweet, but thank you very much for your contribution to this year's Atlanta Open. You come here, something about the tournament. How did you feel coming here, and how was your experience playing here?
I thought it was a really good tournament, a tournament where you need to hit the ground running. Competition in this tournament is really good. There are some really good players in all of the teams, so you really have to play good cricket if you want to win this tournament.
Thank you very much for the entertainment you and your team provided. Hard luck today, and all the best.
Thank you.
That's Raymond Reefer, ladies and gentlemen, and now I will be joined by the winning captain, Shayan Jahangir, just pleasantly exchanging a few words with the losing captain, Raymond Reefer. Shayan, congratulations. That run chase got a bit nervy toward the middle when 4 wickets were down. That's how we felt it. How about your reaction in the camp at that stage?
For sure, the kind of talent that we have all throughout our batting lineup, I think there was a sense of calmness in the dugout, and I think that related on the field as well, how calmly Hassan Mohsin and Khalid Usman, they finished the job for us. That just goes to show the depth that we have in our batting and the belief that we have in our system.
Take you back to the start of the game. That effort with the ball, especially early on, was very good to set the tone for the rest of the day.
Yes, starting a game, especially the morning games, is crucial to be on point with our bowling, and I think the bowlers executed their plans perfectly. I would say Raymond's innings kind of brought them back in the game, but alhamdulillah, the boys finished it with the bat.
Any areas of improvement?
A lot of areas. I mean, we're trying to play a perfect game, and we're going towards it. And hopefully, in the next few games, we can put our A game and, inshallah, keep progressing in the future.
And games come thick and fast. No rest day at all. Big semi-final coming. How the body is feeling? How's the depth in the squad being tested?
Boys are working really hard. They've worked hard on their fitness during our off season. We don't really get time off to really load up our bodies, but the boys are taking care of themselves, staying hydrated, and raring to go finish the tournament on a high.
It was a fantastic victory for you and your boys today. Congratulations, and rest well and come back strong tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Shayan Jahangir, the winning captain, and now time to announce the player of the match for his fantastic knock in a pressure situation, in a pressure game in the run chase. Our player of the match today is Hassan Mohsin. Hassan, join me, and we will be joined by Hassan Tariq, namesake of Hassan Mohsin, the proud owner and chairman of the league. He will present the winning medal to our player of the match, Hassan Mohsin. Hassan, very well played today. It was a big game. And when you walked in, there was a little bit of pressure, but you guided the ship very calmly.
Yeah, definitely. When I was there in there to bat, so the condition was not easy. But alhamdulillah, I played well. And at that time, 2 wickets goes down back to back. But I played well, and I'm really happy for the performance.
It was unlike you. You took a lot of time to begin with. Your strike rate wasn't great, but there was still calmness, and you always felt like in control. Was it like that?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the conditions was not easy when I was in there to bat, but I knew it. We have a lot of strength in the end, like Asif and Kashif Bhatti as well. They can bat. So I was just thinking like if I play well, if I played long, so we will win, and that's happened.
And someone like you who has so many shots in the locker, how difficult it is to put them all back for a little while when a situation like this comes around.
Yeah, definitely. But I like to play all 360. I like to play reverse sweeps, some sweeps, and but at that conditions, I had to stay there, and I did well.
All right. We really enjoyed your knock. Congratulations, and go well in the semi-final.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hassan Mohsin, and that is it down here from the presentation party. We will have a second game coming our way as well in the afternoon. But before that, let's head back to the comm box. Lenny and Brian are there.
Faisal, we'll quickly take a look at what has happened here. Brian Walters, Stallion X, happened to get over the line. Look at that. A lovely shot at the start from Cheyenne Jahangir. He's such a classy player. And quickly he got into the act. But look at this man, Zazai. Springing a couple of quick surprises, a couple of strikes from him. A leg before Tajinda. And then, of course, not too long after, he picked up another one. So he picked a couple of strikes, made it quite interesting for the Cardinals. But later on, we saw a good knock from the likes of...
Well, that you saw the second and two delivers there. Struck twice. You saw the replay for the LBW a couple of times. But then Shehan Jayasuri, I thought, came and played a very mature innings. More than run a ball. Got the dismissal, well, almost dismissal there. I think it was fended. And you had the long appeal and the overruled by the third umpire. But Shehan Jayasuri, I thought, was good. Steadied the ship and did what he needed to do to get his team, especially with the loss of Shayan Jahangir on that last wicket you saw.
Yeah, Cameron Hotak, he came in with a couple of strikes of his own. But we talked about a big knock from Shahan. He really batted well, Brian Walters. Unfortunately, we will see a little bit later on, he got run out in one of those. Very good fielding that we had to go to have a look upstairs, but we saw some lovely shot again. Sharad Lumba came in, played a brief innings, but he fell off the bowling of Bishnoi, leg before wicket, Sharad Lumba.
Bishnoi just knew that one was out and started celebrating before the fact, but even you saw that they brought back the strike bowler Yusuf Zazai. Good couple of blows down the ground. There's some old guy running after the ball, don't know who he is. But I'll tell you that given the maturity of the pair that put on 50-odd runs for the last unbroken for the last wicket, it became a truly interesting finish to the match. And here, even though you might have had that run out, that's the run out that you're referring to, Lenny, but the maturity of the pair at the back end of the innings is what made the final be ultimately a foregone conclusion.
And the fact is, you look at Hassan Mohsen, who played a very good knock, 36, and batted and just tucked the ball around. But towards the end, Brian opened up a flurry of boundaries to get them across the line and into the semi-final.
Oh, that last shot that you saw there was exactly the shot that took them over the line, ending things. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the first match. So do join us right here at the Paramount Sports Complex for the second match that will be later on this afternoon. That match between the Kingsmen and Seattle Thunderbolts. That is eliminator number 2. Starts local time 2:15. Toss coming up. Well, for our purposes, we'll be doing the toss here. You'll see that on your screens if you join us at about 2:10 p.m. Central. Make that Eastern time. In the meantime, we're signing off here from Paramveers. See you in a few minutes. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Paramount Sports Complex. Eliminator Day is what we'll call this. The 22nd match of the tournament featuring the Kingsmen and the Seattle Thunderbolts. The winner of this game, goes on to play in the semis starting tomorrow right here in the Paramount Sports Complex. It is going to be a really interesting match with the Kingsmen and the Seattle Thunderbolts. The toss taking place a few minutes ago. Let's go to the middle with Lenny Achabar to find out what he saw. Let's take a look at the pitch and the conditions ahead of what I would refer to as the business end of this tournament. The ground staff and the curators, I think, have done a spectacular job with this specific pitch. Played on a lot of pitches here. This is the, most hard and most true. Slight amount of grass, but it is rolled in. You will get some turn, but the pace bowlers will love the bounce that they get on the surface. The team batting first yesterday on this pitch scored 130, but at one point they were 82 for 2. So that's less a reflection on the pitch and more that specific team. As far as the conditions are concerned, 6 to 8 yards north and south. To the east, about 65 yards. To the west, 71. Something else to keep in mind. It's a bit of a blustery morning here in Georgia. Strong wind coming from the north. I'd estimate about 10, 15 miles an hour. So watch for the batters from the southern end. If you go in that direction, the wind will stop the ball. Going this direction, it will be hit all the way over to field 1. So whether the team that bats or that wins the toss wants to bat or bowl is less about the pitch and more to their preference. A spectacular game coming up.
Well, that was pitch report from earlier, and Lenny Achabar was with both the captains. The toss happened just a short while ago. Let's join Lenny and find out what happened at the coin toss.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the second eliminator for the day. Host team, the Kingsmen, led by Saad Ali. And we've got our visiting team, Seattle Thunderbolts, being led by Shashwat Kohli. We've got our umpire here in attendance. And who has the toss? Heads is the call. It comes up tails. So Saad Ali, you've won the toss. What you will do?
We're gonna bat first.
Any reason for batting first?
We look the previous match. The pitch is playing good, and we just try to set the good total. And this is a knockout game. We just try to pressure another team.
All right, Saad Ali. Any changes to your last time you played?
Yeah, just one change. Osama is in playing 11, and Bonner is if needed is used as an impact player.
All right, so thank you very much. Good luck. Kohli, you have lost the toss.
Yeah.
You'll be bowling first.
Yeah, would have loved to bat first, but yeah, I think we have a pretty long batting lineup, so I don't mind chasing. We won the first game here on this ground chasing, so yeah, don't mind that.
All right, one other question. Any changes to your last time you played?
No, same 11. It's the same 11 for me.
All right, so same 11, folks. There you have it. Kingsmen, they have won the toss, led by Saad Ali, and they have opted to bat first.
Not many surprises with the decision on the toss. That has been the trend. Kingsmen winning the toss and deciding to bat first in this knockout game. Formidable lineup. Ramiz Raja, Sharjeel Khan, Saad Ali, Milind Kumar, Hassan Khan. Big strikers, big players. And then if you look at their bowling, Ziaul Haq, Aryan Satish, Mohammad Ilyas, Akhtar Shah, Anwar Ali, the all-rounder, and Osama Razak, the wicket-keeper. Absolutely star-studded lineup.
That is a murderer's row of batting. Going to the Seattle Thunderbolts, who very frankly have nothing to lose here. Shah Faisal, Sujit Gowda, excellent batter. Rahul Jariwala, Shreyas Chitnani, Shashwat Kohli, the captain. Rishabh Mohan and Harsh Kakani. Then you have the big hitting Rashawn Primus. Karthik Gatipale, young left arm leg or orthodox spinner out of Houston. Ayan Desai, left arm pace. Mayuresh Lakshmi and then Krish Katre are the 11. But ultimately, if you are Seattle, you are leading a relatively charmed life because you have nothing to lose. This Kingsmen team is absolutely star-studded. Sharjeel Khan, who will likely be opening the batting is a monster striker of the ball, and it does not get any better when you get through him. Ramiz Raja, a brilliant left-handed batter, or make that right-handed batter, and then you all the way down to Hassan Khan. You're not going to find a more heavy-hitting middle order, top and middle order than this Kingsmen side has.
Absolutely, and the scene is set. It is an absolute gorgeous afternoon. Bright and sunny. Little bit of a cool breeze, which has definitely warmed up since the first time we arrived here this morning, 9:30. It was absolute chilly. Now it is very, very pleasant. And like we said, top-class cricket action happening. And if you're in and around Rydell, come along down. The entry is absolutely free. You can come in and enjoy the cricket and enjoy the beautiful weather here at Paramveer Sports Complex.
And all those names that I just threw out just now, the one name I did not throw out was Milind Kumar, and all he did the last time he was on this ground, 2 days ago when he was on this ground, was score a century. And he is obviously a high-level player, USA national player, the man who's warming up in front of us right now. Hassan Khan, also a high-level player, major leaguer, played in the minor leagues, of course, and also played in the Caribbean Premier League this last season. So you expect that this Kingsmen team is absolutely loaded, and they will certainly be the favorite team here. And that's what I was referring to earlier, Shafai. So ultimately, the Seattle Thunderbolts have no pressure on them whatsoever. If they lose by 100 runs, it's because there was so much of a mismatch between these two teams. But if they were to somehow spring this upset, and somehow magic happens, lightning caught in a bottle, all of those cliches apply, and were to take down the Kingsmen, what a story that would be.
Absolutely, and that is the fascination of sports. Both the teams are starting on zero, and they have the opportunity. And the game of cricket is not played on paper, it's played on the field, and the better team on the day wins. There's still plenty of talent in the Thunderbolts lineup, although the pedigree and class that Kingsmen have is at another level. But if you have the talent and you rise to the occasion, these are the kind of moments you want to really do it to, because then you will become a hero. And it's chance for the Thunderbolts. They will always have the support as well of the neutrals, because neutrals always support the underdogs.
Root for the underdog. I'm reminded of a quote from former ESPN Sports Center sportscaster Kenny Mayne, who said, "Games are not played on paper, they're played in TV sets." And so this is not quite on a TV set, even though we do have a TV set in front of us, but this is going to be high-level cricket. Shardil Khan strikes the ball as cleanly as anyone that I have personally seen in a really long time. He's at the non-striker's end. It's going to be Ramiz Raja who takes first strike. The opening bowler will be, it appears to be, Ayan Desai. All in readiness, as the great Shah Faisal always says. And it's going to be a mouth-watering contest here, Shah Faisal.
Indeed, it will be. Two officials in the middle. Aftab Gilani officiating at the far end, where the proceedings will begin. And Denzel James has taken his position. He's at point, standing. Probably would have alerted the fielding side. Nice blue shirts for the umpires. Quite distinct when you see the pink of Seattle Thunderbolts, who have taken the field. Not going aggressive at all. Just a leg slip or a short fine in place.
Mouth-watering contest here. First ball from the left arm pace. And the dot ball, you want a whole lot more of those to start, but my goodness, what a mouth-watering contest. I've said that a few times already. What would constitute success for the power play for the Seattle Thunderbolts?
Couple of wickets, definitely. And we've seen it can happen. New ball does fly around here. The pitch today for the Paramveer, you had a close look and you came up with the pitch report, but this afternoon when the sun has shone on it almost all day, looks an absolute belter at this stage of the day. It's cold, so it's not going to get too dry and too slow than whatever it is right now.
Look at that. driven straight to mid-off. So a couple of dot balls you want to feel, especially since this team, the Seattle Thunderbolts, have so many youngsters. By my quick unofficial count, there's 5 players in the side who are under the age of 21. So not a whole lot of experience. From that sort of setup, you want early success. And this young man, Ian Desai, is a good fast bowler, left arm quick, and I think you've seen evidence that he can get it in the right areas. How important is it for him to bowl well here to Ramiz Raja?
Got the lower part of the thigh guard. I've seen a few instances where that ball ricochets back onto the stumps. That's the way that the thigh pad is shaped in. Little edgy part at the bottom. It does change the direction of the ball when it hits it. Lucky for Ramiz, it just trickled along past the leg stump. Yeah, talking about Ayan, we've seen when he bowled Fuller, second delivery of the over, it did tail in a little bit as well. It was too full. Pull the length back a little bit and get that movement going.
That time he was going for the Yorker. Very, very full, almost pitching on the popping crease. So 4 dots. Earlier asked about success through the power play. Success through the first over, to me, might feel like not conceding a boundary.
Yeah, that would constitute a success. Someone like Ramiz Raja, who's in brilliant form. We saw yesterday he battled through injury to get to 78, a player of the match performance. How incredible that they get fit and healthy so quick to turn up again.
Taking the safe route that time, just running it down to third to open his account, Ramiz Raja. So he mentioned what he did yesterday battling through injury. He is a wicket-keeper batter, so can contribute in front of the stumps or behind them. Generally at the top of the order, likes to go hard, likes to go quickly. This young man here who's on strike, I think you would agree, also likes to go quickly. Sharjeel Khan, look out for that area down the ground. Really, if you have about a 90-degree slice of the pitch from mid-wicket to extra cover, is about where his heaviest scoring areas are, and he hits the ball a mile.
He does. He's worked incredibly hard on his fitness as well. Probably this year he looks leaner and fitter than ever. Still wants to contribute, still wants to be on the circuit. But it could be fun if he lasts 5 overs here.
Well, talked about success. That 1 over to Ramiz Raja and Sharjeel Khan only goes for 1 run. Excellent stuff here with the ball from Ian Desai. End of over number 1, 1 without loss. Flex up. That's middle.
During the mid-over break, we saw that promo. Well, what an occasion that will be when Sir Clive Lloyd will be here. You saw some of these images, the iconic images of him holding the World Cup, or some from his playing days. It's just nostalgic. Takes you back to that era. How was cricket back then?
Well, you are bringing up West Indies cricket nostalgia to the wrong person, Shah Faisal. Because these days I am, let's just say I wish for the days of when I was a young man growing up. Speaking of young men, here's another one, and that is hammered away into the deep. A little bit too wide from Chris Katre. Ball won't go all the way to the boundary. You talk about the fitness of Sharjeel Khan, and just for a split second, I thought they might be going back for the 3rd run. I will tell you, when I saw him, it was 2 days ago, I looked at him and then looked past him because I thought it was a completely different guy who I did not recognize. He looks, I would estimate, 25 pounds lighter than the last time I saw him.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. There is a little bit of something behind the bowler's arm. Umpire Gilani and Ramiz Raja looking to sort things out at the com box. And is it some reflection as or some object?
Oh, not exactly sure what that was, but Ramiz Raja is ready again. Oh my goodness, that's a good piece of batting. He was winding up for the big one there, Shah Faisal, and then checked the shot at the last second.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel like he saw the ball coming, and halfway through its flight, he said it's going, and then held himself at the last minute. Might as well, because that was good length, good areas there from Krish.
So it's always so important to find the right length. Look at this shot again. Well, maybe we didn't see the full development of that entire piece of batting, but he checked the shot right at the last second. And this now presents an opportunity for Sharjeel Khan to pick out that area that I mentioned that goes between about mid-wicket and extra cover, which tells me, Shah Faisal, that you and I need to get our catching practice in. That ball could fly in this direction at any moment.
I need to warm my hands. Here we go, Sharjeel.
Drags it a little bit squarer than I was expecting, but he'll still get a couple of runs, and in fact, he gets 4. That easily could have been stopped on the boundary. Thought it was covered down there, not quite able to prevent it from going over the ropes. First boundary of the day.
Mayura, the youngster, felt the pressure, the heat of the moment. The regulation stop, the long barrier was breached by Sharjeel Khan. Generally, he does it with more belligerent and powerful strikes. This was, he almost overrun it. You feel like it?
He actually did overrun it. Cut away and gone. Oh my goodness, what a big wicket that one is. Well, if you'd have been disappointed by the misfield on the boundary that conceded 4, he will be happy with this. 8 for 1.
It's strange that this is one of the stronger areas of Sharjeel. Cut and pull. He's prolific. Just couldn't get over the bounce, couldn't control it. And it went straight to the fielder. That is a disappointing end to Sharjeel Khan. His tournament started with a bang, but it has fizzled out dramatically since. Once again, a quick exit for the big left-hander. And how about this moment for young Katre?
My goodness, Chris Katre, another one of the multiple U21 players that I alluded to. And what does that do for his confidence to be able to go back to probably, I don't know, his freshman or sophomore college friends and say, guess who I dismissed in Atlanta over the holiday? Well, it's not a holiday, but in Atlanta for the last week. And so that is a feather in his cap. The captain, Saad Ali, strides in. Don't know that his side is in a spot of bother necessarily because they bat so deep, but you'd have wanted more out of that opening pair.
Definitely, Sharjeel is their big game player. And his early exit, and not just in this game, after that 80 on the opening day, I think for memory he's collected a couple of ducks and a couple of very low scores. So that is not good sign. And skipper Saad Ali has literally had to come out as an opener.
This one into the leg side immediately off the mark is Saad Ali. So you mentioned he essentially is coming out as an opener. When you're batting number 3, effectively you're opening if you lose an early wicket. But how much of a difference is there mentally between being an established number 3 and an opener?
There has been instances where the top 3 have rotated slots between 1, 2, and 3. But still there is a difference, especially when the innings is beginning, your 2 partners walking out psychologically, and you sitting in the shadow. even though in some cases it has to be probably maybe one ball at times, but still somehow this is one of those peculiar things that is the difference between when you're batting on 0 and you're batting on 1. It's just one run, but mentally you know you played the game. You know how much of a difference it is. So that is same as a number 3. Although you may be walking out to play the second ball, somehow it's different from facing the first ball.
I'll tell you something else before we get to the last ball here. Skied in our direction over extra cover. It's going to land and trickle over the ropes. Maybe I'll get back to that point after this over. Don't think that you'll mind very much Ramiz Raja going over the extra cover. 13 runs come from the over, but the big wicket.
Just got underneath it. Just a little bit of width, but the length was there for him. Ramiz Raja searches for that slot early doors, and no protection in the deep because it's power play. Bouncing away to close out the over with the boundary, and it's end of over number 2 and 14 for 1. Somebody's day's ended already. I don't know what's their plans after that. What are your plans, Brian Walters, after the day is over today?
To somehow, well, I assume
not
that
similar to yesterday.
Not similar to yesterday at all. I assume, well, speaking of yesterday, at some point my plans need to include the finishing off the 2/3 of a bowl of goat biryani that you brought me yesterday that is still in my fridge because it was so much I could only get to about 1/3 of it last night. Simple catch. Oh, you have got to be kidding. 2 wickets down, about the softest dismissal that you'll ever see. 14 for 2.
Well, and that is the skipper, Saad Ali. Early exit, turning the face too soon. Did that ball held up a little bit in the pitch? Just might be the case, but went through with the shot too early and ballooned it up. We've seen some soft catches today, and this is probably the easiest of them all.
Oh my goodness, just looping up into the air. It is a simple catch going to Sujit Gowda, who never dropped that. He will have taken way more difficult catches than that in his career. Earlier, Shah Faisal, I mentioned that, you know what? They have nothing to lose, Seattle Thunderbolts. If they lose by 100 runs, it's because of the strength of the Kingsmen. Well, they've taken a couple of body blows here, the Kingsmen. 14 for 2, 1 delivering to over number 3.
And we discussed, and you asked me the question, what will be a good power play for the Thunderbolts? And I said a couple of wickets. Well, they've taken half of the, less than half of the power play to get to those 2 wickets. And generally, stats would suggest if you're able to get 3 wickets inside the power play, more often than not, you go on and win the T20 games. So this is the kind of pressure they've exerted. Milind Kumar has entered the fray. We ran through their side. The Kingsmen batting runs deep. They have great strength and depth. So Thunderbolts will need to keep taking wickets to peg them back.
And then to that point, the batting depth. Milind Kumar, who strides in right now, is the leading batter in the side for the series. 168 runs, high score for 104. That's the century referred to earlier. Strike rate an ungodly 158. And he is a heavy hitter, but he can also temper his natural aggression to suit the moment. This, to me, calls for a composed play. Going down the leg side here. Wait to see from umpire Glani whether or not this is a leg by, and in fact it is a leg by. So not yet off the mark, Milind Kumar, but early successes here for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Yeah, it is, and despite Ramiz Raja getting off to a start, 2 boundaries, he still hadn't produced any scoring shot other than those 2 boundaries in his 8 deliveries.
So Shah Faisal is run down to deep third. Might just get one here. The reason why I was motioning to you off camera that he only had one boundary is because I forgot about the misfield down here on the boundary. That really should have just been one. But to your point, Ramiz Raja is, to me, a brilliant batter, and you want that aggression at the top of the order. Maybe you want Milind Kumar to stay in second gear for a while, not necessarily needing to go all out just yet.
Yeah, you know what? You weren't wrong in saying he hit one boundary, because that other boundary was from Sharjeel.
Okay, so then I was right.
Yeah, absolutely, always.
I wouldn't go quite that far.
Good movement there for Ahandi Sai into the right-hander, and Ramiz Raja, you'll have to be in Milan Kumar as well. Facing Ayan, your balance has to be very good. You don't want your head to go the other side of the ball when it's coming back into you. Then you'll become a huge candidate for a leg before.
Well, that's the advantage of having two lefties open the bowling to a right-handed batter, particularly since you've gotten rid of the two lefties at the top of the order. Slashed away, boy. Had there been a third slip there, that would have been right at his chest. So a little bit, I don't know if you can call it nervousness, but certainly not getting off to the fluid start that they would have wanted here, the Kingsmen.
There will definitely be nerves. I know they're quality players, they're experienced players. But any cricketer that tells you that at the beginning of their innings they're not nervous, unless you're in the most golden form of your life.
Sure.
And you're not Brian Lara or Sachin Tendulkar.
Sure.
Most batters will feel a bit of butterflies in your stomach as you first walk in, especially after two early wickets.
Excellent stuff from these two left-handed opening bowlers. They're young. Add their both of their ages together, they're still well south of you and me, Shah Faisal, but they're doing well here. 4 overs in, make that 3 overs in, 17 for 2.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
3 overs up, halfway through the power play, Shah Faisal. 17 runs to the Kingsmen, 2 wickets to the Thunderbolts. Ramiz Raja, Milind Kumar are the batters who are now being asked to steady the ship a little bit and then fend off what is really a brilliant opening spell from these opening pair.
Absolutely keeping the pressure on. They want to continue in the same way. Just do not give any freebies. Ask the batters to earn their runs, and if they do, just put your hand up and say well played, but make sure there are no extras. There are no freebies, long hops or long half volleys.
Milind Kumar, I would say similar to somebody like an Unmuk Chand, seems to have so much time to play his shots and seems to very much be unbothered. And even though, yes, you're in a moment where the fast bowlers are on top, the two left-handed fast bowlers swinging the balls into the two right-handers, you would think that he has the temperament and the discipline to be able to sort of manage this little tricky period and then go on from there.
And you talk about his 100 in this tournament, it came when his team was struggling. That had to be an innings-saving knock from him in a must-win game.
From memory, there were 42 for 4 when he came in.
Yeah, and they're coming back on the back of a defeat in the morning game because they had to play back-to-back games that day. To put into context, an outstanding effort on that day.
In addition to all of that, he took 1 or 2 wickets, I don't remember, but certainly was among the wickets column, and then took the most ridiculous catch that you will ever see. Running back from mid-on, looking over his shoulder, and a one-hander when he's maybe 10 feet from the boundary rope. And I don't know whether or not we have time to go back and find that. I don't want to put any more work on the production team. Let's just say, take my word for it, if you didn't see it, a spectacular catch. Apart from all that, he didn't do anything. Looking at this shot there, that is lovely. That is off the back foot. That is 4.
He rode the bounce beautifully. And he looked so elegant, just stroking the ball away. Sign of good pitch here as well, when you can ride the bounce and get it through. Have a look at that. Just a little shimmy. Allowed for the ball to reach its maximum height and then bring the bat down. Just a little tap, but the timing was superb.
A white ball.
Asking the bowler to change his game plan. Overcorrection. And a wide as in result. This is what experienced players will do to youngsters. They put you under pressure, trying to put you off of your game and make you ball where they want you to ball.
To go back to put a button on that last conversation we were having about 2 overs ago, about when you're the mentality about opening versus batting third. The same thing in my mind. Sliced away over the top. This is going to be 4 more. Maybe we'll have some more time to talk now because Milind Kumar is making the fielders go chasing after the ball. What I was trying to say is I can count on one hand the number of times that I've batted. Before we do that, let's talk you through. Let's have you talk me through what you see here.
Yeah, width on offer. So a leg stump wide followed by overcorrection again on the other side of the stump. And look at those feet of Milind Kumar. Just a little shimmy forward and away from the line of the ball to give him that room to extend his arms.
Around the corner. Is it 3 on the trot? Speaking of trot, that's about all that you see Roshan Primus doing from fine leg. Carrying a bit of an injury. 2 more runs. 11 runs come from the over. So they had a really good passage of play here, the Seattle Thunderbolts, but it feels like this last over went the direction of the Kingsmen. End of number 4, the score is 28 for 2.
And then there are so many that I can talk and then you can talk on the same shot. Mix a bit with.
So 4 overs up, 11 runs coming from that second over bowled by Krish Katre. So that would have been an over that he maybe quite not getting the result that he wanted from. Got 13 from the first over, so he's been relatively expensive, but he took a wicket in that first over. And decided back into the attack for his third. Swipe and a miss from Ramiz Raja.
And that's just a very rare occurrence that an opening bowler does go through 3 overs in the first spell. And having seen Ayan bowl pretty well and Katre going for runs at the other end, couldn't forge that bowling partnership that would have put even more pressure on Kingsmen. And probably that is the reason after that expensive last over, the skipper has resisted the change and given his opening bowler yet another go.
Just there again. I just saw evidence of Ramiz Raja checking the shot at the last second, realizing that the ball wasn't quite there for the shot that he had in mind.
Sometimes it is that you don't get your movements in sync with the bowler and your rhythm is kind of slightly off. A couple of occasions now we've seen Ramiz threatening to bring out the big shot and then in the last minute he's just not quite picking the length or the release from the hand from Ayan.
Slashed away but down to deep third. So Ramiz Raja now 10 from 13. I don't know that you find a very pedestrian innings on the cards for Ramiz Raja. Not often that you see him bat with his strike rate under 100.
Yeah, it's funny that Ramiz opened and Milind Kumar came at number 4. But Ramiz has only played 13 deliveries and Milind has played 9. So he was deprived of the strike a little bit. But sometimes as an opener, when you see a few wickets fall around you, it's not a bad idea to just stay there at the non-striker and then just reassess the situation, the occasion.
Lovely looking shot. Does that have enough to get to the ropes? Milind Kumar times the ball beautifully. Even across the thick outfield, he goes away for 4.
You don't mind standing on the non-striker end and watching and admiring this because this is absolutely top class. Felt like he sliced through the ball to generate that power that you were talking about. Look at where the bat finished, right across. Good use of the wrist. That is quality batting from Milind Kumar.
Hammered, but straight to mid-off. Reaction from Milind Kumar himself indicates that he might just have wanted more out of that. You mentioned about Ramiz Raja. Strike rate currently, I don't have that math in my head, but 10 from 13 is under 100. The strike rate throughout this tournament has been 150. So essentially 3 runs off of every 2 balls faced. You're keeping him in check. Does that mean that there's some pressure on him to start accelerating?
I don't think he'll be feeling the pressure since Milind has gotten off to such a good start, 15 of 11. He's experienced, Ramiz Raja. Realize there will be phases where he'll have to take the back seat, but as long as the runs are coming, it won't put him under pressure. It would be different if both the batters got bogged down. But Milind has started brilliantly. 5 done is 33 for 2.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Landing deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
Left arm fast bowling up front, 2 big wickets, 2 left-handers at the top of the order. Any day that you can get Sharjeel Khan and Saad Ali cheaply is a good day. But you do have a strong batting lineup to come.
Thank you, Brian Walters. You're right on that. There were all big things happening in the first 5 overs. 2 big wickets, 2 upcoming fast bowlers.
Kartik Gatapale, the young man from Houston, starts over number 6, single down the ground. The last over of the power play, you don't mind necessarily bringing the finger-spinning left-hander in, bowling to 2 right-handers with the last over in the power play.
Well, we talked about the promising young bowling of Ian Desai and Chris Catray. And now Gatapali. Spin for the first time, but Brian, you've got to appreciate Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja. We saw Ramiz Raja from since yesterday, but it's rebuilding time here for the Kingsmen.
Rebuilding time indeed. That shot says to me Milind Kumar wants to get things going.
Well, Milind Kumar, we talked about the likes of Milind Kumar, Nitish Kumar. They can tap it around, but they've got some big shots too.
Well, there's one of the big shots. How effortless was that? Think it carried all the way for 6. In fact, it did. Excellent shot from Milind Kumar.
Well, that's his first 6, but we've seen 3/4 of the bat of this man, Milind Kumar. Look at that. A powerful shot, commanding shot. And that's a batsman that has been in form in this series.
Well, the mistake I think that Kartik Gatapali made there was that he was a little too straight. When you're turning the ball away from the righties, look at this replay here, just striking and cleaning at his pads from around the wicket. So not much threat in that type of a delivery. And he goes around the leg side this time. That's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, Milind Kumar, even the good balls he'll put away. Can you imagine what he will do with poor deliveries? Look at that strength down the leg side. Even if he hadn't played, he would have gone for wides and maybe more than wides. That's a lovely shot from Milind Kumar.
Lovely shot from Milind Kumar indeed. Not the best of deliveries from Kartik Gatapali. That is the end of the power play. Started out very well for the Seattle Thunderbolts, but the Kingsmen have taken the last 2 overs to task. 44 for 2 after 6.
Go guys, feel a team down. Bro, you're contributing to the okay? Feel it up. Okay? Let's go. Let's go guys. You brought the wrong glove.
Well, things started out really well, as I said, for the Seattle Thunderbolts. A team that, very frankly, I think you could stipulate was not necessarily expecting to be in this portion of the tournament. A bunch of youngsters. They're making a good account of themselves here. But the strength of the Kingsmen, even having lost those two top order wickets, I think sees them in a better position at the moment.
Yes, Brian, they came into this game with 5 under 21 players. Ayan Desai, Krish Katre, whom we saw. And there's, of course, Mayura Lashmikant, Rishabh Mohan, and Shreyas Chatnini.
Harsh Kakani it is to start the first over out of the power play.
Yeah, he's another quality bowler that has been part of the Seattle Thunderbolts. Brian Walters, we talked about some of the franchise that have spread across their influence across the minor league circuit. We've seen this team, Atlanta Fire, and of course the Atlanta Lightning.
Ramiz Raja has now faced 16 deliveries, has 11 runs to his name. Good thing, at least from the standpoint of the Kingsmen, that Milind Kumar has come out and has already gotten to a quarter of a century from just 17 balls. But on balance, they've not necessarily started out or gotten off to the fast start that you typically expect from the Kingsmen.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Ramiz might have held back. Having lost a couple of early wickets, we see Sharjeel and Saad Ali. Certainly big blows for the Kingsmen. And I talked about the rebuilding time. And they're still going at about 7 runs and over. We talked about Milind Kumar, the only centurion in this series, Brian Walters. We've seen about 12 or 13 half century, but otherwise than that, Milind Kumar at the top of the heap in terms of the only man to cross 3-figure mark.
Tell you what, that's cut away. We'll get to the rope for 4. Not very far away from the fielder, backward point, but 4 runs nonetheless to Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, ball outside the off stump. And this is a good slashing shot. You slash hard. That's what they tell you. And he picks up a boundary.
Shah Faisal would like to know when you refer to they, who are they who say when you slash hard? I'm thinking it's somebody like a Shah Faisal who tells you if you do anything, do it well, do it with commitment. I think that's what they meant. Oh, this one would have missed the pad and hit that very small area between the batting pad and the thigh pad. Lenny, I know that has happened to you. It certainly happened to me. It does not feel very good.
Yeah, and it comes at a time in which we saw Ramiz Raja had gotten treatment, not sure which leg yesterday. And he was down and out for a good 5 or 10 minutes, had to be treated, but he batted well for 78. And so the big question is if it's on the same foot, well, double damage. And if it's on the other foot, now both feet are in some bit of pain.
Looks to be batting within himself, though, Ramiz Raja. End of over number 7. Single coming from that last ball. 49 for 2 after 7.
So the batting card so far, we talked about Sharjeel Khan not troubling the scorers a whole lot, and Saad Ali fell shortly after. But other than that, we've seen a 35-run partnership, Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja out in the middle. And they look pretty solid. Couple of wickets for the youngsters. One for Ayan Desai and one for Krish Khatri.
Well, we're going back here now to Karthik Gatapale to bowl over number 8. He will want to have bowled a better over than the one that he bowled in over number 6. 11 runs came from that over. You certainly like the ability for Karthik Gatapale to turn the ball away from the 2 right-handed batters. Karthik Gatapale, second leading wicket taker for the Seattle Thunderbolts in this tournament. Best of 3 for 30, economy rate of 6.1. So essentially concedes around a ball, which is why an over where he concedes 11, he'll want to do better than.
Yes, Brian Walters, and the reason you're saying that he's the highest wicket taker for the Thunderbolts is because he came into this game along with 6 wickets along with Khatri, but Khatri has picked up 1 along the way, so 7 for Khatri and 6 to Gatapale.
This is an interesting matchup. Milind Kumar loves, well, he's a good batter to both pace and spin, but he loves attacking spinners. To me, it remains almost a mystery to see when he chooses to go after Karthik Gatapale. Is he able or willing to just work 1s and 2s down the ground or in the gaps, or does he eventually attack?
Yeah, Brian Walters, when you look at, and we talked about similar playing types. You look at Nitish Kumar, you look at Milind Kumar, and there the players probably will use their feet to the leg spinner.
Well, the one thing that you don't want to try to do unless the ball is on your legs is to go on the off to the leg side, and that is on the offside. Played very well by Milind Kumar. Good piece of fielding at backward point by Sujit Gowda to keep that from going all the way to the ropes, which is where it likely would have gone.
Yeah, good over from Gatapale. You talked about top wicket taker so far.
Get a single here. By the way, we did not acknowledge it. 50 came up in the last over. You're at now 53 for 2 with 2 balls remaining. Make that 1 ball remaining in over number 8.
Yeah, partnership of 39 we saw yesterday. Ramiz Raja was involved in a couple of big partnerships also, so twice in a row, 2 different matches, he has had to really carry the brunt of the batting for Kingsmen.
Very full delivery, that one from Karthik Gatapale. Single that will close things out in over number 8, 54 for 2. $54 for 2. Probably not too early, Eleni, to talk projections as Harsh Kakani comes back to bowl his second over.
Yeah, we're still at this stage probably looking 140, 150, but
nice, buddy.
This partnership has gone on for some time, 41.
Partnership certainly of 41. To me, a run rate of 6.73, which calculates to 135 as a projection, needs to be improved. 8 and over from here gets you to 150. I would think that that would be the minimum that they'd be looking for. If you get all the way to 10 and over, that puts you at 173. And even though this pair is explosive, the bowling generally has been very good and has limited and taken away the natural attacking ability of these two batters.
And Brian, when you're talking 140-ish, maybe even 150, that has been the par on what we have seen here. We have seen the high end. We saw 179, we saw 172. That's on the high end. But other than that, I think 150, 160 can still work in conditions like these.
Boy, did that carry Harsh Kakani in potentially with a chance for a cotton ball there. I want to see that replay when it comes up. What do you think, Lenny?
Yeah, I think it died on him at the last. Yeah, look at that. In fact, may have gotten a hand towards before it fell. So Ramiz Raja, we talked about how good he's been. Got a big knock yesterday. May have seen the Kingsmen across the line, and he's doing it today again for them.
Oh, that time he wound up for the big one. That time, that was indication that Ramiz Raja was tired of the big shot. But what happens here? What happens here? I think we're going to go upstairs. To me, Lenny, this is going to be very close. As the throw came in, don't think that I knew that there were 2 runs initially, but they will look at it upstairs. We will go silent here and take a look at what happens from the umpire's standpoint.
They can't run in for third umpire. So subs can't run in for third umpire. Rules are rules, same shit, bro. I see you now, bowling Harish. Really good area. Guys, energy. It's a deck card. That's all. Hello?
So confirmation based on that excellent visual representation of that play. 2 runs got there by the skin of his teeth, Ramiz Raja. And I was saying that that shot that he played tells me that he's ready to get things moving. Going along at less than a run a ball, 22 from 26 now, and he wants to go big. You can tell, almost like a caged animal looking to cut loose. Might look for 2 more here. Good running. Milind Kumar's very quick, but they'll get 2 without much fuss. The one big thing as we go to the last ball here, Lenny, I think that they're going to be missing Rashawn Primus with the ball. He's a strike bowler, genuine strike bowler, but picked up an injury earlier in the tournament. He's in the 11. He can bat. I don't think you'll take the chance with him bowling. To me, that is a big miss.
Yeah, they'll come up with 1 bowler short. Seen good running from Milind and Ramiz.
Over the top of extra cover. Didn't really hit it cleanly, and he'll get a couple of runs. That's an area that he loves scoring in, Ramiz Raja. Gets a couple more runs there. So 3 consecutive doubles to close out over number 9. 8 runs come from the over. The score is 62 for 2.
He's not the impact there, right? No. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Was it close or he was way in?
I can't. They always say it was not out.
What did you see? I'm just asking.
It was close. Yeah, it was close. What do you think?
No, it was close.
All right, guys, let's go. My bowler change. Bowler's coming right arm over. Right arm over.
Well, over number 10 going about to come up. Lenny Chaibar, I just talked about Rashawn Primus. I just assured you that he was not going to be in the lineup with the ball. Does it look as though he's going to bowl off spin? Rashawn Primus is as strong as an NFL linebacker. He is right now operating from what looks like about an 8-yard run up. The keeper is up to the stumps with his helmet on. Is he going to bowl off spin? Lenny Chaibar?
I don't think so, but let's see.
Lenny, that is not seam up.
Yeah, he starts pretty well, giving away one. And Brian, we talked about the second eliminator ongoing earlier on, folks. The Stallions X have made it into the Final Four. They'll take on the Clarion Eagles tomorrow. So 3 semi-finalists have booked their place in tomorrow's game. The winner of this match will take on the Fire.
Lenny, I am seeing a man who is capable of bowling 85 miles an hour plus, bowling off spin. And you like the fact that even though we thought they were going to be bowler short, he's rolled his sleeves up and said, I might have an injury, but I will try to do the best for my side. Now, this is a bit of a long hop. Tried to go short. That doesn't quite work as well when you're not coming off the long run.
Yeah, short from Russian Primus, and not the kind of form that we've seen Ramesh Raja to be in. And look at that, pulled around the leg side, and it runs away for 4. And Brian, when you look at players like Russian Primus, it's pretty much the end of the season for a lot of things. And so those injuries are always at the end of the season, kind of.
Well, that doesn't help either. 2 more down the leg side, meaning a wide plus the additional run because it got away from wicket keeper Rahul Jariwala. Still 3 balls remaining here. 69 runs on the board.
Now we talked about a solid partnership again. Ramesh Raja and Milind Kumar, the only centurion of the series. They batted solidly. In the last over, we saw a little bit of a half chance into the hands of the bowler Harish Kakani. Other than that, Ramesh has looked solid. And once he's fit to run, Brian Walters, I'm pretty sure that you could be seeing a lot of couples between the two. Milind Kumar there, both now on 30 each.
Gone! What a stunning catch. Absolutely brilliant catch taken at point. That ball was hammered, but what a catch. Wicket number 3 on the 10-over mark. 70 for 3.
Yeah, it might have been the captain, Shashwat Kohli. A brilliant catch into the offside, cut away. And look at that, interrupted by a pair of hands. The captain comes up with a great catch. And that big partnership we talked about is interrupted. It's gone for 56. Ramesh gone for 30. It's 70 for 3.
Double check, because I think this is second innings. Right. But this is the first innings. No, that's the first innings. Yeah, so we're doing the first innings. I'm high. I don't blame you. You've been doing this to me since yesterday. You're good. No worries, Mr. Brian Walters, where you going?
So Osama Razak walks to the middle, and in walks Shaw Faisal into the box. 70 for 3, Shaw Faisal, 10 gone, and so they're going at 7 and over. Welcome.
Thank you, Lenny. A good partnership came to an end. Probably just about the right time if you are the Thunderbolts fan, because these two batters were really getting into their stride. And generally, the platform that they try to build in the first half looked to capitalize, but at the halfway stage, we got a new batter in the middle.
Yeah, we saw a big partnership of 56. Ramiz Raja again among the runs, Shah Faisal. And again trying to bail the Kingsmen out of early trouble.
Yeah, Ramiz has had a sensational tournament, you know. And again, his knock was important today in that partnership as well.
So new bowler comes into the fray. And he starts by giving away one. And the cricket continues here at the Atlanta Paramveers.
Nice, Mayura. Nice, Mayura.
Yeah, important phase of the game. And Milind Kumar's role is crucial here. We've seen it's never ideal in a T20 game to have two batters coming in the second half of the innings with not many balls behind them.
And Shah Faisal, I know you and Brian Walters talked about the youth composition with this Thunderbolt team. Here's another youth player, Mayura Lashmikant.
Running very hard, looking to come back for the second. And does it quite easily in the end. These two are very quick, both Osama and Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, good running. Milling has always been a fleet-footed runner. This has gone pretty well for Lashmi Khan. Just 3 runs in 3 balls. Look at that quality bowling from the young off-spinner.
A good chance for him to get into the game with the new man in the crease. A sloppy error in the field earlier. Mayura letting that Sharjeel Khan hit go through and concede a boundary, but his skipper has given him the ball when it is a crunch situation of the game. Showing trust in the youngster.
Yes, boy.
And this is what you like to see from the composition of these young players. Shah Faisal, a lot of teams will carry them, but not use them.
Yeah, absolutely. To not only just use them, but give them the crucial roles in crunch situation. That's absolutely essential for their development. 11 gone, it's 74 for 3.
So the action continues. Primus continues. And he starts with a dot ball here. Shah Faisal, 74 for the loss of 3. We saw a couple of early losses. We saw a little bit of repair work from Ramiz Raja and Milind Kumar. And now the likes of Osama Razak and Milind Kumar, they will have to carry the brunt of the scoring as we come down to the 12th and ongoing overs.
Yeah, despite their depth in their batting lineup, they still want to build another partnership. It's Ariel. Good effort there. The fielder just putting his body behind the line. I think it's Ayan Desai, the tall fast bowler. Bowlers will need support of their fielders.
Yeah, we're seeing another good knock from Milind Kumar. Look at that, good running. The throw will come in from Russian Primus. And how many times we've seen they're missing at close blank range.
Yeah, I think he was struggling there. Osama played and run. Quick bit of pickup. Yeah, not at the races at all. But now amends have been made, and that is even bigger scalp because it's Nitish Milind Kumar.
Yeah, we heard it from here. A big tick safely into the gloves of Jariwala. And the big wicket of Milind Kumar. We talked about the only Centurion in the series. Well, he's walking back to the shade. It's 77 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back wickets, really bringing Thunderbolts back into the game. What a wonderful catch this is from Jariwala, standing up to the stumps to Roshan Primus. Generally don't see bowlers bowl short when the wicketkeeper is up, but look at that for a take. It is right out of the top drawer. Milind Kumar was stunned. Both feet up in the air, but the positioning of the gloves as he rose with the ball, the bounce of the ball. This will go down as one of the most brilliant wicket-keeping catches. Milind Kumar goes for 30, is 77 for 4.
So Roshan Primus has picked up 2 wickets. And we talked about Roshan Primus certainly not bowling on his usual length that he usually operates. But he's picked up a couple of wickets, that of Milind Kumar just now, and got the wicket of Ramiz Raja. So a couple of big scabs for him. We'll come into bowl to Hassan Khan, who's come to the middle. And Hassan Khan gets off the mark. We'll close out over number 12. 12 gone is 78 for 4.
It's coming. 12 minutes.
Yeah, Ayan, no 2 on you, yeah? Little bit straighter.
Impressive stats for the bowlers. Primus with 2 wickets.
Come, Mayura,
And this side was brilliant up top. 1 for 8, a wicket for Katre, although he was expensive. Generally in the field, the Thunderbolts never let the Kingsmen get away from them.
So Hassan Khan into the onside. Picks up a couple of runs. Shaw Faisal, let's see what Hassan Khan has done during the course of the 4 games. 22, 12 and 14, and in one match he was not out on not. So 22, 12 and 14. His scores in this series.
Generally not required in one of those low-scoring games. He
Bold, Mayura, that's a really good spot.
top score came in that, but he will rise to the occasion, no doubt.
Really good spot, Mayura.
He's a better surface, not to
Nice,
forget
Mayura.
his
Couple of dots for you
contributions
now,
with
buddy.
the ball as well throughout the tournament and in the field. But yet, today's the moment. Stage is set for him.
Yeah, guided away a chase here for Roshan Primus, and he trots back. And always was going to be a couple of runs, considering that we talked about Roshan Primus not fully fit. 2 runs off the bat of Razak.
Primus not on prime fitness at this stage of his career, but still extremely experienced and skillful.
So Shaw Faisal, we're watching, folks. If you're following the feed, we're watching the second eliminator today. We talked about Stallion X already through and into the semi-final. They will take on Clarion Eagles tomorrow. And we're still waiting for the winner in this clash, who will come up against the Atlanta Fire. And both of those games will be played right here. And if you're watching the MLC network, lots to catch up on. You can revert back and catch up the other games during the course of the last 3 days. And if you're a numbers person, you can go to PVCC Cricket Clubs and catch all the information. The fielder comes in, ball may have died in front of him, and they come back for a couple of runs.
Have to have a closer look. Did that carry Fielder had to dive forward. Sama looking to go big. It did carry only just, but a terrific effort. Still can't go down as a missed opportunity. 13 gone, it's 86 for 4.
Two for 12 so far from Rashawn Primus. It's a big appeal ball. Probably sliding down the leg side. And they cross through for a leg bye.
Crucial innings for Osama Razak as well. Crucial stage of the game in partnership with Hassan Khan. The mercurial player Hassan Khan, like you said, Lenny, his stats with the bat, especially in this tournament, hasn't been as impressive as you come to expect from Hassan. Conditions have been difficult. His team has been dominant.
White ball.
You see this wide, and Hassan Khan is the kind of player who rises to big stage. There's still plenty of cricket left in this tournament with crunch matches starting from today. And Hassan Khan is in the thick of things.
Yeah, ball worked into the onside, challenging the fielder. They'll stay for one. Not a bad over here from Rashawn Primus. We talked about a couple of wickets for him already. And while he wasn't able to bowl off his full run, Shah Faisal, his effectiveness has certainly contributed here for the Thunderbolts.
And there is no substitute for experience, as we see another single knocked away into the gap. And Primus, like I said, he's not in peak fitness, but he knows his craft. He knows how to use the conditions.
Yeah, ball pulled but not timed. And they'll get a single. Still a very good over here from Rashawn Primus.
He's still not shy of bowling that short pitch delivery. It never goes away from the armory of a fast bowler. Even if your body doesn't want to do it in the later stages of your career, your mind does want it.
In the air, easy catch. Rashawn Primus has picked up his third. Another wicket goes down.
And this is Hassan Khan. That is a big wicket. This could really make a difference to the eventual total that the Kingsmen will get. Hassan Khan, his lean trot continues with the bat. Was slow delivery thrown wide by Rashawn Primus. Just a little puff of dust and it went straight up. And an easy take. Thunderbolts really looking good here and keeping the pressure on by taking wickets. It's 5 down now for 92.
So Anwar Ali walks to the middle. 14 overs gone, Shah Faisal. And they worry whether or not it will be it would have been effective for Rashawn Primus to get off his run. It doesn't matter. Off the short run, he's picked up 3.
3 for 17 in 3 overs. That is a terrific return for the experienced man. Pretty happy, the Thunderbolts camp. They've got the much fancied side.
So a big strike from Osama Razak, and it's gone across the fence into the next field, and that means that is gone for 6.
Yeah, the top side as Kingsmen are, despite the fall of the wicket. Osama goes big. That is neatly picked up. Too full, you'd have to say, but it had to be hit, and it got hit beautifully.
And Shaw Faisal, you were making the point, I think a couple of days ago, Osama Razak is a wicketkeeper, but we have seen in this series the preference to go with Ramiz Raja.
Keep using the wicket. Keep using the wicket. Bowling
He
really
did keep
well
in a
here,
couple of
buddy.
games, Osama, but they have the option.
Yes, boy.
Probably they would want him to
good,
keep
Mayura. That's
keeping
your
in mind
line. That's your
Ramiz's
line,
injury,
Mayura.
but Ramiz looked pretty fluent today in terms of his running and movement, so choices.
So ball peels off the inner edge, goes into the direction of a man who has made a big impression in this game, Shaw Faisal. 3 wickets for Russian Primus.
Bowling,
Still
Mayura.
got
Bowling,
1 over
buddy.
to go. Interesting to see that since he's nice and loose at this stage, the skipper would want him to bowl that 1 over.
So into the onside, the 100 comes up for the Kingsmen. And it comes in 14.4, 100 on the board for the Kingsmen.
One wicket here,
Yeah,
one wicket here
first
for you,
milestone
Mayura.
for the Kingsmen. Still be aiming around that 150, 160 mark. Despite the loss of wickets, Anwar Ali is very capable. Osama Razak has shown that what he can do. He still have batting to come. Even after this, we'd seen what Ilyas could do with the bat yesterday. We saw him bludgeon 3 sixes in 1 over.
Yeah, ball worked into the onside, Anwar Ali. They'll come back for a couple of runs, a bit of fumble. That will complete 15. So 15 gone, it's 103 for 5.
Three for 5. Slenia Chaibar has left the comm box, and I'm proud and privileged to announce that in the comm box we got the owner and chairman of this Atlanta Open, and also a proud owner of Atlanta Fire cricket franchise as well, Mr. Hassan Tariq. Watch this chip into the gap. We'll come back for the second. Quite so. Hassan Tariq is the man behind this Atlanta Open, and I've been also fortunate enough to see the journey from day one. First of all, thank you very much, Hassan, for your time. I know you're pretty busy. Welcome along to the comm box.
Thank you for having me.
This journey, I remember going back in the day, but I want to hear from you. How did idea come along, and how's been the journey so far? Take us all the way.
You know, you were with us from the very beginning when we started this. 2018, we formed Atlanta Fire, and we're playing different tournaments, whether or not it's Florida or Wisconsin, LA. During this time, you know, I feel like we can do something similar or even better in city of Atlanta, for the people of Atlanta, for the cricketers and the teams and the local communities. So had a vision that we want to create a tournament, open tournament, a very top high-class tournament. So that's where the whole idea came from, the Atlanta Open.
Yeah, the growth and the development of the tournament and the quality has certainly risen since that point. And with different winners every year, it also is a testament to how competitive the whole field has been over the years.
Yes, so yeah, different winner every year except for the Atlanta Fire yet, so yet to come. Absolutely, we have had the pleasure to have many different teams throughout the country and the players from all over the world participating in this tournament. And the more and variety, you don't want to make it boring, have everybody, some team win every tournament. So we want to distribute the wealth and and the pleasure of winning the championship in Atlanta.
Again, we see the shiny, glittery picture on the screen, the tournament, the social media pages, they present a beautiful look, but I'm pretty sure there are many challenges behind the scenes, and they have been over the years.
Definitely putting together this caliber tournament with this many team, mostly traveling team, the venue, the whole logistics. It's a lot of work, and we start to prepare like 5-6 months prior to the tournament. Each year we announce our tournament very early, so that way we can plan ahead, and that's how we can meet our timing, our deadlines, our logistics with the other teams. So, yeah, I have a great management team supporting us in this tournament, and we've been doing this for, this is our 5th year. So, seems like it's getting better, and we started learning as we go, and it's getting easier. And one way to say it, to be honest, we know what to do basically, and we're just trying to execute it at a high level.
Yeah, you talk about your management team, and I'm a witness to that as we watch Karthik Gadapalli start off, looking to keep the pressure on. Only 4 overs to go. Yeah, the management team and the support team that you've got, they're really professional, and like you said, you announced the tournament way early, a lot different than a lot of the other tournaments. And that is a testament to how you do things, and that is a wicket at the same time as well. Osama goes, and wickets continue to tumble, and that keeps the Thunderbolts in the game. Razak gone for 21, 106 for 5. Was looking to clear that infield. Got it top edge, and it went straight to the fielder. Dramatic tumble in the end, but in all honesty, it wasn't a very difficult catch as the ball was in the air for quite a long time. Allowed him the time to cover the distance and catch the ball. It's 106 for 6. Coming back to the management team that you have and the way they do things, you must be very proud of them, and they're a great help.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I could not take the credit to myself. If I didn't have this strong backing with the management, I would not be able to do this. All across, even if you think about you guys, like the commentating group, even the umpires group, the field setup, I think it's become a family, Atlanta Open family, that we know when the time comes, everybody look forward to it, everybody excited, and we execute. Each year, we execute really properly with overall help.
Ilyas, the new man in. You mentioned the family, and I always see your family around as well. Plenty of support from them. I know you work so hard. You take a lot of time out of your personal life as well. So great support. Your mom, your wife, your beautiful kids. We see them all the time here.
Yeah, along with the management support, I have to give credit to my family, my mom, my wife, allowing me to come in, spend so much time in cricket. Sometimes we don't, see my family for months or weeks in a row, a proper time to give them. And, I try to make it up after the season, but I really appreciate my family to support me.
Chance there. No, the throw was weak. And talking about the evolution of the tournament, if you go back, we started with many more teams than we're seeing this year. Last year even we had 12 to begin with. We had 16. So 10 teams this year. What's the reason behind that?
So we are trying to improve the quality of the teams. Even if it's a academy team, we want to make sure that the level of the gap between the teams are not much. We want to give our youngsters opportunity to expose, participate and get experience against some strong players, at the same time trying to show their skills. So I think this will create the growth in the future. So reducing number of teams to improve the quality of the tournaments and the quality of the teams, that was the goal. And we tried different format and to see how it works better. It's still a learning process for us. Managing multiple fields at the same time versus less number of fields with teams, we can provide better quality for the tournament side as well as the teams.
You make a good point, because if you look at the field this year, has been super competitive. Yesterday was the last day of the group stages, and going into the last 5 overs, the qualification wasn't sealed for the knockout stage. So that is definitely has an improvement in terms of the quality matches we've seen and close contests throughout the tournament this year. Plans for future, always a big question, because you've come here, you've achieved success, you've created a brand. Watch this single. Ilyas will not come back for the second. What next?
Continue, continue to improve our quality, our broadcasting. We know we use this venue. We were also looking into having our personal venue that we can continue to progress cricket. We want to work with the local academies, give them a pathway with our under-19 teams to minor league, through major league, and also USA cricket. So this is, to help grow cricket in grassroots in America, especially in Atlanta, as our hometown.
Another tangle, another single. They're not looking comfortable, the Kingsmen. Well, I know you're pretty busy, Hassan. Thank you very much for your time, for coming over and having a chat to us. And we're really proud of you for your efforts with this tournament and overall your contribution to the cricket in this area, in this country. And we look forward to be a part of it, and we still look forward to be part of the journey going onwards and achieving bigger and better things.
Absolutely, thank you. And as you know that we are bringing Star Clive Lloyd as our chief guest for our playoff game tomorrow and Sunday.
Chance and taken. Well, Kingsmen are really struggling. Mayura with the catch, and this time it's Ilyas who walks back. 113 for 7 now is a big upset on the card. That's the level of competition we were talking about earlier with Hassan. Even the star-studded Kingsmen, they are looking under immense pressure, under a team that is boasting 5 under-21 players from Seattle Thunderbolts. Thanking Hassan Tariq once again for his time as the action continues, and we brace ourselves for a major shock here at the Atlanta Open. Thank you very much, Hassan.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, sir.
Stop it, Lenny. Stop. Wait for me.
It's middle. Coming right time over to you. The 2 balls to them.
Harsh Kakani. Ziaul Haq, the new man in. Anwar Ali still in. He's capable of a grandstand finish, but things are not going to plan for Kingsmen. Welcome along, Brian Walters. Upset on the cards here.
If I told you that we were talking about a partnership between Ziaul Haq and Anwar Ali Khan, you would have thought I was talking about with the new ball. This is incredible.
The boundaries haven't come, the partnerships After that, Ramiz Raja, Milind Kumar partnership, nothing of any substance. 18 gone, 115 for 7.
Go boys, a good finish, lads. Harish.
2 overs to go. How many Kingsmen can manage from here? Need at least 15 to make it to 130. 25 in 2 will take them to 140. And Morelli will look to come back for the second. They lost the ball for a moment.
Well, Shaf, I saw you think, or I think that you would agree with me that you could classify Anwar Ali Khan as a bowling all-rounder. He can hit a long ball. Not the most technically correct, but he's as strong as houses, can clear the ropes.
Catch it.
Top edge. And taken. Well. The catching has been sensational from the Thunderbolts. And one big hitter after the other are departing. And in a heap too.
Well, I didn't get to finish my thought about Anwar Ali Khan, and I guess it doesn't matter now. What he tried to do there was drag a ball that is well outside the line of off stump, that was probably on a 6th stump line. Tried to drag that over the fence on the bigger side of the ground. Remember, we're playing on the easternmost pitch, so that ball would have had to travel about 74 yards to get to the rope. And he got a lot of it, but not nearly enough of it. As strong as he is, he was not able to muscle that over the rope. So we are 8 wickets down. We spent 10 minutes this morning or earlier in the game talking about the strength of the top order. Didn't think there was any need to describe the lower middle order, to certainly not the bowlers, because with the power of the batting lineup, you'd have expected much more out of them today than they've shown you.
Aryan Satish, the new man, in. Well, they're in serious risk of getting bowled out even before 20.
This pair of Houstonians, both of them from Houston. Aryan Satish slightly younger than Karthik Attapalli, but they would have played against each other in the Houston Cricket League, and this is one that Aryan Satish is going to want to win. At minimum, just get a few runs here at the end.
How about that? A switch hit. And the chase is on. Probably the umpires will want to need the help of technology to find out. It was a clean save, but good stroke from the youngster. Getting some runs. 130 is a bare minimum, I thought, on this pitch.
On this pitch, I was thinking good pacey wicket, solid batters, like the ball coming onto the bats. I would have thought 170 was the minimum that they would have been looking for. Taking a look at this again, the reverse sweep going over the top and maybe just piercing that little gap behind square. Umpires are taking a look. We'll be quiet and have them make that decision.
Shreyas, the fielder. The decision has been communicated. It was pretty evident from that picture that it was a clean save.
Oh, goodness, yes. So the rest of the point I was trying to make, Shah Faisal, is that Ziaul Haq can also help himself with the bats. Was actually had the highest strike rate of all the batters in his team. Obviously didn't bat as long this past season, but I saw him play in a game a couple of weeks ago where they came in chasing and he scored 12 from the 3 balls that he faced. so he can help himself with the bat. Interesting to see what he chooses to do here.
Big swing and a miss. Ketapali finishes off 2 for 26. Excellent work with the ball from the left armer with 1 to go. Kingsmen 120 for 8.
The production team here is fantastic. And Desai going to be bowling the last over. And one of the things that I like, not only do we have all the resources right here in the stadium or in the facility, we also have resources all over the country who are correcting us when we slip up.
What did we do again?
Oh, it's not we. It's absolutely me. I have been corrected that Kartik Gatapal is actually from Dallas, not Houston. And he played for the Houston Hurricanes for a number of years. Maybe that's why I made that mistake.
Looking to be inventive, Aryan Satish. Yeah, just a word on the production team. The Sports 360, the production, it's gone up several notches today for these eliminators and then semi-finals and the finals. We're getting line decisions and also the close boundary like we saw one in the last over. Beautifully captured, and technology helping the umpires at this level as well. That is absolutely incredible effort to the management of Atlanta Open on and to Sports 360 for coming up with this additional piece of equipment and facility for all our viewers at home. This one has gone through. It may not go to the fence, but runs are at a premium, and Kingsmen will be grateful for anything that can accumulate in the last 4 balls.
4 deliveries away from the end of this innings. The Kingsmen have 122 on the board. That is incredible. They're playing with freedom. I said this a few times earlier. There's no pressure on them. They're not supposed to win this game.
A couple more runs. Oh, Ziaul Haq probably wanted the strike. That's the only reason I can think of them not going for the second.
Well, Ziaul Haq, I think, comfortably can be recognized as a bowler. But for a man who's played first-class cricket, including Test cricket, for as long as he has, not just first-class cricket, but you'd think that he's seen bowling of a higher caliber than Iron Desai. No disrespect to Iron Desai. Ziaul Haq thinks he can take him on.
Not if Desai can execute his skills as brilliantly as this. That is terrific. Hey, you were making the point earlier about Thunderbolts playing with freedom, no fear whatsoever. But getting close or sensing that they can win it, that brings its own fear.
That's a great point. Absolutely great point.
How are they going to handle that? That will be the next question. Off the edge. And it's gone away for a boundary. Not where he intended, but runs all the way.
Absolutely not where he intended it. Look at his head. Watch his head. He's looking to the leg side. The ball is off the outside edge going to the offside. You'll accept those runs at this stage any way you can get them. Ziaul Haq playing with glasses a la Clive Lloyd. Sir Clive Lloyd will be here on Sunday. I don't know that I've ever seen him playing glasses before.
He doesn't need them when he's bowling. To spot that little ball whilst batting, he does need them. Running the by, the throw is away from the bowler. And a single to close out the innings, 128. What a terrific effort this has been from the Thunderbolts, taming the fancied Kingsmen batting lineup for 128 in 20 overs. This is absolutely outstanding effort.
You and I, mostly I, hyped up this batting lineup. They are well reputed. They come as advertised ordinarily. I don't think you can see a lineup the way that the Kingsmen are and not expect for them choosing to bat first under perfect conditions to put a really big score on the board. In my mind, I was thinking something along the lines of 170, 180 would be the bare minimum that you'd expect from them. But what an effort with the ball for the Seattle Thunderbolts. Tremendous effort all the way around, because you've seen the type of effort from them that typically wins matches. We'll see the scorecard here in a minute. The batting, I think the story here is the low numbers. Sherjil Khan, Saad Ali, 5 runs between them. Hassan Khan, the big hitter, 7 from 7. Mohamed Elias, you expected a few runs from. Only the resistance from Ramiz Raja, 30. Milind Kumar, 30. And Osama Razak, 24. Those are the only ones who showed any sort of ability on the day with the bat. The bowling, I thought, was a spectacular shot, Faisal.
Absolutely. And only 9 extras given away. That's another testament to the Thunderbolts for their discipline. Desai was absolutely fabulous with the new ball. 3 overs, he bowled up top, and then he bowled the final over, the pressure over. 1 for 15, thoroughly deserved those outstanding figures. Also, you look at Roshan Primus, 3 for 19 on one leg.
Yes!
Bowled fantastically well. Karthik Garapali is a banker. You can always trust him. 2 for 26, the left-armer once again producing the goods for his side. And at the halfway stage, you feel like Thunderbolts have really restricted Kingsmen on a below par score. As we look at the match summary so far, 31 Milind Kumar, 30 Ramiz Raja, and 21 Osama Razak. And Kingsmen at the halfway stage, their dugout will be thinking that they've let themselves down with the bat big time. Although they have the big names, the character, and if they're feeling hurt, they can come out and still bowl out of their skins to restrict Thunderbolts, who definitely will be thinking otherwise. Terrific performance with the ball and in the field. The catching was good. It's high swirling winds there.
No question.
But all the high catches were taken safely. And I think Lenny Achabar is ready with the man of the moment from the first innings. Roshan Primus has joined Lenny. Over to you, Lenny.
Thank you, Shaw Faisal. I'm with Russian Primus. Russian, we called you the man with 1 foot today. Not off your long run, but the short run did it.
Yeah, been resting for this game, and I say, by all means, I have to come out and give the team something. Haven't been getting much runs, so I say, got to try it with the ball, and hopefully it translates into my batting.
All right, talk us through 3 for 19. Very impressive bowling spell.
Just to keep it simple, slow balls into the wicket. You have the big end with the wind coming across, so I was just bowling to my plan, and it was good that I came out and execute.
Not a big score, but just in case you're needed to bat, how is the leg feeling?
I have to manage, but I'm able to hobble around, so if it comes down to me, I'll try to do it for the team.
Our final question, are you considering bowling off your short run to get more 3 wickets all?
No.
Thank you, Russian Primus. So there you go. He's not going to finish with the short run. He's going back off the long run. Back to you, Shaw Faisal.
Thank you very much, Lenny Achabar. And a terrific performance from Roshan Primus. Well, remember Kingsmen won the toss. The start wasn't pretty good. It was quiet, and you felt that they were not in their full flight when Sharjeel went early.
That was a big one. That, to me, was an indication that something big was a brewing. Still had plenty of runs at that point, but this, a leading edge, popped up. You saw the disappointment from Saad Ali. And even though Milind Kumar with a couple of beautiful shots, that one behind point was lovely. And then over the top of cover was also beautiful, but not quite able to build the partnerships that they needed, Faisal.
Yeah, that's the only stage where Milind Kumar was hitting those boundaries, and at the non-striker end. You saw Ramiz was with him. That's the time the innings was flourishing. But once we'll get to that point when that partnership was broken, Ramiz Raja playing his part in that partnership, but once that was broken, the floodgates really opened for the Thunderbolts, and that man Roshan Primus came into ball. You could see he's hobbling around. The only thing he couldn't do is hit the stumps with his throws. He had a couple of goes to get the opportunity, and how about that? Play of the day.
Spectacular catch by the captain, Mr. Kohli, and then Roshan Primus doing again what you mentioned, a couple of shies at the stumps. Now, having to move so quickly with a leg injury is not something that's very easy, but the big fast bowler turned off spinner still has the quicker one, as you'd expect, and that was a big catch. And then a couple of good catches in the outfield. Generally, even though that last one we saw was dropped, the catching for me was spectacular.
And that is the key wicket again, Hassan Khan. There's so many big players, but Thunderbolts keep taking them out, and the big hits were few and far between. Mistimed high balls and high catches, there were quite a few. Ilyas came in, hit a boundary and got out. Anwar Ali looking to drag it to his favorite mid-wicket area from way outside the off stump. Paid the ultimate price. And the final over saw one boundary, a streaky boundary, but by and large, execution in that final over from Desai was absolutely perfect. Well, time for everyone to catch a bit of breath, take a little break, and come back with the run chase very shortly.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball. So welcome back for the chase. 129 needed from 120 balls. Sujit Gowda and Rahul Jariwala out in the middle. Zia Ul Haq will start. And so they're asked to score 6.4 for the time being. And we know the exploit of Sujit Gowda. We talked about minor league career runs at the top of the heap. And he comes in here with a hard-hitting Jariwala. And they need 129, 128 posted by the Kingsmen. So things are on the way here. Ball steered into the offside. And straight away, Gowda gets one. Hands the strike over to Rahul Jariwala. And so no ball to start with from Zia Ul Haq. So a couple of runs on the board already. And of course will be followed up by a free hit ball. So I'm joined alongside me with Brian Walters. 2 for no loss. Jariwala will be the man to receive the free hit. We've seen a no ball from Zia Ul Haq. Free hit. And that's a good shot down the ground. Welcome, Brian Walters. 3 for no loss.
Mr. Tribar, if I had said to you, 2 hours ago, oh, that was a big no ball. Now, Ziaul Haq, you saw him earlier batting, wearing glasses, a la Sir Clive Lloyd, who will be here on Sunday. Don't need the glasses bowling. Or maybe he does, because that was a really big no ball. But as I was saying to you, if I had told you a couple hours ago that one team batted first, and you see the lineup for both teams, and that team was bowled out, or at least got to the end of their innings with 128 runs, you would have thought that that team would have been Seattle. The batting lineup of the Kingsmen is so strong that you would have to think that they would have put up somewhere around 170, 180. In my mind, as a minimum, the fact that they're gotten to the stage is a huge credit to Seattle.
Oh, that's a lovely drive. It doesn't get better than that. We'll get a couple of runs. Milind Kumar on the chase. And that's a good-looking shot from a man with the most runs at the minor league level.
So, to continue with what I was saying earlier, you're playing with house money if you're Seattle. You're not supposed to win this game. So you've gotten through the first half of the match. You restricted a really powerful batting team to 128 runs. 129 being the target. You have to fancy your chances with Sujit Gowda, Rahul Jariwala, Sashrat Kohli, and then if needed, Roshan Primus when he comes in. You'd have to fancy your chances to get at least close.
Yeah, we talked about the matchups when we came in. The Kingsmen, they've been here, they've won, they've gone all over the place and win. And the big question is, I want to think that Zia Ul Haq, Usman Qadir is going to be key men here. And so, Brian, let's wait and see. 122 still needed. We've seen a good start. Oh, wow, look at that. Gone over the keeper's head by some yards and gone for 4 byes.
Well, we've talked before about there being pace in the wicket. Ziaul Haq bending his back like the first-class player that he is and getting some tremendous, fierce bounce out of the wicket there. In fact, that's not the one that we're looking at, but I'll tell you, you don't want to give up any sorts of runs. Look at this. Bends the back, and that sails over the keeper. No way Ramiz Raja could have gotten to that. That's a wasted ball to me. Was it given as wides? Not given as wides.
Yeah, ball driven down the ground again. Fielder comes in. And so that will complete the first over. 11 off over number 1. Sujit Gowda and Jariwala out in the middle. 11 for no loss. So Mohamed Ilyas has been given the ball to partner Zia Olhak. So pace on both end. Brian Walters, but they're off to a good start. Jariwala on strike.
We can do our own virtual worm here, comparing the two teams. At the end of over number 1, Kingsmen had 1 run. The Seattle Thunderbolts have 11. You're ahead of the game. Absolutely ahead of the game. Keep telling yourself that.
Oh, over the offside. That's a lovely shot from Rahul Jariwala. And he picks up his first boundary.
Well, you described him as the heavy-hitting Rahul Jariwala. Evidence of it here. Look at this. A little bit of width. Don't need to bowl wide, especially inside the power play. No protection in the deep. And short and wide usually relates to 4 runs. Cashing in on that loose delivery. And they're off to a fast start here, the Seattle Thunderbolts.
And Brian Walters, one of the things, I'll point something out to you, which is quite unique. Would you be surprised to know that in the 4 games that the Thunderbolts have played in this series, they have gone with the exact batting lineup? Wide is the call, and so they've started all their games with Rahul and Sujit Gowda. Number 3 has always come Shreyas Chatnini. Number 4 has come Kohli. Number 5 will come Rishabh Mohan if they stick to what we've seen. Kakani comes next, Primus comes next, and Kartik Ganapali comes next. We'll see 4 times in this series they've come with the same batting lineup. Slashed and gone. Gone away for 4 off the bat of Rahul Jariwala.
Committing the cardinal sin of bowling too wide again. Anytime you allow a batter to free his arms in this way, look where he plays this ball from, slashing it away. That's probably 5th stump line. I'll admittedly say that Rahul Jariwala made it to look like a worse ball than it was. But still, for me, you want that ball on the line of off stump. Back to the lineup that you just mentioned, and that is an oddity that you keep the exact same lineup. I'll say more after this ball. Of those names that you mentioned, the one that stands out the most for me is Roshan Primus. You may have heard the statement before, beware of the wounded batsman. If you are wounded and you cannot run quick 1s and 2s, and your only option is to hit big, it helps to be built like Roshan Primus, who can hit the ball into the forests beyond the ground. So if he is needed, and let's say he comes in with something like 25 needed in 8 balls, he's the kind of batter who can get it done. That is gone. A slash and miss outside the line of off stump. And by miss, I mean it kisses the edge. First wicket down.
So Jariwala falls. Mohamed Ilyas has made an early impression here. Yeah, probably looking to go straight. Yes, and he gets an edge and in the glove of the wicketkeeper. So 1 gone, 20 on the board.
Rahul Jariwala knows that he edged it. I think the umpires are speaking about, in fact, no, Rahul Jariwala is trudging off the field. Our vantage point, looking at that great camera work, was that ball carried into the gloves of Ramiz Raja. So I don't think there's any doubt about that. And also, it was a thick enough edge that there was significant deviation. So all things added up to me, a pretty straightforward edge and a catch.
So good catch, low down, and Kingsmen have struck in the second over. Yeah, there we go, Brian. So number 3 comes Chatnini, consistent. Let's see, we'll monitor the batters as they come out. So Chatnini has occupied number 3 all throughout the series. And he comes in here in the eliminator we talked about. Stallion X, they're already through. And they'll take on Clarion Eagles in one of the semifinals. And the winner of this game will take on the Atlanta Fire. And Brian, wherever the Atlanta Fire, wherever they are, they might be following to see who will be their opponent tomorrow. But Ilyas will continue. And will come into bowl to Shreyas Chatnini. And he gets a good ball taken on the pad. Could be leg by.
I would imagine that this is in fact leg by signal by umpire Aftab Gilani. For me, Lenny, this is bouncing over the top. The batter is rising up on his toes, and it hits him well above the knee roll. So I don't think there's any chance of that being given out leg before. But a really good fast start has somewhat been blunted by the wicket taken here by Mohamed Ilyas. Been expensive, 10 runs in his first over so far with the one to come. But you like the wicket that you've taken if you're the Kingsmen.
Yep, they're gone in with full pace. We've seen an over from Zia-ul Haq. We've seen this one gone for a couple of boundaries, but that man is back in the shade. Sujit Gowda opens the face at the bat into the offside. This will complete 2. And after 2, it's 22 for the loss of 1. It looks like a bowling change. Hassan Khan has been given the ball. Brian Walters, we've seen one from Zia-ul Haq. Went for 7. And so early change here for the Kingsmen.
Going aggressive, bringing the left-arm orthodox bowler in to bowl during the power play has its own element of risk. But you're banking on the fact that the ball will be turning away from the 2 right-handed batters, Shreyas Chitneni and Sujit Gowda, who retained strike 6 from 7. Big picture, 107 needed in 108 balls. Lenny just under run a ball.
Yeah, we've seen Gowda this season. We talked about at the top of the order, him and Jariwala has come this far for the Thunderbolts. Hassan Khan, good start. Dot ball, very important. And the ball into the onside again. Can't score. So 2 very good balls here from a man who knows what he's doing. Hassan Khan. Yeah, ball again into the offside. So good bowling here from Hassan Khan. Good start.
We referred to him when we were on commentary in the playoffs, the Minor League playoffs, as likely the best all-rounder in the country. When you fail in one element of your game with an all-rounder, it motivates you to produce in the other. And I think you'll see evidence that Hassan Khan will be wanting to stand up and be counted with the ball where he was not able to do it with the bat.
Yeah, very good start from him. 4 dot balls. Look at that, not a quality delivery. That's the whole essence of the left arm spin, the orthodox spin to come to the right-hander is for them to get the ball to really bounce and turn.
Working on a maiden over here, Hassan Khan, Sujit Gowda.
Yeah, into the offside. So he starts with a maiden, Hassan Khan. And after 3, it's still 22 for 1.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So the action continues, and so does Mohamed Ilyas. Yeah, not a good delivery. Second time we've seen Chetnini wrapped on the pad, Brian Walters. And they've gone again with Mohamed Ilyas.
Mohamed Ilyas finding success in his first over. He would have preferred to not have conceded 11 runs in that over. But given that you've conceded those runs, your job after that is just come back and be counted. And coming back to get the wicket for Rahul Jariwala was a big one.
Yeah, Sujit Gowda gets an inside edge. Fielder does well to prevent any runs. So couple of cheap balls in this over from Mohamed Ilyas. Let's look at what Gowda has done in the series. 18, 22, 0 and 34. It's 23 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Rahul Jariwala. Couple of fours from him, Brian Walters.
Well, if you're going to excuse me, go after this target in any degree of seriousness, you would think Sujit Gowda would have a lot to do with whether or not you're able to get there.
Again, ball taken on the pad. And we wait to see as umpire Gilani signals another leg by here. Brian Walters says this over's gone pretty well for Mohamed Ilyas. 3 balls into the over, and he's only conceded. Well, he hasn't conceded anything. It's 2 extras.
Well, that's exactly right. But my sense is that this pair is just simply trying to steady the ship. Know exactly what you're doing as a batting pair. You know that there's not a very big target. You know that the bowling side will be fired up and looking to get under your skin. Your job right now is just to steady the ship. Just make sure that even if you need to see off another over from Mohamed Ilyas, just make sure that at the end of the power play you have at the most 2 wickets down, and then you can start going, making inroads into getting into toward the target. You're only needing 6.43 and over, which is not in modern day cricket a very big ask.
Yeah, playing a miss again. So we've seen a very good over here from Mohamed Ilyas, except a couple of leg byes. Things have gone pretty well for him. So 24 for 1, final ball in this over from Ilyas. Turned into the onside. What a grab. The throw comes in. And we'll have to wait and see if the ball strikes a stump, or was it from the keeper?
We will have to look at that, and I suspect that's what the question is going to be, Lenya Chabar. Was it the keeper or the ball that disturbed the stumps? Third umpire will do what he does, and we will go silent and take a look at this.
So the action will continue. Not out as Hassan Khan. And Brian, we've seen a couple of maiden overs now. We saw one from Hassan Khan. We saw from Ilyas. And the Kingsmen are fighting back here. Still 105 to defend.
You're spending 2 overs from Hassan Khan very early. He's a brilliant left-arm bowler, but like everybody else, he can only bowl 4. And of those 4, he just got taken out of the park for 6 over mid-wicket.
Yes, on the front foot, and he goes big into the onside. A massive-looking shot from Sujit Gowda. Look at that. We talked about 2 maiden over. Not anymore. In to the far part of the ground and gone for a maximum. Lovely swing and lovely shot from Sujit Gowda.
Certainly the far part of the ground as far as we're concerned, Lenny, but that's actually the shortest side of the ground. Only 65 yards out there. And so it's an easier hit. You're taking some chance going against the turn from the left-handed batter, but that's the left-handed bowler, my apologies. But that's the shorter side of the ground, so it becomes an easier hit in that sense.
So 6 and a couple of dot balls here from Hassan Khan. Big appeal, and now Sujit Gowda falls. Hassan Khan strikes in the 5th over. It's 30 for 2.
This one does not bounce nearly as high as Sujit Gowda was expecting it to. He's playing the cross-batted shot. It was very short, but look how little this bounces. The only question that the umpire had to think about, Lenny, was whether or not that was going down the leg side. I suspect, obviously, he thought it was hitting the stumps. To me, that looks like it might have been shaving leg stump. But from that perspective, the bigger issue for me is that the ball didn't bounce quite as high as Sujit Gowda would have been expecting. And that is a big wicket. Sujit Gowda, 12 from 20. And they needed more out of him if they were going to try to make a serious attempt at this run chase.
So we were looking for Shashwat Kohli at 4. He comes in at 4. And so consistent, Brian, what we have seen from the Seattle Thunderbolts. And so the captain, Shashwat Kohli, comes in here at number 4. Is 30 for 2.
Magic number of 99 runs needed the rest of the way.
Yeah, we've seen a wicket now for Hassan Khan. We talked about a maiden over the last time he bowled here, but here he is, and really been on target from the very first time he picked up the ball.
I believe that we're going upstairs to see whether or not this stumping was completed. Certainly disturbed the stumps. Wicket keeper being Osama Razak. We'll see whether or not what the third umpire thinks as we take a look here.
So satisfied, it's a dot ball. We've seen a 6 and a wicket from Hassan Khan. So got a big wicket of Sujit Gowda. Still 9-9 to win here for the Thunderbolts. Oh, out of the right hand of Hassan Khan. And while the catch probably out of the range of Hassan Khan, a run out comes. And another wicket falls here for the Thunderbolts.
Pressure is what this is. Almost taken there by Hassan Khan. He's very athletic, but this is what you're looking at the danger end. And look at this throw all the time in the world. Ooh, all the time in the world for the wicketkeeper, Osama Razak. In fact, it was already given out on the field, so I don't know that they can change their minds now. There might be some question as to whether or not that was collected cleanly, but it doesn't matter at this point. It was given given out on the field, and so that is the end of that. As far as I'm concerned, well, not as far as I'm concerned. As far as the rules are concerned, the on-field umpire has already given his decision. So it is going to be one ball remaining here in over number 5. And the nerves, I think, are showing here. That is the end of over number 5, 30 for 3.
I was just trying to calm down and angry on it. Let it talk over it.
So a couple of dismissals for Osama Razak. The latest, of course, comes. And we've seen a run out here. Chetnini gone. And we'll have to wait and see. Looks like Rishab Mohan has come to the middle here as Shaw Faisal comes into the box.
Well, what a dramatic last 5 or so minutes. First, Sujit Gowda, and then his partner. So 2 new batters in the middle. Power play, last over before power play. That's where the batting team would like to capitalize on whatever they built on during the first 5 overs. But Thunderbolts won't be able to do that because of the double strike. 1 wicket for Hassan Khan and a very casual piece of running between the wicket. And a run out resulting. 30 for 3. Game on for Kingsmen. You felt at the halfway stage they weren't going to give it up so easily. And now 5 overs. They haven't conceded many and they took 3 wickets.
So it looks like Milind Kumar will come into the attack. And will come into bowl to, it looks like Kohli on strike. Rishab Mohan has coming during the course of that run out.
Nice hold down to skipper Kohli. Steady the ship and build a partnership. The sterling job that they've done with the ball means that they're only 1 good partnership away from victory in this eliminator. And this is what these two need to try to do. A good 70, 80 run stand could seal the deal.
Yeah, Shaw Faisal, and we talked about over the last couple of days that the Kingsmen have won at this championship before in 2023. And we know they are a champion team. They've gone around the country, not only at the Atlanta Open, and done very well, winning other tournaments. Rishab Mohan has come to the middle, and we talked about a consistent batting lineup sported by the Thunderbolts, and they continue to come as we have seen them in the other 4 games. But really, it's the Kingsmen on top at the moment.
They're very proud cricketers. The Kingsmen had privileged and successful careers. They boast big names. So beware when they get wounded by the kind of batting performance they put up. That is the challenge for the Thunderbolts to get over.
So ball stroked into the offside. Young player Rishab Mohan. We talked about the under-21s. That has been quite prominently featured today, Shaw Faisal, for the Thunderbolts. Rishab Mohan and both Rishad Mohammed and Shashwat Kohli are part of that under-21 group. Yeah, they've got to run hard for their runs. So the 6th over comes to a close. It's 33 for the loss of 3. So we get the signal from the umpire that the power play session is done. And Shaw Faisal, what a fight back we've seen from the Kingsmen. 128 at the end of their 20. And you look at the card, it's 33 for 3.
Only used 4 bowlers so far. And be interesting to see how they carry skipper Saad Ali, carry the combination of bowlers. Now it's Usman Qadir right after power play. He's the wicket taker, but he can also go for runs if it's not one of his best days. Not many runs to play with for the right arm leg spinner, so he's got to be spot on from the get-go.
Yeah, you're right on that, Shaw Faisal. Couple of big wicket hauls for him. Saw him getting 4 for 21. Got 3 for 20, 2 for 37. And 1 for 18. So every time he has come into a spell, he has walked away with at least 1 wicket.
Yeah, left-hander. Usman Qadir has a terrific googly. No attacking fielder for him in the slips.
Yeah, pulled away, short ball into the hands of the fielder. A slight bubble, but he holds on.
Saad Ali, skipper, placed himself strategically, although it was a short delivery, but he couldn't get his hands out. Rishabh Mohan out in front and got cramped, couldn't get the free swing. There you go, just a little knock and the wind carries it through to the fielder. Jubilant celebrations. This will give a better idea that how he got cramped, little bit of turn, and he had no room to free his arms. And on the second attempt, Saad Ali takes the catch.
So a wicket already for Usman Qadir. And we talked about his production. Look at that. A little bit of bubble, but in the end, the captain holds on. Another wicket falls. Mohan goes.
34 for 4 now.
This comes to the middle. And it breaks the consistency in what we have seen from the batting lineup. Harish Kakani should have come here now. But now in come Primus. Some ways to go. 95 still needed. And we've seen an early strike from Usman Qadir. Second ball into his spell, he's picked up the wicket of Rishabh Mohan. So very good start from him, and the Kingsmen are fighting back here at the Paramveers. Oh, big strike from Primus. First ball he sees, and it goes out of the park.
By a long way. That's a muscular blow. Usman looking to flight the ball. Was too close to Primus. And it went a long way. Have a look at that. That flight, the length was just perfect for Primus to get under it.
And Shaw Faisal, we talked about the wounded batter. Saw a big knock from yesterday for Ramiz Raja. And we talked with Primus, and we talked about the injury, and while it may have curtailed him to bowl, we'll have to wait and see how he moves around. Down the leg side, called the wide, and 2 will be added to the card. 42 for 4.
Yeah, that is a thing with Usman Qadir. You put him under pressure, and he's likely to buckle despite all his skills. Also a good player of spin. We've seen the evidence of that earlier in the tournament. Would like to put Usman under pressure, because if you allow him to bowl and get away with his odd bad ball, he can be all over you.
So ball into the offside and can't score. And Shaw Faisal, we've seen the Kingsmen. You look at 5 bowlers used so far, and they're 5 bowlers of different type. Cardier has gone for 9 in this over. And he will end with 9 in this over. So 7 gone. It's 42 for the loss of 4. Yes, so folks, Sir Clive Lloyd is coming to the Atlanta Open. And so 42 for 4 here, 7 overs gone, there's still 87 to win. Hassan Khan comes back for another spell. And Shaw Faisal, I talked about 5 bowlers being used, all different bowling type.
Absolutely, and left arm quick, right arm quick, left arm spin, off spin, right arm leg spin. But Hassan Khan has been brought in. He bowled 2 overs in the power play. I think skipper Saad realizes. See this one, just a single. Skipper Saad realizes that Roshan Primus is the kind of matchup that requires introduction of Hassan. If they take out Roshan Primus with all his experience from here, I think they would feel a bit more confident.
Yeah, I like the move to get Primus in quite early. We saw yesterday that they held back probably Raymond Reefer too late. And in the end, they only lost by 38 or I think 32 runs, Shaw Faisal. And the big question is, or was, had Raymond Reefer come a bit earlier, he came almost 7. He batted a 7 yesterday. Hassan Khan, he's been good in this over so far. He bowled a maiden today, so he's really been on target. Yeah, look at that. He's gone for 3 and 5 balls. So this has been another good over from Hassan Khan, and the Kingsmen are beginning to apply the pressure here. They've taken 4 wickets already. And so the over will close with Hassan Khan giving up 4. So 8 gone is 46 for the loss of 4. So far, the Kingsmen posting a 128. Saw a good knock from Milind Kumar, Ramiz Raja, and Osama Razak. And we also saw 3 for 19 from Primus. So the action continues. Usman Khadir continues. And ball into the offside, can't score. So Shaw Faisal is over to the spinners now for the Kingsmen.
Indeed, and it'll be crucial how he uses Usman, because Usman carries a wicket-taking threat but also can go for runs, and that is a beautiful boundary from Kohli. Width was on offer, but he got close enough to the ball to not allow it to turn and gets himself a boundary.
You gotta love the shot over extra cover from any leg spinner, Shaw Faisal. And that's really the correct way to play. You hit with the spin. 50 on the board for the Thunderbolts. And we've seen a lovely strike from Shashwat Kohli. Interesting to see how Usman Khadir comes back. He's picked up 1 already. Got a wicket of Rashad Mohan.
They want him to bowl when still runs to play with. Gone! That's the threat of Usman Qadir. He will always produce wicket-taking balls. And although it was a tame dismissal, pitching outside the leg stump, was looking to turn it to the onside. A little bit of turn and got the leading edge back to the bowler. That is a big wicket.
So 50 for 5. Shashwat Kohli, the captain, departs. And we've seen a couple of wickets off the bowling of Usman Qadir. And Shah Faisal, he will now go up to 12 wickets in the series. So 50 for 5. Kingsmen fighting back. And the Seattle Thunderbolts, they still need 79 as the new batter walks to the middle.
The look of disgust on Kohli's face, because he was really important to navigate this run chase. Have a look at how he turned the face of the bat, looking to play it onto the onside. And delightful Usman Qadir accepts it. And when Usman does come back to ball, we'll have a look on the onside field. You'll see that there is no one in the 30-yard ring. And that is what Kohli was trying to capitalize.
So it looks like Harish Kakani has come to the middle. And defensive he goes. So another good over here from Usman Qadir. Still a ball remaining. But Shah Faisal, a couple of wickets for him already in the bag.
Yeah, that's the wicket-taking threat he possesses, Usman.
Yeah, playing a miss. So what an over we've seen from Usman Qadir. 9 gone, 50 for 5.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Akhtar Shah, big fast bowler. He's a wholehearted cricketer. He will give it his all. He's quite pacey. The wicket is dry and hard. And this will be an exciting phase, because I don't think Roshan Primus minds tackling pace. Good save. This is Anwar Ali, who always has been a fantastic fielder, good all-round fielder. And this is crucial. 6th bowler in operation now. And that will give the skipper Saad Ali options as how he wants to maneuver his bowlers. So far wickets for Usman, 2 of them, and then 1 for Ilyas, 1 for Hassan. All the cards open for skipper Saad.
Yeah, we saw Akhtar Shah bowled with some life the other day, Shah Faisal, on field 5. And he's come in here, given the ball at a time in which you get the feeling that the Kingsmen have done their work. They've picked up 5. And it's down now to the likes of Kakani and Primus out in the middle. And of course the others to come. We talked about how young the side is. Lovely drive into the offside will only fetch them 1. And the fielding of Kingsmen has really been good. We've seen a couple of short and sharp runs across the field cut off. And we've seen good catching from them.
Absolutely, they had to be at their best, because no margin for error with the kind of batting performance they had put in. Absolutely abysmal. to make up for that by saving every run in the field, taking every catch that is offered.
Yeah, driven into the offside. We've also seen Osama Razak taking the glove in place of Ramiz Raja. So some options there also.
A couple of changes at the halfway stage. Ramiz Raja is still off the field because of that hamstring injury. So Awazia is one of the substitutes. And then the mid-innings substitute, Sharjeel Khan, was taken out for Usman Qadir. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, we've seen, and that's the good thing, as in this case.
Wow, that was close. Good work from Anwar Ali. Almost caught Roshan Pramas off guard. Quick bit of reaction. Nice bounce for him. A bit off balance. He was gone for all money. Absolutely. Brilliantly stitched together by the production team. Once again. That will be a wide. You start tapping your score and you miss what's happened. So that's why I just emptied.
So 5 in this over so far. Seen a couple of wides, couple of extras here from Akhtar Shah. We talked about how lively he can be, Shah Faisal. Yeah, playing a miss. And the pressure on the Thunderbolts continue to be applied here by the Kingsmen.
Yeah, that they need to continue because, like I said, they cannot slip up. And it's only one good partnership away, that target of 129. Only 74 needed. And with 10 overs to go, you'd say the Thunderbolts have plenty of time on their hand. The problem is those 5 wickets. And they do not want it to be added.
Yeah, into the offside. This will bring this over to a close. So 10 gone is 56 for the loss of 5.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
I'm number 6. Back into the attack here. Look at that, the very first ball. I heard you talk about the Shah Faisal. Right through the wicket-taking ability of Mr. Qadir continues.
Great delivery. Quicker one. Almost a yorker. Keep an eye on the feet of the batter. Yeah, almost that big stride. Got himself yorked. Couldn't pick it from the hand, the variation. The flipper from Usman Qadir. That art of deception. He misread the length of the ball and hence was looking to stride forward. And the ball kept zipping in through the air and yorked him. Base of middle and leg. Terrific bowling from Usman Qadir. And now it's all of a sudden started to look very difficult for the Thunderbolts.
Well, earlier, Shah Faisal, you and I were talking, and I made the point that they were playing with house money, the Seattle Thunderbolts. And your response was, yes, but then if the game starts getting close, then that pressure gets back on them. And it doesn't appear in the last several overs that the Seattle Thunderbolts have had an answer for that pressure.
Yeah, that is the key handling pressure. Players who've had long distinguished careers, they've gone through those phases, so they're battle hardened. But a young team like Thunderbolts, at the halfway stage, quite a few of them would have thought, like, who are we going to beat? Look at those names that we're playing against. And that alone would have sent shivers down their spine, having that experience of beating a high-profile team with high-profile player names. And they have come out, and they are now in a big hole. Shouts to catch it. Hassan Khan, one of the more brilliant fielders around. If he can't get to it, very few can.
Well, Hassan Khan made about 15 yards to his left, right here in front of us in the commentary area. And not quite able to get to it. Kartik Gatapala, the man who is at the crease, the left-hander. And he says, let's not even, spend time looking. We're looking upwards of 7.5 runs and over here, and we have work to do. So I think you'll see here, Shah Faisal, that this young man is going to have to try to take the bull by the horns, as it's going to be facing up to this wily leg spinner. He has another 2 overs, make that 1 over and 3 balls remaining. So I want to see how Kartik Gatapale chooses to attack here, because you don't want to keep falling behind, but you also can't absorb too many dot balls either. Looking for the big swipe, appeal for a catch. Umpire is not moved. Umpire Denzel says, nope, that did not hit anything, and stop being so excited.
Yeah, that was the googly. Thrown up a little bit higher than the previous balls. Tempting Gatapali. That is the guile and skill of Osman.
Him on the pad this time. So a couple of dot balls after that skied catch, potential catch anyway, into the outfield. Usman Qadir is very, very good. I don't think anybody needs to be convinced of that. 3 for 15 with 1 ball remaining in his third over.
Yeah, the leg spinner turning viciously that previous ball. Followed by the googly. Elias is another one of those wonderful fielders. Quick mover. And the over finishes with a dot. 2 runs and a wicket. Seattle Thunderbolts need a miracle. 58 for 6.
More effective weapon so far. 11 delivers, make that 11 overs into this chase.
Yeah, well, in the heyday of Pakistan cricket, there always was a mantra: express pace with wrist spin. That's the best combination.
So what is now the role for Roshan Primus? Can't run, so you're not looking for quick singles. Quick singles out of the equation. Is it time for Roshan Primus to just throw caution to the wind and aim for that big 2-story house in the back?
Well, he needs to do something to just put the pressure back on Kingsmen. If you allow them to bowl like that, they will run all over you. So there is a need of counter-attack, and it does carry its own risks. Fine line.
Well, this being an eliminator game, we might just get closer to the end of that elimination. Wicket number 7. That celebration tells you all you need to see. Osama Razak with the catch and the swan dive. And it may well be the swan dive for the Seattle Thunderbolts.
Akhtar Shah with the breakthrough. He's backing away, looking for that room to free his arms. There was drama when the edge was found and the catch was taken. But there was more drama when the celebrations were happening. I think one of the high fives from Akhtar Shah swung and knocked Osama out. They wouldn't care. They're delighted because their bowling has looking like it's been bailed out because of their poor batting. They were in trouble at the halfway stage. But now they're 58 for 7. And Thunderbolts are in trouble.
To say that the Thunderbolts are in trouble is to severely understate the reality of the situation. It's difficult enough to go after 8.19 runs and over to a really strong bowling side that really has not used all its weapons, used all the bowlers that they have. They've used 6 bowlers, and there you see a very forlorn Seattle Thunderbolts dugout. But to be able or to need to chase over 8 runs and over with only 3 wickets in hand and all your primary bowlers, make that all your primary batters out, I think underscores the seriousness of the situation. And Akhtar Shah, what I'd started saying is that he's a really quick bowler, tends to be a little bit wild sometimes, wild in the sense that he will bowl a few wides, but if he gets it right, he can be a premier strike bowler.
Yeah, he's got issues that need to be ironed out technically, but like I said, he's big, strong, and wholehearted. So whenever he gets his rhythm right, he can really get it through. But one thing you for certain, when you give ball to Akhtar Shah, he'll give it his 100%.
Oh goodness, yes. What a great Yorker that one is. Landing on the popping crease. Nothing you can do about that. I understand.
Yeah, you talk about the requirement, 8.5 per over against bowling like this. It is very difficult. And then you got Usman Qadir on the other side, who's got his tail up, 3 wickets, spinning the ball both ways sharply. Lower order in the middle. I don't want to be Thunderbolts right now.
Late on that shot. So you have 2 lefties at the crease. You have Usman Qadir, who's spinning the ball both directions. You have 3 overs left from Milind Kumar. You have tons of options. If you wanted to go back to pace, Mohamed Ilyas still has 2. Ziaul Haq has 3. So just all kinds of options here for Saad Ali should he choose to deploy them.
I think now they've got the game by the scruff of the neck. So it is Kingsmen's game to lose from here.
May keep strike here as this ball is played down to fine leg. In fact, they'll settle for 1. So another good over. 1 run coming from that over from Akhtar Shah. And the big wicket of Rashan Primus, that might have been the final body blow, and the rest is just dressing. Anyway, end of over number 30. Make that over number 12, 59 for 7.
Into his final over, and did I not say this off air during the break? Any team that contains a number of Pakistani origin players defending a small target, they're at their best. They just hunt you in pairs. They come hard at you all the way.
Oh my goodness. So
historically, that has been the case.
Talk some more about that, because, you know, those of us who grew up in the Caribbean are, call it ignorant of some aspects of the inner workings of, for example, Pakistani cricket history. Yes, you know about the Wasim Akrams and the Moin Khans and those Inzamam ul Haqs and so on. But talk about the bowling and how they operate in pairs.
Every time Pakistan cricket is so much reliant on their natural talent. So the minute you take the thought process out of the equation and the situation becomes clearer that either this or that, there is no in between, there is no setting up of plans, there is no thought to outsmart the batters, just outgun out. And that is the most, when the plans get really simple, that's where Pakistan is at their best, and especially with the bowling, because you give them, you got 120, that's all we have. Go and find a way to get people out. Usman Qadir strays for once down the leg side. Probably will be a leg by. Have to wait for umpire James's signal. Yep, it is a leg by.
And so talk to me now. as I see you as the de facto Pakistani cricket historian, about Abdul Qadir and how much of it lives on in him, in Usman.
Well, he's the youngest of Abdul Qadir's son. He has two elder brothers who played cricket. And one was a leg spinner, Imran. That's gone. Fielder was interested, Ziaul Haq, but it was struck sweetly by Karthik Garapali. He swung the first one from Usman Qadir and now gets a chance to get underneath another one. And that was a solid blow.
Well, this will be a googly if I'm going to predict. You don't want anything turning into Karthik Garapali's legs, and I would suspect that this one will be going away.
The line will be important, and the length, where Usman wants to start that googly from. But that was off the front of the hand, slightly quicker. So Usman is the youngest, and Abdul Qadir spent a lot of time with Usman. And he always thought that Usman was the most talented of his sons. Abdul Qadir obviously passed away a few years ago. But by then Usman had played for Pakistan. The tools that Usman has, very few will have in the world. This one, once again, goes past the stumps. The thing that has let him down in his career is his lack of control. And with this day and age where the batters are not going to spare you for anything, that has really hampered the progress of him becoming a permanent player in Pakistan national side. 13 gone, and Usman finishes off with 3 for 22. Another splendid spell and a great contribution. 67 for 7 Thunderbolts.
Well, job well done, Usman Qadir. 67 for 7. Figures of 3 for 22 in 4 overs will never hurt any cause. Milind Kumar, not surprising, even though he starts with the wide here, that you've gotten the right arm off spinner to bowl to the two left-handed batters.
Milind Kumar has started off wider, making Garapali wait for that ball in his arc, which may never arrive because he's darting it. Wide given by Gilani. Milind Kumar is not happy.
Didn't exactly see what Milind Kumar would have been upset about. Didn't follow the line, candidly, but the umpire's decision has been made. It's not up for debate. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh! Almost had a farcical run out. A cleaner pickup by Anwar Ali Khan would have resulted in a run out.
Yeah, when the two lower order batters are in the middle, there is always a chance of a mix-up. Not used to batting long periods, so they're not used to calling.
The throw going to the non-striker's end on that occasion may well have resulted in another run out. So not the most assured run in between the wickets here.
I completely lost track of where that ball went because it was fired in by the fielder. Out of shot here on the bounce. Difficult one for Osama.
Well, it is the case that Ayan Desai probably wants to start sliding that bat outside of the line as opposed to after he's gotten inside. Yet another wide here. Milind Kumar is firing them in quickly, wanting the left-handers to hit him outside the line of off stump on the offside toward the big side of the field, but the radar isn't just quite right.
3 wides in the over. Generally very accurate. Milind Kumar, plenty of turn on offer.
In that deep mid-wicket area, really more cow corner. Akhtar Shah out there. It almost feels as though at this point the run rate required is sneaking upwards of 9, Shah Faisal, that it becomes academic. It's essentially you're looking not necessarily to see what you can do to win this game, but to whatever extent can you make something happen to at least bring it close. And the deeper you get into this innings, it becomes apparent that there's only one team that is likely going to win this match.
Okay, they need to give themselves some sort of a chance because it's knockout. There is no point. The margin of defeat really doesn't matter. Other than those 3 wides, a pretty tidy one from Milind Kumar. 14 gone, 72 for 7.
$72 for 7. Ziaul Haq is standing at the top of his mark, so he's going to be the man asked to bowl over number 15. The confidence of a Karthik Gatipali. He's looking toward the dugout and asking for the score. In other words, what time do I need to start going for it? Now would be a good time.
Last 6 overs, you know, if you look at just the time remaining and runs remaining, you would think batting team has a chance. But with 7 down, they need for something to happen really quick. Just a good over to kickstart and give them some momentum. Gatipali with 10, probably the most likely of the two to have some sort of dart at this target.
He's won a couple of matches with his bat here in Atlanta this week. So he does have some ability. You saw the 6 that he hit off of Usman Khadir. Now, can you take on Ziaul Haq? Might be a different story entirely. Yet another wide, though. So this is a bit of a sloppy end to the innings by the Kingsmen bowlers.
Yeah, that's very sloppy. 4 wides in the last 7 legitimate deliveries. You don't want to give the opposition the way back, like I said. The asking run rate is nothing out of reach.
Oh, what a great piece of keeping. That easily could have gone by for runs. To that point, Shah Faisal, there have been 17 extras in this innings, 9 wides, and all other extras totaling 8. So you do have some work to do to clean that up. If you go on to win this match, do you see that that's a major issue that they need to work on, or is this just sort of an incidental thing that happened in this match?
I think they're all seasoned campaigners. It's just they were riding on a wave, and I feel like when they got Thunderbolts down for 7, they just took the foot off the paddle a little bit and let their discipline come loose. You've seen them quite a lot. I've seen them play quite a lot. Generally, they're not like that. It's just that release of pressure probably because, you know, coming into this run chase, all the onus was on the bowlers. And once they got 7 down, they thought job done. And a little release of pressure. I'm just assuming that's the case.
That's as reasonable an explanation as any. And I think you've seen evidence here that even though Ziaul Haq, as a premier strike bowler, is somebody who's generally very difficult to get away or get off of the square, just a couple of wides wanting to make sure that you clean up those types of sort of tricky areas. So single down the ground here. So the last two balls coming up in over number 15 have found you just maybe, well, not maybe, you're 55 runs short of the mark. Another 55 runs that you need in 32 balls. Again, to your point, in modern cricket, scoring 10.3 and over is not very difficult, but if you have lost 7 wickets, then that makes it essentially, if not impossible, extremely difficult.
Yeah, and generally the way the strength of the teams are batting at 8 and 9 in this team, Karthik and Ayan, like Karthik we've already seen has decent batting ability. Just a matter of getting on to a momentum. And Ayan batting at number 9, still able to hold the bat, no mug with the bat. So it's all is not over, but Kingsmen cannot just allow that comeback to happen by being sloppy. 15 gone, 75 for 7.
Last 5 overs coming up, and we are almost thought we were going to be closer to the end of the match than not. Lenny Chaibar, that drop in the outfield. Iron Satish will be disappointed with that, but still a very long way to go.
Yeah, we saw the score at 55 for 5. Now it's 77 for 7. And Brian Walters, probably the only blemish on what has been a very good bowling and fielding performance here by the Kingsmen.
Couple of indifferent types of fielding. See a clear run out that very easily could have been effected had that been collected by the keeper. You saw that drop. You've seen a number of wides, so not the best game in the world from the bowling side, but their firepower is such that they have such good bowlers. Even when everything doesn't go to plan, even when their disciplines fail them in some extenses, you still have enough to potentially put yourself in a position to win this game.
So Milind Kumar and Brian have got 50 to win now.
Skied. This might stay inside the park. Sada Lee will not drop this. Clean catch taken by the captain. Wicket number 8. And just 2 more remaining here before we all go home, Lenny.
Yeah, the first wicket for Milind Kumar. And all the bowlers have really chipped in with good performance. Look at that. High in the air. Saad Ali has been safe. Couple of catches for him today. And another wicket goes on Gatapali this time. And it's 79 for the loss of 8. And they still trail by 50 runs.
So Karthik Gatapali trying to bring some impetus into the side and wanting to essentially drag his team toward something resembling respectability. 1 ball remaining here in over number 16 means that they've probably fallen short of that. The Seattle Thunderbolts, I think, punched above their weight today, Lenny, but they just came up against a better side.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough. We've seen a strong bowling attack sported by the Kingsmen. Usman Kadir, I talked about how good he's been in this series, and he has come to the table with 3 for 22 and has really broke the back of the Seattle Thunderbolts. Lakshmi Khan comes to the middle.
Well, that does break up the 2 lefty combination. That is the end of another good over. Again, take away the wides. They've done really well here, the bowling side for the Kingsmen. End of over 16, 79 for 8. Seven for 8. Ziaul Haq, 2 overs, 10 runs scored. First over was, in fact, the one that went for 10. In fact, that graphic might not be exactly accurate, but let's just say that he's been spectacular today with the ball. Great Yorker here, bang on targets. And it feels, Lenny, like we're just going through the motions here with only 23 balls remaining in the innings.
Yes, Brian Walters, and the fact is the winner here will come up against the Atlanta Fire. And we talked about the other semi-final will feature Stallion X against Clarion Eagles. The Clarion Eagles game will be playing in the morning.
It's 2 mouth-watering clashes. Say those teams again just so people can understand. And maybe we talk about 1 or 2 players from each of those teams. I know you know them, Lenny. And what can people look for tomorrow on semifinals day?
Yeah, Stallions X, of course, led by Cheyenne Jahangir, will come up against Clarion Eagles. And then the Atlanta Fire is waiting for the winner on this one. From the look of things, I mean, it looks like Kingsmen will pull through. They're such a strong team, and they don't go away easy at all.
Around the wicket to target the stumps. We are 1 delivery away from this match being finished, Lenny.
Yeah, Ziaul Haq is the only bowler so far who hasn't picked up a wicket, but he does so now. And that's the quality of Ziaul Haq. He joins everyone else who was bowled with at least 1 wicket. And take a look. This one through the defense of Lashmikant. And the 9th wicket goes down, 80 on the board.
Boy, that front foot went the opposite direction of where it needed to go, Lenny. Watch this replay again. The front foot going actually away from the line of the ball. You want it coming across, particularly with the bowler coming around the wicket, slanting the ball in. That front foot has to come across and at least provide some resistance. Pretty straightforward dismissal that time for Ziaul Haq as he now awaits Chris Katre being ready. And Chris Katre bowled beautifully earlier, but he's now being asked to do something that we'll see whether or not it's within his capabilities, but let's just stipulate that it will be very hard. Well, it lasted all of 1 ball. That is the end of the innings. The yells all the way around tell the story. Seattle Thunderbolts bowled out for 80. Kingsmen win by the margin of 48 runs.
Yes, Ziaul Haq towards the very end picks up 2. And Brian, the next time he bowls, I'll remind you, he will be on a hat trick. Look at that. Impressive way to close off things. And what a big win again for the Kingsmen. They win by 48.
Impressive indeed. So, my goodness, you're going to see, I think, an absolutely ebullient side here. I think they might have thought that they were in trouble. I don't know if they thought they were all the way in trouble, but they knew that they would have had to fight to make this victory count because of the fact that they got bowled out, or at least their innings ended with them probably some 30 or 40 runs of what they know they can score. So I think you'll see probably elation, maybe a sense of relief, and then putting themselves together in the mindset that they have to be ready for the semifinals tomorrow. Jerry Walla at the top of the order, Sujit Gowda with a decent start, but once each of them got out, not much resistance beyond that. Chitneni, not. Shashwat Kohli, the captain, only 9. Rishabh Mohan, 1. When Rashawn Primus hit his first ball for 6, we thought something was in the offing. but it was not to be. And Kartik Gatipala, the only batter in the lower order to get into double figures. 18 extras, they'll want to clean that up if you are the Kingsmen. But I will tell you that a pretty straightforward victory here. Lenny?
Yes, Brian, let's look at the bowling card. Usman Kadir, 3 for 22. Second time he has gotten 3 wickets in this series. And look at Zia ul Haq. We talked about that 2 consecutive wickets. Remind me or you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see when he bowls his first ball tomorrow what can happen. Other than that, there's been a strong bowling performance, defending 128. And this is a good effort, good all-round show from the Kingsmen.
Absolutely, and such a brilliant effort also from the Seattle Thunderbolts. They were fearless, a lot of youngsters led ably by Shashwat Kohli, and he said beforehand that we have nothing to lose. We are just going to go out there and play aggressive attacking cricket. They did their best for half of the game to keep the Kingsmen at least concerned. But at the end, the Kingsmen's talent, the Kingsmen's tenacity, and for the most part, their game awareness pulled them over the line.
Yeah, match summary earlier on. We saw Milind Kumar, 31. Ramiz Raja, 30. And Osama Raza got 21. We talked about 128. And we saw good bowling performance from Primus, 3 for 19. We spoke to him at the halftime stage. And, of course, a couple of wickets for Gadapali. But in the end, Seattle Thunderbolts, perhaps not their best day with the bat. And you talked about Kartik Gadapali. Lower order 14, not good enough. And a couple of big strikes towards the end from Zia ul Haq.
Well, the Worms told the story. After the first over, the first 2 overs, in fact, they almost seemed as though they were on target for a monumental upset. But I don't think that you see much concern, because at the end, they pretty much did what they needed to do to get the efforts toward getting victory in time. So at the end of this, we're going to see a lot of effort. Lenny, the semifinals, I think, are going to be 4 very strong teams, and one of those teams in the semifinals is the Kingsmen. Kingsmen have done a wonderful job getting themselves through a tricky situation, being able to allow themselves to essentially let their talent show. So in the meantime, we have Shah Faisal, who is with a special guest from this game. Over to you, Shah Faisal.
Thank you, Brian. I've got alongside me Shashwat Kohli, the losing captain for the Cardinals. I must ask you this. At the halfway stage, having restricted them to 128, what was going through your minds at that stage?
I think we did a complete performance with the ball, and it was the batters that had to step up. And like me, including myself and all the batters, we didn't do the job. So we totally take the onus for that. But hands down, like, this has been a good tournament for us. We've played very good cricket. We've had like 5-6 young players in our side. So it's been a learning curve. But yeah, a win today would have been an icing on the top. Yeah.
You talk about perfect performance in the field, and I have to ask you this. Like, this was absolutely terrific. As a captain, you must have been delighted the way your plans came together against such a big team.
Yeah, definitely. It sometimes when things you plan a lot, but when things come together, it's really nice, and like, it's sometimes fate too, I believe. I mean, the boys did really well. I have to give the credit to them that they stuck to the plan. They executed everything perfectly. We were excellent in the field. So it's not fair that if I take all the credit. Yeah.
And overall, a fantastic tournament from you guys. You had a great victory on the opening day and qualification for the knockout stage. Atlanta Open, how has been your experience? And overall, as a tournament, how did you find it?
No, excellent. I think Atlanta Open is one of the premier tournaments of the country, and with 10 teams here. These are the top 10 teams in the country, and you have the biggest talent pool here. And if you see the games also, all games are competitive. So obviously this was amazing experience for me, this was the first Atlanta Open for me and for my team. So yeah, we'd love to come next year too.
All right. Thank you very much for the part that you played in the tournament. Hard luck for today, but all the best for the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was Shashwat Kohli. And back to you guys in the comm box.
Well, I heard from the captain, Shashwat Kohli. And I would imagine that we have 1 or 2 other interviews coming up. As a reminder, this semi-final, at least this knockout match, featuring the Kingsmen and the Seattle Thunderbolts, they fought hard, but at the end, the Thunderbolts go down to the rampant Kingsmen. And we're going to eventually, I think in a few minutes, go back. Going to go back to Shah Faisal with an interview from the player who has been adjudged to be the player of the match. Shah Faisal.
Thank you very much, Brian. And the player of the match for his fantastic all-round performance today is Milind Kumar once again. And to do the honors, we got Hassan Tariq to present the medal to Milind Kumar. And congratulations, Milind, personally on your personal performance, but what a great team effort it was with the ball.
Yeah, absolutely with the ball. I like the way we came back after scoring a low score on a pretty decent wicket.
And you had a good partnership, but after that, when it came to batting, your team really couldn't capitalize on that platform. And at the halfway stage, 128, what was the mood in the camp?
It was not good though. Getting out on 128 on this wicket is not acceptable as a team, but somebody has to, manage the load. Sometimes batting doesn't happen, but the bowling has to step up. So we did. The bowling department did a great job, restricting them to 80 odd runs and, getting into the semi-finals.
Yes, coming about the semi-final as well. No rest for you guys. Back-to-back games every day. How are the bodies and how will be the rest and recovery before the semi-final?
That's what we do. We are professionals, so we have to be, right up to the game, no matter what.
We've really enjoyed your game throughout the tournament. Another wonderful performance today, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That's Milind Kumar, and Saad Ali is just on hand to join us, the winning captain. A performance that I need to start to ask you about the batting first. The batting has let you down on a couple of occasions in this tournament.
Yeah, just our batting is just a little bit struggle about maybe just tightness for the players because of the whole 2 months we played together. But this is a cricket and we are professionals, so we just try to rotate the inning. Yes.
But the luxury you have is that you got strength and depth in batting and bowling. So if your batting missed out, the bowling, they stood up today and they put their hand up and put a wonderful performance.
Yeah, our bowling is very experienced and batting as well experienced, but sometimes we collapse. So, and yeah, just I said our batsmen, don't worry, and 129 is the lowest target, but just we talk our bowlers, the belief is very strong and we are the good team and that's why we defend this target.
In the semi-final, once again coming up against Atlanta Fire. You've seen quite a lot of them recently in the big final a few weeks ago or a week or so ago.
Yeah, Atlanta Fire is a good team and yes, tomorrow is our semi-final and just try to restrict this is cricket.
Okay, well done today and all the best for tomorrow. And thank you for your performance and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Saad Ali, the winning captain, and it's time to head back for the one final time to the Combox. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Shah Faisal. And I think you've seen just a few highlights here from the innings that was played by Seattle. They started off aggressively, but I think you find that there is some good quality bowling that pegged them back, Lenny.
Yeah, we saw Rahul Jariwala and Sujit Gowda. And you figured the partnership would have been these two out in the middle at that point. But we saw some very good bowling from Mohamed Ilyas. He bowled with some bit of pace. And once the Seattle Thunderbolts starting losing wicket, it was beginning to be a problem for them.
Certainly a problem and not able to generate much. One going down the leg side or at least clipping the leg stump in the eyes of the umpire. For me, the biggest issue, Lenny, was just an inability to generate any type of momentum. And you saw that beautiful delivery there from Hassan Khan. Failed with the glove, or the bat rather, Hassan Khan, but made up for it with the ball. And then a good couple of catches in the outfield. Sada Lee with a number of catches. Rashawn Primus flattered for a second. Again, we thought he was just going to be able to hit long, hit hard. Not quite able to do it. And a couple of flashes through the offside. But this man bowling right here was the pick of the bowlers for me, for the Kingsmen. Usman Qadir, 3 wickets for 22. And then Rashawn Primus, while he tried, just did not have any support at the other end. Ultimately falling loose at the end. That on the edge to Rashawn Primus, I think, sealed the deal, regardless of whether or not Karthik Gatapali was able to go over to the leg side for that big 6. And ultimately just falling short.
Yeah, Usman Qadir, you talked about how good he's been. Brian Walters, 3 for 22. And then the Pacers came back, and they put the finishing touch in another berth in the semi-final. Zia-ul-Haq, we remind you, he's picked up two strikes towards the end. Now look at that. You're not watching the replay. You're watching consecutive wickets of the bowling of Zia-ul-Haq. So, folks, there we have it. Kingsmen, an impressive victory for them. And we talked about 4 teams now in the semi-final, of course. They will take on the Atlanta Fire. Clarion Eagles will come up against Stallions X. So there you have it, folks. Elimination day today. And 2 wonderful games at the Atlanta Open. So that will do it here. Good afternoon from Atlanta, Georgia. And tomorrow, play starts at 10 o'clock. On behalf of the entire production team, Cricket 360, and all our commentators, Shaw Faisal, Brian Walters, we see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.